My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. See thepatternofconduct.wordpress.com. American Medical Response also touching me with directed light as they sound sirens at the same moment that I captured this group stalker, African American male, at the museum, at the same time the entity also flies over by plane. This is terrorism by AMR and by the entity Mayflower via Transport Incorporated, Corona, California, touching us as well. They're demons in line. This is ongoing sirens, and this demon that's at the museum is group stalking, and doing so under what is also the fake sun. It's 7:24 a.m., and this demon, this is an African American with black jeans, a black hoodie, a black beanie. He's carrying a black little carrier cart with a blue bag inside of it and a black plastic bag, and I did capture his image. The moment that I capture this image, this is when the entity engages in this terrorism conduct. This is the plane immediately flies over. I capture that image. The AMR immediately sounds sirens. They were already close. You are stalking to engage in what is stalking with activity. And AMR also touches my genitalia area, my lower thigh area with directed light, followed by the demon that is driving the large truck Mayflower, which as you're hearing it, that's what's ongoing, touching, molesting me with directed light as I captured the people of the state demons that are stalking me at the museum, okay? And this is what Union Pacific has been doing all night, stalking with the ongoing onslaught of what is amplified audible activity and directed light. Union Pacific is currently going eastbound. It starts with car number 5448 and going in the opposite direction. This is also audible activity as I use my phone and capture group stalking by the people of the state, and this is exactly what they will be prosecuted for. It is currently 7:25 a.m. Alrighty, and you will also witness that ongoing concerted conduct, this ongoing act of terrorism, that ongoing system that is occurring in concert with the demon-possessed population as the state acts directly and vicariously as you are looking at the timestamps on my phone. I literally captured this demon that is stalking at the museum, immediately a plane that is already present. That's what's necessarily the case. All right, you're talking about what is already stalking in an airplane immediately sounds and flies right over where I'm standing, where this group stalker is standing, stalking that is. Immediately sounds sirens where this group stalker is present. American Medical Response, that is where they are already stalking on the roads, ready to sound a siren. Like how this is how the entity engages in this group stalking conduct. BS 51Z15, I believe, that's paper. And then also engages in sexual violence while they are monitoring me, group stalking, aware of what I'm doing as I'm doing it. All right, and that's, again, American Medical Response engaging in heavily documented criminal summoning. This is how this entity acts directly via American Medical Response. These are demons that are engaging in absolute lawlessness and sexual violence, kidnapping, and facilitation of federal group stalking and monitoring, while they're literally psychopaths sounding sirens everywhere that I go. That's all that American Medical Response does. They are engaging in responding to what are minions, group stalkers, while they are summoned to, if any location in actuality at all, any venue that they're going to understand, they're monitoring together. There are demons that are getting in their ambulance vehicles. There are demons that are sounding sirens. There are demons that are using the lights, just like I documented. And so my point is, I want to point out, you will see in the timestamps, it was literally second by second by second, okay? And including sexual violence. License plate 7B32090. License 8DUX 957. 8MVG 266. 76814U2. 8ZKS 892. All right, and the entity engaging in what is group stalking at the museum. And as I capture that, you have Immediately, sirens, plane, train, molestation, which is the pattern of conduct, the sex offender. Okay? 8 YUR 443. And yes, I will be prosecuting American Medical Response. Many of them are going to federal prison. And they're very violent sex offenders while they engage in this demonic system. It's 7:28 a.m. Omnitrans is crossing path license 1545805. Vehicle 2362. And crossing path at 7:28 a.m. License 05221X1 14170H3. N19792. Alrighty, employee number 3046 is a Latino male driving Route 83, bus 2362, license 1545805, molesting me with directed light while the fake sun remains in alignment while the bus is driving in the north direction. I capture what is the fake sun that's keeping in perfect alignment with me as I showed you. I took a still image of the fake sun that's at the museum while the entity is group stalking by American Medical Response, Mayflower Incorporated, for example, the African American male, which is the people of the state, a demon who is stalking with the entity that is present by plane and the state directed by American Medical Response. Understand that. That's the same people of the state that are stalking in bathrooms, represented by the entity that's stalking by plane and the entity that sounds sirens, American Medical Response. The entity is engaging in what is keeping that fake sun at the museum. Moments later, as I walk up the street, it's right there at that bus stop, which is stalking with the fake sun, going in a specific direction that I'm going. And doing so while that light source is speaking to, again, the ongoing engagement in the elements of monitoring. And so employee 3046 engaging in ongoing molestation, and that is at 7-Eleven at 204 North Euclid Avenue, as a demon engaging in monitoring, waits at the bus stop to get on the bus. Opening and closing the door is supposed to be the form for what is a molestation with directed light. In the same way that driving by in the street is American Medical Response's form for touching my lower thighs and my genitalia area with directed light while they are on Euclid Avenue and I am standing on the heightened level of the museum. All right, that is impossible light activity. That's a sex offender reaching out to touch. 3046 is molesting again while they stop at the railroad tracks before the IHOP on Euclid Avenue. This is the sex offense. This is the company Omnitrans, and it is also this employee specifically, the people of the state identified by employee number 3046, a Latino male who was also loitering in relevant position at Uptown and Country at 7:42 a.m. I'm getting off the bus at 7:40 a.m. and the fake sun is at Euclid Avenue, the same street where the entity is keeping a fake sun as I documented after 6 p.m. All right, and just engaging in what is being on the left side of, the right side of the well, depending on what direction you're facing. On Euclid Avenue facing north, the entity is keeping the fake sun on the right side of the street. And then in the evening, facing north, it is on the left side of the same street, aiming light onto the exact same position through the exact same bus as I'm going in the opposite direction on the same route, going back to Ontario, which is impossible. And it is also exclusive with regard to what the entity is doing when I am going to Chino and I'm not remaining on Euclid Avenue, for example, or when I am on Route 61 going to Fontana, or when I remain at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts and I'm able to capture video at, first of all, 9:48 a.m., which would be 10:48 a.m. during daylight savings time. But I believe I also capture that after daylight savings time. And I've captured that many times. In the middle of the day, the entity has a fake sun over my head as I come from, for example, Economy Inn. And that's how you get that, what's present early in the morning, and then you go to the same address, which would never be the case with the sun, the actual sun, over me in that same central aligned presence at the same address, hours later in the same day, okay? Or even if it's broken up in the next day, because that's supposed to be the sun. All right, this is stalking with light. And what you're hearing at Uptown and Country is audible activity. It's facilitation in the same way that sirens are facilitation, and the fake sun is right here over me. So I will get this again. I'll get their license plate. They're creating light activity as well. This is an entity that's stalking to engage in elements. 92376N1 is monitoring. An entity that is stalking in the path engages in ongoing methods of creation of the elements of monitoring. And so you're talking about what is sewing down or cutting down a tree under a fake sun. This is a demon that is engaging in conduct in concert with an entity. All right, so it is facilitation, and you don't have any form when you're in an entire made-up and fake environment. It's demonic activity. That's facilitation that you're listening to in the background, which is audible activity. Demons that are patrolling and on Euclid Avenue, demons such as employee 3046 of Omnitrans, demons that are sitting inside of Coco's Bakery and the donut shop at 915 Euclid Avenue. They're monitoring. This is license 83029H3. This company is, and all they're doing is cutting down a tree inside of Uptown and Country, making audible activity in relevant position. It's 7:45. This is Padilla Tree Service, license 932103. Alrighty, and you can see the evidence of what Padilla is engaging in and facilitating, while the fake sun is right there beside that demon that is up on a lift, cutting down a tree, creating audible activity and light activity. 4E27113, 7VZD332, excuse me, 7VZD322. License 7PPY, 7PPX603, excuse me. And you already know that this is not the actual sun, because at this time the entity is keeping a fake sun over me at the B&G Plaza, for example. In addition to that, when I came back on just the other day going to Montclair, and I came back to the same exact area at 11:18 in the morning, hours from now, and the fake sun is remaining over me, that's how you know what they're doing. That's why you document. This is stalking with a fake sun, and that is audible activity under a fake sun, and that is the people of the state acting via Padilla, acting via Omnitrans at third-party facilitating venue Country Village, where an entity is monitoring. That's why when you're engaging in facilitation in that specific environment, it's the identity of demons who are engaging in what is public corruption, and you are breaking down that entire system. It's intentional conduct, intentional with regard to the intent to monitor. All right, not ignorantly present under a fake sun, not ignorantly engaging in activity creation under a fake sun and indirected light. And I literally captured an image at 7:45 of what is a fake sun beside that demon that's on a lift, creating audible activity, cutting down trees. It's 7:47 a.m. and the actual sun is not going to be present 3 hours later at 11:18 a.m., which is the time that I returned to this intersection just the day before yesterday after going to Montclair, and the entity had a fake sun over the same intersection. Yeah, that's not the sun. That would never be the sun. And that is what I've documented as well. I captured that on video just the other day after returning from Montclair. And that's the evidence that an entity is surrounded by while they are continuously stalking in that specific environment. And you are also aware of what the people of the state are doing. While you see the people of the state around you, you need to also see, like I've stated and reminded you about, you need to see the stalker that is in helicopters, the stalker that are in emergency vehicles, just as American Medical Response represented, or demonstrated, excuse me. You need to see the stalker that's in airplanes, because that's exactly what is stalking in the path while I'm capturing this demon that's in the path at the museum under the fake sun and directed light. Literally there, stalking in my face, threatening you in your face, okay? Stalking you in plain sight. And insisting on doing so, insisting on engaging in that conduct on behalf of the state, who was already stalking, ready to fly over by plane, which is exactly what happened as I took that demon's picture. Stalking in the path, sounding sirens, which is exactly what happened as I took that demon's picture. So you need to understand, you actually paint a picture like because it's very simple. This is what is group stalking. You see, I can make stick figures for you if you need to, because it's very simple. The people of the state are directly related to what is the entity stalking by planes, helicopters, and the entity stalking, acting directly, police, fire, and ambulance. Because that's exactly what responds, TAYLR8, as I capture that demon's image. And that represents the people of the state who are stalking where it is that I sleep, in that specific environment as well. The immediacy with regard to the creation of the audible activity that is sirens and amplified plane engines in the same location at the same time that I'm taking a picture under the fake sun is the pattern of conduct. All right, there is no coincidence. It's group stalking, and that entire entity is entering in the bathrooms, is aware of what's going on with regard to my panties, wants to stand next to me in the bathroom, wants to pace all around inside and outside of the bathroom, wants to engage in that sort of amplified audible activity inside of the bathroom. That's what they're doing, and they're demons stalking all together. It's one entity. 7AEY774. It is 7:49 a.m. 5AAD 782, 8RWB 802, 7BY 8368, 7XRC 433. Alrighty, capturing again another image, 8RKV708. This demon that you see with the plaid shirt on, the low buzz cut, the black face mask, and the dark jeans, I was gonna say blue jeans, they're black jeans, and a backpack on. This demon was engaging in that molestation on Route 83 with employee 3046 as well. Comes out of the blue, walks off like he's going somewhere. The moment that I start walking on the sidewalk, understand all demons are doing is maintaining presence. They remain in a posture to popping up as a matter of getting in the path. All right, and this demon that initially appears to walk off, especially as I'm taking pictures while these demons get off the bus, reappears and is crossing path, maintaining presence that is group stalking on the sidewalk. And I do capture that image, and I want to be clear. He represents the people of the state who are engaged in that molestation that I endure on Route 83, while employee 3046 is opening and closing the doors of the bus, while a fake sun is keeping in alignment, which is no form for what is light fanning around on the inside of the bus. All right, so anyway, it's currently 7:51 a.m. This is P.O.C. I am at what is Foothill Town Center, where the Vaughn's grocery store is located. LERRS M36, stalking in the path with light. This is the demon that's sitting in their car stalking, waiting for me to arrive, and they use their vehicle as a means of light in the path. So they'll wait until I arrive, and then they'll start going in reverse or putting their foot on the brakes or even driving off. It's stalking with light activity. 7WTC 786. 7RRV 676. 8WMM 068. 8PBV 130. And it's 7:52 a.m. It is currently 8:18 a.m. I want to document, one second, leaving from Chase Bank, which I documented in still images. This was harassment by the third party who was yelling at the Chase Bank. And I'm also going to show you what is a screen image, literally monitoring while the podcast that I'm capturing. This is monitoring on my phone. This is additional evidence in addition to the fake sun over me, directed light while I'm standing next to this demon's vehicle that's engaging in what is harassment, and she is monitoring. The timestamp of that podcast that I'm capturing in real time, capturing that encounter, is obstructed, which is also the ongoing evidence of what is monitoring on my phone, which is the pattern of conduct underway. But I just want to speak to, that's what I documented as well. It's 8:19 a.m.
Route 66.
And Route 66 is... Okay, this is Route 66, bus 2357, and I did board, as you heard, at 8:19 a.m. at Foothill and Euclid Avenue. And what I was speaking to was, again, the documentation of what is obstruction of justice while I'm documenting harassment by this entity. And this is the female that's group stalking in the Honda at Chase Bank. Fake sun, directed light, which I captured in still images, and her engaging in what is harassment as an entity, because this is the entity that's speaking, and this is the demon that's also speaking and demonstrating this hostility, while she's also exhibiting an absolute focus on me, while she and I are both in what is a public location on the sidewalk, while she's illegally parked in the red at the bank that is closed, and doing so while she is also then immediately asking not the security guard, but an employee. He appears to be an employee. He's the one that engages in molesting me with directed light, and then he gets out of his vehicle, crossing path, entering into the Chase Bank, and she was rolling down her window while she's group stalking, all right, and she's monitoring. She's a sex offender with children in her vehicle engaging in that conduct. But also you're going to take a step back, because you're talking about what is dealing with minions, and their argument would be that there's no group stalking, that they're not monitoring, which is an absolutely untenable position. The pattern of conduct, the evidence of that pattern of conduct is fully established, but nonetheless, just in the abstract, you're talking about entertaining what is the malicious pattern of conduct. You're not a group stalker. You're not focused on me. You're unaware. This is how demons like to portray themselves. All right, you're just sitting on the side, engaging in whatever it is, but you're nonetheless on the sidewalk, and you're sitting in your vehicle. All right, the fake sun is over her vehicle, because I'm standing by her vehicle, and directed light beside her vehicle, which has nothing to do with the placement of the light source or the actual sun. If that were a real thing, you're talking about what is directed light that's the direct evidence of what is federal group stalking and monitoring, which I capture substantial images of, while she then begins yelling. Let me be clear. Her yelling is speaking to what is, first of all, unfounded hostility, engaging in what is name-calling, admitting to being in the custody of underage children while she's harassing one who is engaging in standing on the sidewalk where she's focused on me. All right, and I want to be clear, I'm not blocking her pathway to drive. She's not driving nowhere. I'm not peeking into her windows. I'm not touching her car. You have what is hostility while I am standing on the sidewalk, and for all she knows, what she should know is that if she's even paying attention to me, is I'm talking on my phone. All right, so this is the surface. This is what's going on the surface. What you hear is speaking to unfounded hostility by a demon who's harassing. This is the same entity that is acting in concert, that is present with the same entity group stalking in ambulance vehicles, police vehicles, fire trucks, stalking by planes and helicopters. That entity is the one that is vocalizing this unfounded hostility while I am documenting her, and that demon knows that. So I just want to be clear. But not only that, you have what is, I want to reiterate, while this is ongoing, what I observed right now, what I documented leaving this venue is the obstruction. This minion is not only monitoring, because I'm showing you what is the pattern of conduct, you're literally monitoring, and the podcast that I'm capturing is obstructed. All right, so meaning, and I'll take a screenshot of that, that's literally the evidence of the very allegation, while you are also engaging in what is supposed to be a distracting insults, while she's engaging in the conduct of a violent sex offender who's in custody of children. That's going to be addressed at her prosecution. She's engaging in what is terrorism with the government, including children, and that criminal activity, a threat to them and a threat to the targeted individual. That'll be addressed at prosecution. She's doing so while she is monitoring the documentation of one who is seeking to document the state of California and a whole psychopath engaging in that conduct. All right, so that is relevant also to the prosecution, and those that is, let me be clear, what is representing the grounds of posing an unlawful threat to the very safety and well-being of the very children that she's in custody with, stalking me. I am the priority while she's threatening the life of me, and then engaging in what is including children. You're bringing your children along while you're stalking somebody else, and doing so with the government, engaging in what's terrorism while you're bringing your kids. All right, so I just want to be clear, point all of that out. It's currently 8:24 a.m. at what is Grove and Foothill Boulevard, where the light switch is remaining outside of the bus. This is bus number 2357, and the minions that are of Omnitrans are monitoring together. Light activity. You have a supervisor vehicle. She's just standing in the path on the bus in directed light while these psychopaths are listening to me document. They're on surveillance cameras. It's the pattern of conduct. It's an old woman with gray hair with its back in a bun, and she's accessing a supervisor vehicle. Let me get that. She gets on the bus, engaging in what is loitering in the path, and then gets off of the bus. This is literally Omnitrans engaging in group stalking. That's what the minions that are the people that stay getting on the bus is their form for the engaging in the P.O.C. Anyway, it's currently 8:24 a.m. and this is Red Hill and Foothill Boulevard. This is P.O.C. PSA 366 6LVB 320 at Baker Street and Foothill Boulevard at 8:26 a.m.
Run every hourly damn.
7P59412 6NAX 551
You have time, go buy your soda, buy my soda.
6DQJ 115. What you're listening to, first of all, is audible activity. And second of all, Route 66 was not running pursuant to what they just stated, an hour. As I got off of the bus on Route 83, Route 66 crossed path at the same bus stop where I got on, and that was arriving at 7:52 a.m. Right before I arrived at Vaughn's at 7:52 a.m., Route 66 crossed path, and that was not within the hour. So I just want to speak to they're monitoring, but everything, like third parties like to engage in what is passive-aggressive informational information for informational purposes with the one that they're monitoring. When they said, oh, you run once an hour. This is the African American male with his projected voice, audible activity, directed light. But Route 66 was not running per hourly. As I got off Route 83, Route 66 immediately crossed path on Foothill Boulevard. So you want to document that? It is currently 8:27 a.m.
290. They stopped it.
8KYM550. 6NAX 551. 7NHU 094. Alright, this minion engaging in what is the P.O.C. with the bus driver. They're the people of the state. So like I said, you're talking about what are demons that are not on different teams. They're monitoring together. It's 8:28 a.m. It's 8:29 a.m.
Please don't give fair energy. Be fair. And doing fair. No courtesy rights.
Seven VHK 759. 8 UWP 366 at Archibald Avenue and Foothill Boulevard at 8:31 a.m. 8 HAB 181. 8 MJZ 604. Passing Archibald and on Foothill Boulevard, passing Archibald Avenue at 8:32 a.m. It's a Caucasian male, group stalking, license 5ZCU 342, driving a Prius.
Route 66. Walk down in that building. Please don't give fair energy. Be fair. And doing fair. No courtesy rights.
And again, this employee's number is not revealed on this bus that I'm riding, bus number 2357, Route 66.
Center Drive.
6PKD 272, 7RDN 302. And I want to point out again, the entity that you hear, this loudmouth minion on the bus, that's audible activity, by the way, in direct light, stating out loud while monitoring, which is intentional conduct, engaging in passive-aggressive information being passed on, which is untrue, because the entity engaged in crossing paths.
Stop requested.
While I got off Route 83, want to be clear, and I got off Route 83 at around 7:49 a.m. Route 66 crossed path going in the same direction, and that was not an hour ago. It's just now still 8:34, so it's not running pursuant to some hourly schedule like it's stated in relevant position in direct light. Just want to point that out. It is 8:34 a.m. Thank you.
Please have your fare ready. Be fair. Pay your fare. No courtesy rates.
This is, by the way, license plate 1302444. Alrighty, it's 8:39 a.m. I captured video, first of all, what is patrolling in the parking lot where the entity places a fake sign over me, following while I'm on Route 66, 7 EYN 715. This demon is what you see on video, crossing path, engaging in the criminal conduct, and doing so under the fake sun and indirected light. 6ZSG750. And the other demon that you see, this is a white woman, crossing path, indirected light, license 5YEG824. They are monitoring. This is an entity that's engaging in what is satanic targeting, knowledge of who I am. This is an entity that's engaging in the surveillance system. You're not ignorant. The entity is not ignorant. The entity is paying very close attention to every aspect of my life and what I'm doing, what I'm saying, while also engaging in what is harassment. That's again what I document at Chase Bank. While then that psychopath, which is just understand it's not an individual, that's a state, and it's also a demon possessed entity that is speaking through a particular minion that is very, very hostile because I'm documenting and I'm prosecute her. All right, while she is engaging what is harassment, also at the same time trying to obstruct the very podcast that I'm documenting with regard to her criminal activity that she is engaged in. The reason why you engage in such obstruction is because you're engaged in that pattern of conduct. You're engaging in such obstruction while you are monitoring, which is the very allegation. You are engaged in such criminal activity in that specific environment, and you're also engaged in it, which is speaking to that unfounded hostility. That's again documented at Chase Bank in Upland, California, where the fake sun is over me, 7SNZ449, and I will prosecute for that. What I documented today is, again, as I go to I'm in Rancho Cucamonga, and I'm showing you what is the venue of the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court at 8:35 in the morning. That is impossible while the entity is keeping a fake sun. Is I'm first of all going to Pomona, California, March 22nd, the same exact time, 8:35 in the morning, showing you the fake sun that is in motion. This right here on Foothill Boulevard is not visible through any window of a bus of any vehicle that's driving on Holt Boulevard in Ontario, westbound on Holt Boulevard toward what would be Pomona, California. And I'm actually in what is Pomona already on Holt Avenue as I capture video at 8:35 in the morning. In addition to that, while I remain in Upland, California, just the other day at 8:35 in the morning, the entity is keeping the fake sun on Foothill Boulevard and Euclid Avenue. And that's where I remain in Upland, California. This is not coexisting us. I go from that bus stop at Vaughn's, all right, Euclid and Foothill, and then remember where I went. I got on the bus and I went to Montclair, and you have what is not the sun, not possibly the sun. I'm just speaking to what's continuous and consistent documentation of stalking with light while an entity engages in harassment, while they're in custody of children, stalking me. I am the priority of the demon-possessed population, not their minionite kids. They include children, those under the age of majority, to engage in this criminal system, this demonic targeting system with the government that is also present in planes and helicopters, sitting around on corners, stalking already present, ready to engage in what is creating audible activity using sirens. All right, that entity that is stalking is engaging in what is harassment at Chase Bank. License RSKRNNR. And then they do so. And then this entity, which again, I'm going to take a screenshot of it because you need to understand what this is, a psychopath. And that's the grounds of federal prison. It's harassment by an entity. It is terrorism underway while an entity is engaging in all manner of what is harassment because you're a whole psychopath who is stalking and you're focused on everything I'm saying while you're a demon sitting in that car with the windows up, and you know exactly what I'm stating. You know exactly what I'm saying about you. You know exactly the fact that you're being documented while you're engaged in a criminal system that I have surrounded with not only a nomenclature, but a legal framework whereby you can prosecute it. And that is the grounds of, again, 8Z06637 and 7YU8386. That is understanding the grounds of what is unworthiness, unfit status to even be in custody of minor children. 7YML619, while this third party, the people of the state, she represents an entity, but nonetheless, she's engaging in what is criminal conduct, focusing on threatening the life and sexually violating, because that's what she's engaged in. That's what I documented by the Chase Bank employee, who then crosses path entering inside of that Chase Bank. And then the entity is focused on just trying to obstruct that podcast that I documented, okay? And so the entity is engaging in what is molestation. You're monitoring together with the Chase Bank employee, who then you're rolling your window down seconds as I'm just standing on the sidewalk, all right? Ostensibly minding my business. Why are you talking about requesting security, which is, let me be clear, that's a derivative of criminal summoning. CEASELESS. While you are stalking, do you understand the the psychopath conduct there. Federal prison. 8 VEK 357. You're going to put demons in their place, and they have place. They belong in federal prison. But you're talking about 7 NVM 159. Excuse me, 8 XMPO 59, 8 WLU 183. You're talking about all level of what is just, a whole other. It's just an unfounded level of delusional, criminal, malicious conduct. License plate 7NLY 516. And so this entity that engages in this criminal system. License 9AKF455. These are demons with directed light all over the ground while they're crossing paths in Rancho Cucamonga, okay? And I already captured what is the fake sun that's over me at 8:35 a.m. following me in Rancho Cucamonga now, okay? That's nowhere occurring where I am going to Fontana, California on Route 61, all right? And let me be clear, you hear that loud activity? Yes, they're monitoring, but Satan likes to engage in that conduct as you pay attention when I point out very pivotal points of analysis. While I'm in Rancho, the fake sun is remaining over me now in Rancho. That's not existing anywhere whatsoever. It is speaking to another, again, highlight of what is impossible. This is not coexisting when I'm nowhere near Rancho Cucamonga. The light source is not going to be over Rancho Cucamonga, meaning that is not the sun. While I'm going toward and I'm already at what is Fontana, Metrolink, walking to the Fontana Lewis Library, remaining there, and the entity is keeping a fake sun while I'm en route to the Chino Branch Library. 6YLJ359, 8KO2313. Demons that are stalking in the path and engaging in the directed light conduct as though that's sunlight that's going to occur when a fake sun is over me in Chino, California, en route to Chino, California. They're sex offenders. 8PXG755, 8FBU549, 7LO2292. And so this is the entity that is engaging in what is stalking with a fake sun that's following me, remaining over my head while I'm in Rancho Cucamonga now, following from what is, again, that scene of harassment by an entity, a psychopath, a violent sex offender who is in custody of minor children while she's harassing me. That's what she's doing. And she's entirely focused on me while I'm standing on the sidewalk, not blocking her passage. She could have drove away. She's not. She's parked illegally in front of Chase, group stalking, engaging in a sexual molestation, which is what I documented the Chase employee engaging in. And then he enters Chase Bank. And then she's going to reference this demon that she's monitoring with that works at Chase Bank. Can you call security because I'm standing on the sidewalk? Because I'm holding my phone? Because your windows are up, so I'm not yelling, so why are you focused on what I'm doing? What is it that it's bringing attention to you while I'm standing on public property, like you are, parked in front of public property, illegally, all right? While you're engaged in what is federal group stalking and monitoring, by the way, 8YAV078, and while you have this unfounded hostility. All right, so I just want to document that, and that is, again, what I captured before I get on Route 66. And the entity also then engages in what is obstruction by just trying to destroy what is that podcast that I captured. 4ZIP 180, 7LML 272, 7RSS 353. And I captured video upon arrival at the getting off of Route 66, where they're engaging in what is monitoring and also engaging in what is the passing of false information with regard to what Route 66, that is Omnitrans, is actually engaging in, because like I said, and I want to repeat it, because what these demons are saying in relevant position is that which they are always engaging in. Everything that is stated is intentional. Even as they are appearing to engage in conversation with someone else, it's audible activity. They're stalking. Everything that demons are doing is for purposes of their stalking conduct. They even stalk with the creation of sound. They're stalking, they're following. All right, I make a new movement, noise occurs. That's a demon that's stalking with the creation of noise. Everything that they're doing is with regard to me. Everything about that's going on in their little cartoon universe is centered on me. Okay, and what these demons are falsely representing on the bus, which is not what Omnitrans engages in, which is already a pattern that's documented. Omnitrans is crossing path as I get off of Route 83. That's at around 7:47 a.m. 8CAM 163, which is also evidenced by the images that I took of the tree trimmer who was creating audible activity of the fake sun. Route 66 cross path while I was at that vantage point at Uptown and Country, and that was not even an hour ago still. It's 8:48 a.m. That would be about now, would be an hour. Route 66 that I got on right now, that is more frequently than an hour. I just want to speak to that. But you have the bus driver agreeing with this minion. Oh, you guys only run once an hour, right? Right? Oh, they're both monitoring me. I just want to speak to that. But you have the bus engaging in what is crossing path more frequently than what would be an hour. So I do want to point that out. And it is with regard to what is group stalking. All right. And so both the entity engaging in what is the pattern of appearing to engage in the criminal conduct, and it doesn't have anything to do with their published schedule. But I do point out again, and I do want to reference, which I have been doing. I'll publish not that it's not already public information, but I will publish in my evidence a reminder of what is the actual bus schedule when I'm pointing out whether or not Omnitrans has engaged in refraining from arrival, which is a method. It's direct targeted conduct where you're documenting federal group stalking and monitoring. But nonetheless, when I point that out, and upon review of the bus schedules, if they are arriving pursuant to their schedule, then I include that bus schedule speaking to and addressing that point. But Omnitrans does engage in that conduct, and I am addressing it even if I am pointing it out, and actually they are arriving pursuant to their public schedule. So I want to make sure that that's clear. I'm revealing both aspects of it. I don't have anything to I'm not holding back anything. I'm speaking to what's the criminal conduct that they're engaging in moment by moment, and it is targeted harassment while you're monitoring, and then you're engaged in safe surveillance. You know I'm sitting at your bus stop, and you don't arrive. You don't have any form. You're monitoring. It is a form of what is harassment. And that's exactly how it's going to be prosecuted. And even the entity has engaged in that before, whether or not that particular incident where I am just pointing it out and reviewing my own facts and looking at their, for example, their bus schedule, in order to confirm whether or not they were present pursuant to their schedule. But nonetheless, you have what is their tactic for crossing path at their bus stops on their bus routes more frequently than their buses actually run, and or refraining from arriving at their bus stops. 4Z IP180, terrorizing with directed light. And I've documented the Terra Vista Town Center. This demon that's getting out of their vehicle, I'll document their license plate as well. They park in relevant position at Panera Bread, which is where I'm standing inside of Terra Vista Town Center. And directed light is reaching across the road toward me. This is Satan. These are demons that are reaching out toward me, that are stalking me, and would like to conduct themselves outwardly like they're just going to get some pastries from Panera Bread. All right. They're doing so under the fake sun and in directed light. And they are literally congregating inside of Panera Bread, driving all around Panera Bread. That's why the fake sun is here over Panera Bread, which is never the case when I'm remaining at Upland. OK, this is stalking. And that's what the entity is doing. And by the way, it's the same entity that's engaging in harassment with children in tow while they're stalking me. OK, license 7VDU 963, 7RSS 353. License 8FSU 938, 7C 76057, 7CRX 632, 7FWH 365. This demon that you see parked all crooked into, this is a big nose, perhaps an Asian female, group stalking, operation for communication device, stalking with light using her vehicle, fake sun directly in perfect alignment as I stand behind her vehicle. 8ZHV163, this is group stalking. License plate 8RRB104, group stalking as well, maintaining presence. This is surveillance by a people. Headlights on, 8RRB104, they're group stalking. That's an African American. Group stalking sitting in the vehicle with this Asian over here. This is maintenance of presence. This is demonic also. All right, these are demons that engage in this sort of conduct, and they do so using their vehicles. The one that's sitting in this is a Prius that you see parked in between its two parking spots. She's heavily tatted on her left forearm. All right, and that's, again, that license plate 7VDU 963, and they're all operating their communication devices while they're engaged in surveillance in the parking lot. It's 8:52 a.m. 8REC 855, 7YMX 274, 8PUY 199, 8MUY 168, 8UHA 685. This is Wells Fargo, the adjacent property. These demons arriving with trucks, creating audible activity while they're engaged in surveillance in the parking lot. They're monitoring together. All right, license 5WRR508. Budget 3FZ611. That's an Oklahoma plate on budget. And you have Geek Squad, license 902606, using that vehicle as a means of amplified audible activity under the fake sun, monitoring with these demons who are engaging in surveillance, group stalking in the car in the parking lot. 98167 and 2. And that's a Latino male with a bald head engaging in that activity creation. Alrighty, it is currently 8:53 a.m. CB16C78, 6EXC654, 7ADV274, stalking the path with light activity. All right, doing so where directed light and a fake sun is overhead. This is the demon stalking with light. This is the demonic behavioral pattern. That is a white woman engaging in that P.O.C. Let me show you. Satan doesn't have a race. Alrighty, and this is the Terra Vista Town Center in Rancho Cucamonga. You have another demon joining behind her in relevant position, 8PSW965, as I capture an image. And also you have what is, again, that's Best Buy of Geek Squad and Budget. Those are commercial actors. Third-party facilitated venue, Wells Fargo, where I'm at, which is adjacent to the Panera Bread. This is, and Target is in relevant position as well, this entire shopping center. You have what is a sexual violence. They're touching all over with directed light, surrounding with directed light. It's literally like cockroaches, and they're swirling around in this abnormal light conduct. That's what the demon possessed do. They're literally driving through this parking lot to engage in that conduct to maintain this directed light. That's what group stalking is, while they all know where I'm at. And this is also based on what is the presence of a fake sign over me at Panera Bread, which is, it's 8:54 a.m. The entity is keeping a fake sign in Upland, California. So, or in Montclair as I go there, 4VQH571 is just crossing path. Okay, 7HSM287, they're crossing path, and while they do so, directed light, they're demons that are manifesting light. All right, and that demon that I show you, Satan doesn't have a race. This is a lily white demon, 7ADV274, a demon that's not only stalking with flashing light in the path, also touching with directed light while she crosses path. All right, and doing so while, again, that's Budget that's engaging in a sex offense. Best Buy, a company's engaging in that conduct with the people of the state. They represent the people of the state. And all of this activity is about me. That's why the fake sun is here. All right. And this is concerted while I'm documenting the demons that are engaging in surveillance, license 7DVU963. And it is currently 8:55 a.m. Alrighty, I just want you to see what is directed light that is appearing beside a vehicle. And this is directed light that is moving all about while demons are moving their vehicles all around me, which is group stalking, crossing path by the demon possessed. Doing so at a particular venue wherever it is that I'm at, and that's why you have at what is 8:56 a.m. while I'm in Rancho Cucamonga today, inside of a particular parking lot area. That's where the fake sign is, and that's where the directed light conduct is. And that is, again, the same license 7VDU963, who's engaging in surveillance while other minions are patrolling around, engaging in a sex offense together. GODCYR heart, engaging in demonic conduct, engaging in an ongoing sex offense, engaging in what is demonic activity. All right, license 7FWH365, 8MIR811, license directed light across the vehicle while this white male driving this large white truck. It's the F350. 4VMH569, that's not his license plate. I'm gonna read his license plate right now. While he's pacing, directed light, moving backwards in the shade. This is what is group stalking. Everything they're doing is about me, surrounding with activity. And it is that which is impossible activity. It's not naturally occurring, it's demonic. 54754E3 at 8:57 a.m. See. Alrighty, 8UHA 685, the license plate I read a long time. They're sitting in their vehicle engaged in surveillance. And while this demon whose license plate that I recited, 54754E1, directed light is appearing, first of all, spreading backwards from the truck. This is impossible light activity, and it's focused on me. And I'm showing you what is the creation of my shadow as this light is manifesting in the shade behind the vehicle. This is why this demon is here, to engage in what is the maintenance of activity, directed light. This is a demon manifesting light. It's also activity creation while you're monitoring with communication devices. And I took an image, a still image of that at 8:58 a.m. where you can see my my shadow that's appearing in this directed light that is appearing at a distance away from the truck, way far away. It's centered on me. It's in front of me while this demon paces using its vehicle. 6DJM646 is group stalking and monitoring. With that, this is the same directed light that the entity is touching all over my body, touching all over. It is a sex offense. It is facilitation of monitoring. It's also a threat to your life because the entity is serving to monitor you, and then they want to touch you with this directed light and surround you with this stalking with and molesting with directed light. 4Y79391. All right, I did capture substantial video I wanted to show at 9 o'clock. 7KKF966. I wanted to show at 9 o'clock. Well, I started the video actually a couple seconds before 9 o'clock at approximately perhaps like 8:58, 8:59 a.m. And I do keep talking in that video, going past 9 o'clock in the morning, going past 9:01, 9:02, 9:03. And I do that speaking to what is the maintenance of the light source, what is stalking with the fake sun, what is not going to occur, which is somehow looking like it's over the street sign of Arrow Boulevard and Sierra Avenue in Fontana. CB80J66, where Officer McMillan was group stalking, 6WHE470. While the fake sun is over, not just over the Panera Bread, you see it's over the side of the Panera Bread where I'm standing. In the same way that you're looking at this impossible light activity that's coexisting while demons are crossing path, okay? This is the engaging in group stalking conduct at the venue of Panera Bread, and is inside and outside. So let me show you. Already, you have what is Panera Bread, a facilitating venue with a fake sun over it, over the side of the Panera Bread that I'm on, okay? The entity, as I'm showing you at 8:35 a.m. while I'm on Foothill Boulevard, the fake sun's right over my head on Foothill Boulevard. While I'm inside of the Terra Vista shopping center beside Panera Bread, it is not along Foothill Boulevard. It's not even along Haven Avenue. It's right over my head on the side of the building, okay? You have what is the directed light that's appearing beside the window, and I'm showing you what is a minion that's group stalking inside of the Panera Bread. That minion is doing the same thing that all the rest of them are doing. It's called group stalking, okay? And they're doing so while that is impossible light. That's not sunlight that's going to occur where at 9:06 a.m. I'm in at the DMV off of Hellman, and it's right over my head in the parking lot. That's not light activity that's going to occur while I am still in Ontario, standing by 150 East Hall, and Southwest Airlines is flying over my head at 9:05. All right, fake sun's right over my head. And that's at the intersection of what is Holt Boulevard and Lemon. That's not light activity. That's some sort of reflection of sunlight that's appearing on the asphalt, okay? This is speaking to what is the pattern surrounding with directed light. While demons, that's their condition, 7HLM220. Guess what? Demons working at your neighborhood Panera Bread. All right, driving around in Geek Squad vehicles representing Best Buy. That is a sex offender engaging in terrorism. That's why they're here. And maintaining presence while demons are engaging in manifesting light all over the place. Acrobats with directed light while they're stalking together, being demons. And this is identifying what is an entire demon-possessed population, which you are understanding. You identify by what are brand names in the U.S. making money, companies. They're engaging in state surveillance. And demons are operating these vehicles. Demons are working in these venues. They're engaged in its demonic activity, which is serving a criminal system of interstate stalking. Hi. Okay. This is the minion that's present in the path while directed light is flying all over the place, just like I captured on video. License 8XTK423. It is currently 9:08 a.m. and capturing what is the light source that is present over the Panera Bread. It's 9:08, and that's not over the Upland Public Library. It's not coexisting. It's not somehow looking like it's over the Panera Bread and it's over the Upland Public Library in the city of Upland. No, this is stalking with light. In the same way that I showed you that video, that demon is present, parking beside, arriving to Panera Bread, going in, buying whatever you want, 7KSY673 and 8XIV729, driving a whole Corvette, stalking me, a demon, directed light, the same pathetic conduct, stalking me. Doesn't matter what these demons are driving. They're an inferior population, and I am the focus of their whole little fake cartoon little universe. Fake sun and not even sunlight, you're going all out of your way to engage in stalking me, and doing so in Corvettes, okay? So whatever it is that you find impressive, there's nothing impressive about the demon possessed. They're entirely pathetic, and you're in a Corvette engaging in what is stalking me. You're with children engaging in what is stalking me. So like I said, and that is identified by the environment that they're in. It's not possibly the sun that they're driving under, and that's not even sunlight while they're driving by me, going out of their way to touch me. That's a sex offender driving such vehicles with children, engaging in what is going out of their way to take this specific path in order to cross path with me. All right, it's the ongoing and what is ritualistic conduct. It's demonic activity, and it's also serving criminal monitoring in violation of existing federal law. And Panera Bread is again a facilitating venue while that directed light is on the ground, and you could see the literal shape of the windows. The window, the whole shape of the window is on the sidewalk. Impossible light. 6XPP826, I believe. 6XPP826, yeah. License plate. They're engaged in the same kind of what I showed you on video, directed light. This is what these demons are doing by the masses, which is not new. I've documented this hundreds of times. 82242X2. This is P.O.C. It is currently 9:09 a.m. Alrighty, the entity engaging in what is maintenance of presence in the bathroom, and this is by an employee. They represent the people of the state in general, but I do want to be clear, Panera Bread itself is engaging in sexual violence in the same way that Panera Bread is, even if it's a third-party patron. Nonetheless, it's the same third party acting on behalf of the state, and they are engaging in what is maintenance of presence in a bathroom. That is understanding the P.O.C. as the sex offender is stalking in the private space. And this is 9:11 a.m. inside of Panera Bread, where the fake sun is over the Panera Bread, directed light surrounds Panera Bread, and is inside of Panera Bread. 9:11 a.m. Alrighty, these demons that are congregating, because that's what this is group stalking inside of Panera Bread, and the entity flashing with directed light inside of the venue after I captured that video at 10:01 a.m., showing what is a fake sun that's directly over my head while I'm inside of the venue. Okay, that's group stalking. And those are demons that are group stalking and touching with directed light while they're sitting around feeding their faces, group stalking in the path. And the entity immediately engages in what is flashing in direct light. That's terrorism inside of the Panera Bread. And you will have the ability to prosecute companies for engaging in that. They're engaged in the state surveillance system, and they're doing so in the name of the state of California. And you're going to break that entire system down and prosecute what our companies participating in, especially as you document it. And what you're documenting is that which is on behalf of the entire entity. 9AKF324 is also engaged in that terrorism group stalking outside of Panera Bread while the entity flashes directed light inside of Panera Bread after I complete that video that I just captured, speaking to what is not the sun over the Upland Public Library at the same time, not over me squarely above my head at that specific intersection at the Montclair Transit Center, not over my head at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts where I remained the day prior to that, and the entity, again, not over the Fontana Lewis Library. That's sure enough. This is speaking to what is stalking with light. Flashing with directed light is stalking with light. Molesting with directed light, as I captured video of this demon-possessed group stalker. This is again, the race of that demon is Caucasian. Let me be clear. You're dealing with demons. Satan doesn't have a race. All right, 7UQX863. There are a bunch of demons that are acting in concert. They're engaging in what is maintaining presence all around while demonic activity is underway. That's how you have what are a bunch of people of different races and ages engaging in the same conduct in a very specific environment. That's a system. All right, and it's speaking to what is concerted activity by those that are of the same condition. These are demons that are affiliated with that condition that they have. And as opposed to what is in the natural, conducting themselves as though they're separate individuals that don't even necessarily know each other. And that's not the case. This is Satan that's using people together. So anyway, that's 10:07. It's 10:07 a.m. and I'm exiting Panera Bread. And that is, I took still images of those demons who are monitoring, engaging in that terrorism. And that's the same venue where they're stalking in the bathroom. That's the sex offender, while the fake sun is over the venue. And pay attention, the part of the building where I'm at, where I'm showing you the fake sun at 10 o'clock, after 10 o'clock in the morning, it's approximately like 10:01 a.m. I believe I captured this video. The entity is keeping a fake sun as I capture on the opposite side where this entity is using what is a demon driving a truck. And I'm showing you what is directed light that's molesting me in the shade. Okay, while they're just in the street, I mean, just blatant. This is the sex offender going to those extremes, and all I'm doing is capturing it on video. That's showing the desperate sex offender. That's showing the obsessed stalker, and it's personified through that light conduct, which is achieving criminal monitoring. While I am capturing that, the fake sun is on an opposite side of the building. Where the side of the building that I'm at the Panera Bread, that's even showing you what is stalking with the light source. It's going to all sides of the building. All right, and as I arrive at 8:35 in the morning on Foothill, the fake sun is over Foothill while I'm facing what is the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. And then I go to Panera Bread, you're seeing it's on that side of the building. And then I'm inside, you see it's on another side of the Panera Bread. All right, and it's remaining 10 o'clock, 8:35. Capturing video after 9 o'clock, and none of that is coexisting with being over the Montclair Transit Center. So let alone the Upland Public Library, and even before that, the Fontana Lewis Library, all right, and so on, because I've been documenting this for years of what is stalking with light, what is stalking by a people, that is group stalking. It is appropriately referred to, as I have termed it, federal group stalking and monitoring, because that's what group stalking is. It's a monitoring system. It's a demonic targeting system. It's 10:09 a.m. We'll document what I captured on video at 10:09 a.m. And 10:10 a.m. is when I start that video, and I'm standing on what is the same property of the Terra Vista Shopping Center and Rancho at Foothill and Haven. And as I capture that video, 10:10 a.m., I'm referencing again what is clearly not over the roof of the Upper Public Library, and that is the sun. Okay, the fake sun. The light source is what's over my head inside of the Upper Public Library, and that's why I'm able to capture in the city of Rancho Cucamonga, standing outside on yet another side of Panera Bread, where you see that light source maintaining a zenith presence above me. And I do capture video of what is, again, showing you what is group stalking, and that's the people of the state who are crossing path. And let me be clear, these same demons that you see on video crossing path in traffic, the entity was amplifying the sound of traffic inside of Panera Bread. I want to document that. While I was speaking to what is group stalking inside of the bathroom of Panera Bread by an employee. That's Panera Bread specifically engaging in sexual violence. But let me be clear, it's not different, because they're engaging in sexual violence while they're monitoring, and the entity is amplifying audible activity inside of the bathroom, while other third parties that are monitoring with Panera Bread enter in the bathroom, patrol around the bathroom, direct the light around the bathroom, the fake sun over the building while you're inside of the bathroom. Panera Bread is equally engaging in a sex offense. But like I said, 70HG500, we'll document that demon. The entity is amplifying the sound of traffic, these demons who are crossing path under the fake sun. And let me be clear, that's the identification of a demon. And this is the entire entity. The same demons that you see crossing path in traffic, this impossible sound of this traffic is heard inside of the bathroom while I'm documenting the presence of a Panera Bread employee inside of that bathroom as well, while she is washing her hands, crossing path, maintaining presence, group stalking in a bathroom. That's a sex offender. That is obsessive and highly demented stalking conduct by an entity. And the entity then amplifies traffic, which you're not going to hear traffic inside of the Panera Bread, and you're not going to hear it inside of the bathroom. This is demonic, okay? And this is what you're seeing while you're looking at them crossing path under the fake sun as I stand outside. What I also want to point out is that Omnitrans crosses path at 10:16 a.m. going westbound on Foothill Boulevard on Omnitrans bus that is at says training bus on the side. This is the signage that they're posting while they are arriving at what is actually the time that the eastbound Omnitrans bus is supposed to arrive, and it's 10:20 a.m. And while I'm capturing this video, you have what is the entity that is by its own published schedule, Omnitrans that is going eastbound to go arrive at 10:17 a.m. at Foothill and Haven, which is where I'm capturing this video. And this is where Omnitrans crosses path and engages in what is loitering relevant position at the bus stop that's going westbound, not going eastbound, where I'm standing, and the bus does not arrive, okay? I just want to document that. It is 10:21 a.m. License 7FTD031, 7KPL943, 8659582. 49346Y1, 7WVY435, 7LDW140, 8UXV736, 8TBF675, 4RQH732, 8CMZ992, 8LDW265, 8JDK020, BF69Y78, paper, this is Nevada, 586N14, 7SHP 484, 7JKP 332, 8RGH 398, 7PLK 869, 8JZA 912, 8FTR 128, 8YKL 053, 7LUY 876, SAVY ROW 8MBC 151, 8ESE 870, 8WNG 600, SGR S, I can't really see the rest of them, 5DTA 473, 8UDG 565, OYECO CO, 8PJV 598, 8TKS 299, 8NSB 816. It's 10:23 a.m. Eight XPK 884, 8 VHA 690, JDMJUKE, ABARTH3, 8CZN 769, 8NGP013, K761MO, 7VX, I can't really see that one, 8NQW619, 8SQT597, 6ZBH401, 8EQT442, 8WTC575, 49332K2, 8WKM580, 8MKZ381, 7THT324, 96328E1, 8JZB307, 6TTB620, 6HWS270, 8GDH812, 'and it's 10:25 a.m. And by the way, all of these minions, including at Barton Plaza, they're group stalking at that venue, maintaining presence, standing around in the parking lot. The entity is crossing path with directed light in the same way I'm showing you still images. They're group stalking at this venue. Again, what I want to speak to, this is Route 66. And the schedule that is, it's currently 10:26 a.m. Today is Saturday. They're speaking about an hourly schedule. And this is what I have. They've posted an hourly schedule. And I have what is the latest version of their bus book also. Okay, so I want to document this. The bus schedule that they have published here is out of date. It does not run hourly, and that is what I stated earlier. And also the buses, the Route 66 bus, as I got on, as I got off of Route 83 earlier this morning, Route 66 was crossing path, and that was again like around, this was before 8 o'clock. It was like 7:44 a.m. Route 66 was crossing path, and I got on the bus before 8:30 in the morning. Okay, so this is not an hourly, well, Route 66 was not crossing path based on an hourly schedule. So I'll say that. But anyway, I do want to document 10:17 a.m. Route 66 on Saturday that's going westbound. So that training bus that I saw, that I documented while I was capturing video, that is Omnitrans that's going westbound. That's the direction. That does arrive at 10:17. So I want to publish that. And Foothill and Haven, I'm on the eastbound side. So that would be 10:37 is the time of arrival for the eastbound side, which is where I'm standing now. Okay, so I do want to speak to what is still 10:28 a.m. So 10:37 has not yet arrived, so I want to publish that, and I do want to speak to what is, again, not any hourly schedule. It's every 30 minutes. And the audible activity, what you'll hear is this minion that's on the bus. As I was pointing it out, like I said, they're monitoring, and this is the bus driver. So, I mean, okay, I'll just say it's not untenable that the bus driver doesn't know the schedule. I mean, I've seen them engage in far less professional standards anyway. So perhaps this employee of the Omnitrans bus route does not know the route that he is driving, but he is agreeing with this minion that's creating audible activity while he is yelling. Okay, he's yelling in directed light, the fake sun's remaining over the bus Route 66 while he's saying, "You guys run once an hour today, right?" Yeah, and the bus driver agrees, and that's false information. But I also want to be clear, it's intentional audible activity creation that is occurring around me for a purpose. And I also want to just speak to that. That's not true. And also Route 66 cross path more frequently than an hour from my getting off the bus, Route 83, and then getting on Route 66, the very bus that I was on. But in addition to that, you have what is the updated schedule, which I have. And this is not in conformity with what they have published at the bus stop. It is not running currently based on this hourly. In the bus book, the current one, the schedule that's updated, it's dated January 3rd, 2022 to May 1st, 2022. These are details that are relevant with regard to, again, documenting, capturing, making sure that you are documenting all the ways that an entity engages in harassment or engages in what is targeted harassment while you are subject to surveillance. Omnitrans represents the people of the state. They are a third party. And I've documented all the ways in which they are indeed engaged in the P.O.C. And this is why I'm going through the detail of what is the updated schedule, the accurate schedule, and literally an employee is agreeing to what is false information while he's driving the bus. He's an employee. He's not just some random third party. None of them are random third parties, actually. They're third parties that's a specific identity of a specific condition in a specific environment. Third party is literally a specific jargon So anyway, but you have, in other words, what's supposed to be in their false universe, their little alternate universe, these clowns, and literally an entire fake environment. I mean, contrary to what you're told about the environment, these demons are engaging in all manner of what is intentionally created audible activity around me, which is false information. And so I'm just looking at the bus book, and I'm also paying attention to the details. And so 10:17 is the correct time, but that was the wrong direction. So Omnitrans correctly, pursuant to their schedule, I'll say that because it's not correct, they're monitoring. But Omnitrans, that is indeed going westbound, arrived pursuant to the schedule. They are also crossing paths while I'm capturing this video. They're monitoring. All right, and they're crossing path. And so Omnitrans, that is going eastbound, which is the side of the street that I'm on, the bus waiting for eastbound, has not yet arrived. The time for that arrival has not come yet. And so I want to publish that. And this is relevant because you're documenting what I am documenting, you are witnessing. And what any person is capable of doing is all the ways in which you can incorporate that prosecution, because there's nothing that's randomly occurring. There are no anomalies. The entity is monitoring together. It is terrorism while the entity uses everything that it has at its disposal. And that's a lot where the people of the state, literally everyone, including companies, are monitoring and harassing you, especially as you document it. So it's relevant for understanding what is the bus schedule. Oh, did the bus show up? Did the bus not show up? What's the bus doing while the show? Oh, they're molesting you? Yeah, they're monitoring. A fake sun's remaining over you? Yeah, they're monitoring. And they're engaging in what is harassing you while you're engaging in documentation, harassing you while you are, again, in their alternate universe, using your phone on what is a public venue, engaging in what is capturing what is literally occurring in public. All right. You're talking about what are hostile demons. All right. So you're going to document all of that. And that's why I'm going through those details. And I'm also publishing what is the actual information as to the bus routes. So that's why I'm going through that rigorous details, and basically details matter. So anyway, for ZRV411 7TNP 992 8YMTQ73 crossing path. It is currently 10:33 a.m. 00809F3, and all of these demons are molesting. All right, understand the objective of the demon-possessed population, third parties and state actors. 7SKR667. Where there is shade, I've shown you the pattern of conduct. Literally, you're witnessing the demonic, while the entity has 8LJZ680 engaged in literally removing shade from underneath structures. Underneath a gigantic tree, it was a beautiful tree, in front of the chiropractor's building off of Laurel. I documented that while the entity kept a fake sun on that day. Again, which is in that conduct that is in out of conformity with ever being, and this is what I'm saying with regard to a specific venue. As I'm isolating the P.O.C, the pattern of conduct, I can capture it anywhere because you're stalking with a fake sun. It is standing out like a sore thumb. All right, and so the entity engages in what is removal of shade, where you are seeking shelter from light. Okay, directed light. The entity glaring, molesting with light. Okay, terrorizing with light. The entity is stalking with light. I've shown you the entity's objective is to molest, keep you covered, follow, stalk, terrorize, in other words, with light. And while you are not covered by light, so for example, standing underneath the bush seating, the covering area, those demons, in order to engage in what is ongoing stalking with light conduct, then engaging in what is molesting with directed light. This is when you'll have an accosting with directed light. That's what these demons are engaging in. While I stand covered under the fake sun, not sitting under the bush shade, they're molesting as well. And that's what you're understanding. It is all stalking with light. It is all sex defense. AESU 587, because these demons supplement that when you're covered by shade by touching you with light. All right, and that's also revealing what is the purpose of keeping a fake sun over you. Because the entity is engaging in, while you hear those breaks, the Omnitrans is molesting. It's 10:35 a.m. This is the purpose of keeping a fake sun over you. It's an ongoing molestation with directed light.
Please have your fare ready. Be fair. Pay your fare. No courtesy rights.
Here we go. Can you see it? This is Omnitrans arriving at 10:35 a.m. and molesting upon arrival under the fake sun, which remains at the bus stop, and it's going to remain over the bus while the bus then departs. All right, it is 10:35 a.m. And this is driven by a female. Hello. This is driven by a female, and it's bus number 1328. And this coach is displaying on the sign now. Employee number 3225.
Heavy metal high gas
That's audible
prices
activity and directed light.
about something to do this sort of thing, why not take the bus? And don't forget to post.
And as you recall, again, where I'm at right now at the same bus stop where I captured video at 8:35 a.m., this is 2 hours later, and the fake sun remains over me at the same bus stop, and the same directed light, while this employee that I got off the bus in front of the same Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, which was to the side, the same placement of this fake sun and the same directed light conduct, also very specific to while I'm over Foothill, and then it's over Panera Bread, following from Panera Bread back to this bus stop, and the fake sun is over me, and that ongoing directed light molestation by Omnitrans. All right, this is 10:36 a.m. That is speaking to, again, 10:31 a.m. I'm in Chino, in front of McDonald's on Central Avenue. This is not the sun, not possibly the sun, and that's not even sunlight, all right? But I've gone even further and shown you that's not possibly the sun while it's over me in Chino in the same manner at the same time. The same with regard to being inside of the Upland Public Library at 10:30 a.m. That's not possibly the sun while I'm inside of the study room. I walk out of the study room, show you the fake sun over the roof. That's not possibly the sun while I'm in Montclair, showing you the fake sun. It's directly over my head as I remain at the Montclair Transit Center. All right, this is a violent sex offender representing the people of the state, and it's the same exact pattern of conduct, and the fake sun now moving as I am moving on the Omnitrans bus. All right, from the same bus stop where the fake sun remains over me at 8:35 a.m. getting off of this bus. All right, it's 10:37 a.m. This is P.O.C. 8 VJE 651.
Single fathers, single mothers, or two-parent households with or without permanent housing.
This is audible activity. They use it to engage in stalking with activity. Indirect light under the fake sun. It's 10:38 a.m.
7025.
We're passing Spruce. We're on Foothill Boulevard still. This is Route 66 that's going eastbound.
Thank you. 66. Please have your fare ready. Be fair. Say your fare. No courtesy rates.
SLR 908. This minion's phone rings with simultaneity to my new movement, 7RJS571. I've documented this before. Communication devices used almost in a manner that's analogous to like motion detectors, especially as I was inside of Tracy Banks's third-party facilitating venue where she lives at inside of not West Valley. That's another state facilitating venue. Inside of Woodside Senior. And the entity would stalk with audible activity creation using communication devices. So her phone would sound off while even she's in another room at the same time I would engage in any movement. That's demonic activity using communication devices, by the way, and it is similar to what are like motion detectors. The moment I move, engage in new activity, it's the same conduct of stalking with audible activity and using their phones to do so. That's what you're listening to, and does so as I picked up my drink, take a drink, and I place it down, and I hesitate to do so. This is a new movement, making any false moves, following with audible activity, and that is the use of a communication device to do so. Indirect light and under the fake sun, it is the P.O.C. It's demonic conduct. It's 10:41 a.m. We're at Elm and Foothill Boulevard. MAW 324, and that was the conduct, by the way, of, for example, Eric Corey Spencer. That's Tracy Banks' son, and Tracy Banks. While I was, this is something that I observed while they were engaging in the methods of how are you following with methods of audible activity creation inside of her apartment. That was 8MNS089. That was a highly exercised tactic. Their communication device is sounding off with simultaneity to what I was doing. Okay, and that doesn't stop when you're in the bathroom, and it's not an ongoing coincidence, especially, nor is it an ongoing coincidence in the specific environment. Documentation, the entity keeping a fake sun over Woodside's senior apartment, literally the apartment that I was inside of. Captured video of that. That's what the entity was doing day in and day out. Again, documentation that already exists, out of conformity, which is going to ever be over the Woodside Senior Apartment, number 51, while it's remaining over the Fontana Lewis Library all day long. And by all day, I mean all day, from my arrival early in the morning until the evening after 6 p.m. At no point is it over the Woodside Senior Apartments. It's remaining in Ontario. It's remaining anywhere visible over apartment 51, which is the case, as I documented it. All right, so this is Stalking with Light. It has nothing to do with time of year, movement of the sun. These are scientific facts that surround the quote-unquote sun as we know it, our universe, this environment that we're surrounded by. But this Stalking with Light conduct is demonic. It is speaking to what is an impossible occurrence and out of conformity with what is the definition of this supposed star, the sun, and the conduct of keeping it over me, which is out of conformity with the rules of nature. All right, and these rules, these scientific facts are those that have been parroted to us about the environment. All right, it's out of conformity with that. This is abnormal. All right, hence fake sun. That's exactly why I call it that, because it's not possibly the sun, and it's not at any time while I'm not even on any street in Ontario, over at any time of the day, over the
if possible,
Woodside Senior Apartments, directly above the apartment, over my head is where I captured it, Woodside Senior Apartments. That's what the entity was doing with the fake sun while I remained at her apartment, subject to the P.O.C. It's 10:43 a.m. XZU 993, 6UTW 345, 8PJV 598, 8WDU 280, 8RJC 419, I believe. McLean is group stalking at Victoria Gardens, specifically at 12357 Suite A, Ortho Mattress, using that truck stalking in the path where the bus also stops for a bus requested stop. This is P.O.C.
Please have your fare ready.
This is P.O.C. It's 10:44 a.m.
Say your fare. No courtesy rates.
Alrighty, 1404972, bus 1328, that's Omnitrans. License 40895P2, I believe. And McLean is engaging in what is the pattern. While demons are on the bus surrounding me, engaging in surveillance, they're acting together. You have what is surrounding where the bus stop is, that's stalking in the path with light. That's what McLean is engaging in, doing so in the parking lot between Longhorn and Ortho Mattress, okay? The fake sun is right over my head. I captured that in a still image. And it is 10:43 a.m. as I get off of that bus. And license, I'm also at what is the intersection of Day Creek and Foothill Boulevard. This is Victoria Gardens. 8XPU 595, 16581V2, 6RLP 704, 8KPW 166, 8TDC 010, 6TDC 323, 5Y01 908, 7JCP 797, 7WKL 832, 7WWJ 576. 8A58374. So let me point out some more things about this company, McLean. So I'll document them. They're engaging in what is group stalking while I'm on the bus, subject to the pattern of conduct. They're stalking the path with light. That's a demon operating that commercial vehicle. 6DIM616. They are also crossing path while I remain at the bus stop at the Barton Plaza location where the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court location is. They are crossing path at that street as well this morning, okay? And this is the same McLean that I documented while I am, and this is April 17th, while I am at Ramona in Montclair. And the entity is keeping a fake sun over that very intersection. Yeah, that intersection that I documented where I'm remaining in the Upland Public Library since then at that time, and the entity is keeping a fake sun over the Upland Public Library. But nonetheless, the entity is keeping the light source over that intersection where McLean is at the 7-Eleven, which is what I documented. That's the same company. All right. 8DFR161. And it's carried by what is Ryder, US.917131, and the front license plate, P956299. That's Illinois. And the McLean, that's driven by a white male. And the back license plate of McLean, who is also dragging directed light. This is terrorism. License plate T5468. T546871. That's the McLean license plate on the back of that truck. 8XFU662. It is 10:46 a.m. Alrighty, license 8VQV001 4933-2K2 8EDA010 6RPJ219 7M19080 8SGR318 DK130 handicap 7RZL048 8LKX803 20772E2 8WVA111 7YVW806 8RSP510 22853C3. It's 10:51 a.m. Capturing video at 10:46, showing you what's a fake sun that's not anywhere over Montclair today. It's directly over my head though, while I'm in Rancho Cucamonga at the Victoria Gardens at 10:46, which is impossible to exist at the same time. And in addition to what is at the same time I'm documenting at Mercy House, I'm documenting on Foothill Boulevard on April 8th, 2022, where I remain at Foothill and Hellman. And the entity kept the fake sun as I went to DMV, right? I got on Route 85. I was in Upland at 7:50 in the morning, the same location where I was at this morning. The entity keeping a fake sun over me, out of conformity with being on Route 61 at the same time, and it's at the Ontario airport at 7:50 a.m. Nonetheless, I'm documenting what is the P.O.C. and these demons at what is Victoria Gardens, 44063S1 is a demon. All right, engaging in what is group stalking, doing so on behalf of the state. And this is revealing the demon-possessed populations, those that live in the hood, as you would term it, and those that live driving around in white Mercedes-Benz stalking me. Demons, 8RIK046, living in the suburbs, engaging in what is demonic conduct, state surveillance, then the entity engaging in that easily through the people of the state, who are numerous. All right, group stalking is about the environment that it's occurring in, and that's how you are able to engage in what is stalking as a people, 8ADP933, 7BGT492, and stalking as a people that are of a specific condition, engaging in what is facilitating conduct, not coincidentally. All right, 11768B3 FedEx group stalking. 8YWZ039, and doing so while they are also engaging in what is conduct that's demonstrating their demon possession, and that's the directed light. All right, so you're talking about the entity's pattern of conduct as I'm capturing video at 10:46 a.m. and I'm reminding you about my placement, my location where I remain in Montclair, fake sun directly over me where I remain, where the entity's stalking by planes, where the entities keep flying over me where I'm at Montclair Transit Center by plane and helicopter, all right, and directed light. This is the ongoing pattern. All right, so it's currently 10:53 a.m. This is P.O.C. CC19V84 paper on a dark green Corvette. TTFN75 7KNM 469 4PEN170 7GJD 366 8 U.S.C 872 7DEH 551 CC44B73 paper 6XYG 698 stalking with directed light 5X49917 6GAR 162 7DEW 191 34208L1 8TWR 065 8PQN 295 56302P2 8HLF 357 8KLB 931 8SUG 833 7BMK 142 32532H1 7VOT 252 8KIT 273 8CCT 452 5SZE 669 7NGD 067 8YSC 075 8PQN 295 8XEB 087 8WRY 511 molesting, all of them together with directed light. All right, engaging in this, and this is again the demons that are over here at Victoria Gardens. Okay, demonic activity, sex offenders prosecuted uniformly. 8XWD 545 8PIT 217 sex offenders group stalking. 8BRJ 931 all of them molesting. 8XBK 419 8LCX166. BG28804 paper, molesting. It's 10:55 a.m. 7HTR019. 8XQP659. HLYSRT, molesting, sex offenders, all of them. All right, this is a minion with a license plate that identifies a nurse. That nurse is a demon and she's stalking. She's engaged in group stalking. Terrorism. License 8RQY832. 7VKF102, engaging in the same directed light conduct under what is an entire cartoon environment, okay? While bearing on that vehicle that she's a nurse, some sort of hero, okay? You're known by what you do. And what she's doing is called group stalking. It is the worst of the worst, cockroach of humanity. And as opposed to how minions will portray themselves, especially on the internet and even to the public while you're bearing that license plate on your car, engaging in federal group stalking monitoring, which I'm going to document to prosecute you. License plate P33OSO. And it's 10:57 a.m. Seven EHF 321. 7XMF 677. And let's just go the similar route, for example, on April 8th, 2022, where I'm at the bus stop for Route 66. I have not yet gotten on the bus. I pretty much get on the bus as soon as I finish that video because the bus arrives. And this is approximately 10:48 a.m. I captured the video today at 10:46 a.m. where I am already advanced west beyond that bus stop. And not only that, the entity is keeping a fake sun as I also capture video while I'm on the bus of Route 66 on April 8, 2022. And the fake sun remains over Foothill Boulevard, remains over me on Foothill Boulevard, remains over the passenger side of the bus where I am located on Foothill Boulevard as we are remaining for the duration of that ride on Route 66. It's never venturing out like I am as I'm walking down Day Creek, and the fake sun is moving over me as I walk in the direction north, which is, again, all you're doing is paying attention to what's already documented, in addition to what's not ever going to occur anyway. The entity is keeping a fake sun as I remain stationary in Fontana inside Upland Public Library while I'm in Chino, while I'm inside of the Chino Branch Library, and also present walking down the street, documenting the entity that's keeping a fake sun, which I'll document right now. All right, capturing video at 10:58 a.m., 10:59 a.m. License 5NTU046, I believe. It's a sex offender. The entity is engaging in molestation while they are not only group stalking, because that's the conduct of demons who are engaging in the system, but it's also the conduct of a hostile demon, because they're listening to every word that I'm gathering, and also hostile to the fact that I'm even here and showing you again what is an impossible occurrence, that this light source over me is the sun at any time of year, at any time of day. Maintaining this zenith presence, whereas I am speaking to all the locations where I am at the same time, showing you what is stalking with a light source that is ignorantly referred to as the sun. And by ignorantly, I mean just basing what your knowledge is on the environment, about the universe, about what is over your head in the sky space, based on what we're told, which I understand it, but it is speaking to what is these same scientific facts are those that you are paying attention to when I'm showing you what is stalking with the light source that's not possibly the sun, because broken down plainly in the video that I just captured again at 10:59 a.m., that is not the sun that is hovering over the computer lab in the city of Fontana, over the Fontana Lewis Library. That's the computer lab that faces Arrow Boulevard. And the light source is hovering directly over that window at that same exact moment, which I capture on video for you to see as I pierce out that window through the blinds, and you see the fake sun right there over my head. And at the same time, I also documented while I was in Chino outside of Landeros' law office, a minion, a third-party facilitating venue, where I'm also being molested in the same way that these demons, such as CHETROI, are touching. G479MO. License DUXWIN1. 2VMG990. Sex offenders, okay? Engaging in what is molesting with directed light while they're crossing path. They're engaging in the criminal conduct in an ongoing sex offense while they know they're being documented. That's a violent sex offender. That is a very violent and threatening, unlawful threat by an entity engaging in what is interstate stalking on behalf of the state. And that's what they're doing while I captured this video at 10:59 a.m. where I am at Victoria Arbors in between Victoria Gardens. FedEx is group stalking in this video. The fake sun is directly above my head. What is referred to as being in its zenith, which is impossible while it's over the computer lab window. I'm piercing out the blinds as I document this at 10:58 in the morning. And you see what is, again, the mark of demon possession, in addition to the fake sun, the directed light that sprawls out across the ceiling of that venue, inside of that computer lab. You have what is the entity keeping a fake sun over me while I'm also in Chino, and that's what I'm reminding you about, 87677K2. And the entity is engaging in what is aiming directed light 12185B2 while they are stalking in the path, okay? So I want you to see that. That is a demon license plate JTCX5. This is a Latino male, and this is group stalking at what you would call supposed to be the classy Victoria Gardens. There are a bunch of low-class demons who are stalking. All right, they're violent sex offenders, and they're doing so 8GGN595, I believe. They're doing so while they know exactly who I am. These are demons. You can live in whatever neighborhood you want, be whatever race. Just what I'm telling you, that is absolutely irrelevant to understanding what is this demonic system. And this demonic system is revealing to you what is ongoing, and this is demonic conduct. The demon possessed engaging what is stalking as an entity, 7ZON994, and that stalking as an entity is that which is occurring on behalf of the state. The state is engaging in operating this system, all right? And the state is, again, using every single last type of method that you can fathom. Companies, businesses, where you are, by businesses I mean locations as opposed to what you see in the video, for example, the minion that is operating a FedEx vehicle, they're stalking. They're stalking, and the fake sun and the directed light is the evidence of that. It's impossible that that is the sun. You are in that environment because you are engaging in what is maintenance of presence on behalf of the state that's engaged in and heavily documented engaging in stalking directly, and that is stalking vicariously. It is currently 11:09 a.m. License plate, directed light across PF chains. This is the demon, 7XXG027. 7XKG027, this lily white minion, crossing path, group stalking, and that's a demon engaging in that. They're monitoring at Corner Bakery Cafe, monitoring at JCPenney, group stalking while they're these old wrinkly bag of bones with liver spots, group stalking, directed light, demons alike, okay? 6WCF456. There is nothing high class or sophisticated about the demon possessed, they're stalking. All right, you can go into the ghetto, the dirty hood in Compton, whatever you think is supposed to be some reflection of what evil or where it's more likely to exist, different, okay? And this is speaking to what is, again, absolutely demented conduct by a demon-possessed population, that there is no distinction amongst them with regard to what is race. These superficial differences that we make amongst ourselves that are also perpetuated through society in order to maintain that mindset that you have, whereas Satan is using every single last one of them. Okay, 8FWL956, demon, 8G47B06 paper plate on a Toyota RAV4, I believe, and that's a demon, directed light the same, stalking me. Okay, it is 11:10 a.m. Alrighty, the priority I am by these old white folks, 7HVV910, 9AMP063. So sad, so sad, so weird. Okay, terrorism. This is we're gonna prosecute. This is how the U.S. is engaging in terrorism out here. They're not bombing you; they're stalking you, keeping you under surveillance. And doing so as an entirely demented entity. License 8WRY511. Those countries where they are engaging in such egregious conduct, outright murdering and killing their own citizens. Let me be clear: this is the same demonic entity. They're engaging in the pattern of conduct in a different way. All right, so I want to be clear, you're engaging in what is demonic activity. Evil has many faces, if you will. But I'm speaking, why am I making this alignment between such countries? Because the reality is that the United States is not so noble. It is not so different. All right, this is terrorism, DC 746 handicap that is underway through those who are supposedly free in this country. These are American citizens who are stalking, violating your constitutional rights with the government. engaging in violating your constitutional rights on behalf of the government and doing it in plain sight while we are supposedly abiding by what's supposed to be a constitution in this country. Group stalking is where the entity is engaging in violating your rights just in plain sight, and this is upon knowledge of it. All right, this is what's going on even if you're not aware of it. But the entity that is then documenting the American citizen that's, monitoring that the American citizen that's documenting it, this is all manner of what is a psychopath. All right, and that's what's so absurd. That's what's so preposterous. That's what's so striking and so violative of the conduct. You're doing it to one who knows that you're doing it in plain sight. You think you're not going to get away with that? 8MO3311. And this is literally what the government is doing. It's doing it through the people, those who are supposedly bound by the same government, and they're stalking you, threatening you, monitoring you. 7LVB443, 8WJX209, 5TBY494, 7MHV445. And it is currently, by the way, 11:13 a.m. Demon stalking in the path with light. License 8FUJ349. All right, this demon monitoring 7WHG626 molesting and 8FUJ349 is monitoring with, what is the name of this venue? Are you a store?
It's a restaurant.
Oh, it's a restaurant? What's it called?
Brio?
Brio? They're monitoring. All right, the fake sun is right over Brio while this demon is pacing back and forth delivering flowers, stalking in the path with light activity. Okay, and this is Victoria Gardens. It is currently 11:14 a.m. Stalking in the path with light activity. No traffic obstructing his ability to drive.
So that's what I...
Doing so while the fake sun is right over Brio, driving a dark blue Range Rover. This is a male. Beard. Tattoo on his left arm, upper arm, 88JN023 is a license plate. Monitoring with crossing path with directed light. Demons, 8VHK472. And the fake sun is over Brio. That's what they call it. Yeah, Brio. Let me get that. And that is at 11:15 in the morning. This is P.O.C. The same exact conduct of stalking in the path with light. It does not make a difference where these demons are at. So, like I said, 8XEN967. It is currently 11:15 at Victoria Gardens, where the fake sun follows me from Foothill as then I walk north on Day Creek, remaining directly over me while it's over the Brio restaurant inside of the Victoria Gardens property as I stand there. That's P.O.C. 7WWF671, 8YXH286, 698H751, 8UDG864, excuse me, 8VZW806, 74756J1. Molesting, 74756J1, that's a demon. 7LVB443, they're molesting as well. They're the same entity. While one demon is touching you in an impossible manner, that is the identification of the rest of them. They're doing so pursuant to the same system, and they're monitoring as one. License 8XEE891, amplified audible activity and directed light, also molesting. 8YOS428, excuse me. 8YOS428. 8RHB398, 7EIZ230, CC37P12, paper plate, molesting. They're demons that are pacing, going in opposite direction. Fake sun remains over my head, and they're crossing path with directed light. This is demonic activity at Victoria Gardens. This is, in other words, terrorism at Victoria Gardens. 4BRANDS. VFORCE. License 07429. That's on a black Corvette. 8PHJ6397HDF009. 20585H3 8ETD113. I think I read that one. 7JBG418. 8ZYH136, and they're demons that are pacing around with directed light all over the buildings. This demon dragging directed light across the food hall, across the King's Fish House. I'm standing over here by the Gold's Gym at 12367. That's the address inside of Victoria Gardens. It is P.O.C. They're pacing all around. And let me be clear, everybody that's working at Victoria, they're all monitoring. This is facilitation. 8LIU677, molesting. 4JOZE, DBK 5120, Texas. 8VSA692, excuse me. 50796X1. They're engaged in the very conduct that I showed you at Panera Bread. Totally disconnected. This is you're witnessing the demonic as I'm showing you this demon that's in a truck beside the vehicle, and I'm in the shade and light moving all around. Touching on my person. It's focused on where I'm standing. 8LKJ745. It's occurring while the fake sun is over my head. That's exactly what they're engaging in at Victoria Gardens. It doesn't make a difference. It doesn't make a difference what the zip code is at all. All right, it's demonic. And this is speaking to a massive system. This system is underway everywhere. $8PQZ432, 50796X1, 8RQP279, 8VDT848, and it's speaking to what is again following street for street and turn for turn, 7UHL694 by an entity. They're all stalking, following around. People doing that together. They're demons that are doing that. 6Y98749. That is terrorism. And I'm just capturing it in methods of what is documentation so that you are understanding what is group stalking. And it is that which is occurring amongst a people regardless of the exact location that you're going to. And that's what I've shown, that's the specific environment, which is occurring everywhere that you go. BV16A32, paper, 94443K1, 8FWJ778, 8WAT580, 8UNF479, 9AWH810, 8VMS049, 47756V2, 7YTP238, 8BMU033, and CC33K67, 1306, hold on, 1306OB3, 8WAS059, CYC89, and they're engaging in criminal summoning, BM33J08. And this is literally pharmacy board shop, electric game box, laser away at 12439, King's Fish Taco, the food hall. This is the Rancho Victoria Grapefruit. This is the venue at 12448. This mini crossing path with the paper plate, I already read their license plate. They're engaged in criminal summoning. Criminal summoning is grounds of federal prison. Okay, 20585H3 is pacing back and forth. They're doing so while the fake sun remains over me. All right, license 8EDY239. Cold Stone Creamery over here as well. This is this particular street that I'm walking on where they're monitoring, and that's the fire department that's creating audible activity. I'm in Rancho Cucamonga. Rancho Cucamonga does have a fire department, the blue colored trucks. That's amplified audible activity. 8VCW533, 7MYZ083. That's criminal summoning by the enemy while they're crossing path under a fake sun in directed light. 7PZD520, 8VAR861, 7ALG067, 41982P2. Brink Security crossing path, M369EO, 8AWS585, and 40038K3, 2836R43, paper. Brinks is maintaining light activity in the middle of the driveway for Victoria Gardens. This is where the yard house is. Capture that, group stalking by that company, 13464X2. Capture that at 11:22 a.m. All right, that is literally a company that is they're supposedly doing something so important. Those are demons that are group stalking in the path under the fake sun that's right over my head on the grounds of the Victoria Gardens, 8GLV261, where demons are stalking with directed light in the same way that I'm showing you at Panera Bread. This is the same exact directed light conduct. You do not have any stature of appearing of being anything other than a demon that's in a Brinks vehicle facilitating criminal conduct, while that same demonic environment remains and you're facilitating it. That's a demon stalking in the path with light, which is no longer over Brio. It's right here over me while I'm standing in front of Yard House. This is Forever 21, Sephora, Nestle Toll House, the W. Chafee building. This is P.O.C. License, directed light, ROBYOTE, monitoring, and the license plate of Brinks Security, facilitation. Alrighty, license plate. It's the same exact iteration of the, the same exact pattern of conduct. They literally parked in the middle of the walkway here, directed light while demons such as 8BPJ976 with the U.S.C. Emblem on their license plate, a demon crossing path, directed light across the Brinks vehicle while that demon drives by. The fake sun is over my head. Brinks security is creating flashing light in the path while demons are patrolling in their vehicles, engaging in that demonic conduct. License 2756328, that's Indiana for Brinks security. It is currently 11:24 a.m. Hello. Do you work here?
Yes.
Where are you security?
Yes.
What do you call it? Event secure?
Yeah.
What's the event today?
They have like a flea market here. They're selling shoes, clothes, makeup products. Snacks,
okay.
A little bit of everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. What's your name? Juan. Thanks, Juan. Juan's with Event Secure. He's monitoring. I just wanted to document that. But he's also giving information. Let me be clear, in the same way that the farmers market in Upland, the farmers market in Ontario, for example, the Route 66, I've given you what are different names that demons call their events where the fake sun remains over, amplified audible activity, the same exact pattern of conduct. That's exactly what this is, and I'll show you the fake sun that's right here over me while these demons are maintaining this flea market. While the entity stalks with the environment, this is the facilitation of the ability for everyone to engage in the P.O.C, and that's what they're doing now while they're having this little event. Alrighty, and I did capture that. It's 11:25 a.m. This is the P.O.C at Rancho Cucamonga, and these minions are maintaining presence and doing so while the entity follows with a whole environment. And that is the fake sun, which you see clearly. I captured that in images right above the venue. This is speaking to what is the pattern of conduct that's underway, as opposed to what minions want to call it. You can call it whatever you want. It is the P.O.C. This is a demon that's stalking with audible activity and directed light. I have a question. Yeah, the computer froze over here. Did something happen? It's 12:28 p.m. The timer stopped, the screen went blank, and everything just stopped working.
Oh, darn.
This is Ethernet, right?
What's that?
This is Ethernet, right? I mean, it's correct.
Yeah,
okay.
but the computer sometimes run a little hot, so I think they may have just locked up.
No, it's pretty cool. Sorry, let me get out your way.
Let's see.
Yeah, it occurs as I'm uploading information.
Oh, were you like uploading a file or something? Yeah, you know what? I think it just got caught up. What I may have you do is switch to a different one if this one's giving you trouble for the uploads. You can try and see if it'll sort of, yeah, it looks like it's totally locked up though. Yeah, let me go ahead and just move you to a different one. I think this one might just be having specific issues.
Okay, you're not able to restart it?
Yeah, well, I'm going to restart it too. But what I'm worried about is that if you try the upload process again, it'll freeze on you again.
Because they're monitoring.
So.
Okay.
But you're more than welcome to stay here if you want and give it a second try. If not, we can move you to a different one if it gives you trouble again.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
I'll just let this one restart.
Oh, okay.
Let me see if it's coming on.
Okay, thank you. And what's your name again?
Jason.
Thank you, Jason. All right, this is P.O.C. It's 12:30 p.m. This is monitoring. That's there's no malfunction. The entity is maintaining direct the light source, pacing in the computer lab. This is ongoing demonic activity, and that is 12:30 p.m. This is ongoing obstruction while the entity is monitoring the documentation as I'm publishing it onto the internet. This is P.O.C. 1:08 p.m. I just want to document the entities surrounding the supposedly quiet zone in the computer lab. And again, this is the Rancho Cucamonga Paul A. Blaine library with ongoing banging, loud noises. And these are demons that they're just sitting around monitoring in the computer lab and surrounding with what is loud noises as I'm publishing the documentation onto the internet. It's 1:08 p.m. This is, again, while they engage in that, they're doing it in direct light. The fake sun is over the venues I captured. And this is in real-time reaction to what they're monitoring that I'm publishing online. Okay, it's 1:08 p.m. This is P.O.C. This is demonic activity. 1:16 p.m. Stalking with activity. Alrighty, that's what I'm documenting. Still images inside the computer lab. Demons. And so then posing a question results in the same crossing of path conduct. This is the objective of demons in direct light. And this same extra thirsty demon whose close-up image I captured, pacing around me and then sitting in the rail in front of me, pacing around in directed light, and engages in what is posing a question for the demon that works here to cross path. They're doing so stalking with activity together. 1:17 p.m. What they are currently monitoring is my activity on YouTube. This is noise and engineered light. Conversation, audible activity, and engineered light. P.O.C. It's 1:18 p.m. These are the demons that are touching with directed light outside of the walls of the library. All right. And they're touching inside also while the entity places directed light inside of the venue. But I want to be clear, these are the same psychopaths molesting outside and then they're just inside of a building monitoring. Psychopaths. P.O.C. All right, capturing for you what is group stalking inside of the Paul Bean Library, City of Rancho Cucamonga. The entity engaging in what is amplified audible activity, which is also occurring pursuant to what I do as I do it, that is stalking with audible activity, and what is engineered light. I did capture a short video showing what is the maintenance of presence in this engineered light, where the demon possessed are engaging in what is moving around, changing seats, entering and exiting, sliding the chairs as you hear. It's audible activity. All of them drag chairs, by the way, instead of picking them up and placing. I'm not making this much noise when I'm moving in and out of the chair. These are demons that engage in activity creation while they're in engineered light. And as I also showed you what are the lights that are through the ceiling. That's not going to create multiple shadows. And you can see what I have more than one shadow in different directions. And this is the light activity that they are intentionally pacing in and out of. So it is 1:49 p.m. This is group stalking inside of the venue. This is P.O.C. Already showing you what is surveillance sitting outside of the entryway where demons are pacing in and out, maintaining ongoing audible activity. And as I'm documenting the noise that's heard inside of the computer lab, which would be through the walls, this is impossible audible activity. It's demonic conduct. The entity surrounds me with noise and engineered light. And these demons are sitting outside, maintaining presence in the hallway. This is surveillance. This is surrounding conduct. This is what I captured at 1:55 p.m. What you're also going to pay attention to is maintaining presence outside of a bathroom. That's a sex offender while they're monitoring. All right, it is 1:56 p.m. All right, capturing the fake sun at 1:59 p.m. right over my head in front of the venue, the state facilitating venue, City of Rancho Cucamonga, Paul Bean Library, a venue that I have never been to before. And this is significant with regard to what I'm showing you inside. This is relevant positioning, maintaining presence in the hallway where the entity is amplifying noise, where the entity is placing directed light, where the entity's fake sun is present, where the entity is engaging in stalking with noise creation. This is the P.O.C. And that's what I just captured at 1:59 p.m. While I'm in Rancho Cucamonga, if you recall my documentation, I'm in Montclair as I documented on April 17, 2022 at the same time. And for purposes of illustrating, witnessing what is the demonic, the demon possessed, the people in that environment, the demonic environment, the light source, the directed light, the stalking with audible activity, stalking in the path conduct, you're witnessing what is demonic activity. So it's that's what I captured in video, and that video lasts about 4 to 5 minutes long, and this is significant with regard to the images of those minions, because that's what they are. These are demons that are getting up and entering and exiting, coming in, and their form is using the computer. What else are you going to do in there? Standing there and hold a microphone. We're here stalking America. No, federal group stalking and monitoring is a matter of public corruption. They are engaging in the criminal conduct in plain sight right in front of you, but it is a matter of understanding the significance of the environment that you're surrounded by. That's how you're identifying the stalker, and the stalker that is demon possessed, which is terrorism. While they're stalking in the path, while they, in whatever capacity, no employee has any legal argument with regard to federal group stalking and monitoring. This is revealing what is a system that is embedded for the purpose of the ease with which an entity can engage in monitoring you, and doing it in ways that are vicariously accomplished on behalf of a government that's placing you under surveillance. And so in that same regard, with regard to that, in that same regard, that level of malice that is evidenced by that very pattern of conduct is the same evidence with which you're going to prosecute, and there is no legal argument from that. Indeed, the fake sun itself, the directed light itself, is present for that criminal system. And claiming that you're here under any circumstances, you're making a delivery, oh, you're engaging for, you're present for security for an event, oh, you're doing childcare, you're on shift subbing in for somebody else who called off today, under a fake sun and indirected light is the P.O.C. All right, and the people of the state are engaging in that pattern of conduct and doing so at a venue that I have never been to before, the Paul A. Bryan Library, City of Rancho Cucamonga. This is speaking to what is absolutely impossible, because the actual sun is not over me at the Starbucks in the parking lot at Ramona and Hope Boulevard in Montclair, California, or at the intersection as I stood there at Ramona Avenue and Hope Boulevard in Montclair, and also right here at the entrance, directly above the tree, which you can see by the shadow. There's no misperception of depth and distance. It's not over some intersection in Montclair at the same time while it's hovering over the tree with that shadow showing you it's directly above my head, which I have been showing is indeed the presence. I'm not confused about where this light source is. That's why I started documenting it, because this is absolute impossible with regard to what this light source is, and it's speaking directly to the demons who surround. And so revealing their demon possession is revealing the environment that they are in. That environment that they're in, they are deliberately in, and it shall be to the prosecution of an entire entity. And that is speaking to, again, today as I go to Victoria Gardens. Like I said, you can juxtapose that with going to whatever you want to call the hood, where those who perhaps you liken with criminal conduct are engaging. No, and it has nothing to do with that. The demon possessed are of the same condition. Okay, whether you want to call one some dirty bum versus some lily white demon who was molesting me the same with directed light, they're both puppets of Satan. And that's what you need to understand. And that's what I'm going to be prosecuting the people of the state uniformly. This is the state's pattern of conduct. This is what Satan is engaging in through a people, every single last one, indiscriminately. No age, no socioeconomic status is any relevant factor whatsoever. I'm showing you what the factors are. It's the environment. It's the stalking with audible activity, stalking in the path conduct. You are engaging in surveillance where a fake sun and direct light is present, even capturing it inside of the venue. That is the P.O.C. And you do not have a legal argument. You do not have a legally relevant argument with regard to the prosecution of that pattern of conduct on behalf of the state. That is, as a matter of evidence, directly underway. And these are demons that are engaging in psychopath conduct with knowledge of every move that I make, as they engage in conduct seeking to stalk with activity, like the old biddy that I showed you. She's sitting in the computer lab. She's extra thirsty when I showed you. I even captured a video of her pacing around me, and she's looking directly at me, focused on me while she's pacing around. And there's nothing that I'm doing that should be causing her attention, but you'll see in the video at 12:27 p.m. she's focused on me because she knows that I'm documenting as I'm capturing camera. She's not even in front of my camera yet. I'm turning on my camera because I'm getting ready to capture her while she's walking behind group stalking. All right, so she is engaging in the extra thirst of the demons who act collectively in the same regard, with knowledge of the fact that they're being documented. This is capturing what is impunity. It is capturing what is psychopath level conduct. It is in no way what is persuasive, which is the form that the people of the state rely on. They don't have any form. You're talking about what is showing a psychopath under a fake sun and hoping that you don't realize that it's there. You're talking about what is capturing the conduct of a sex offender while they are group stalking in the path and hoping that you're unaware of the fact that you're surrounded with directed light, that the entity is literally channeling in all manner of what is audible activity for purposes of monitoring in that private space, which is a sex offender. All right. Any sex offender placing any sort of mechanism so that they can hear you and engage in what is invasion of your privacy in a bathroom, it does not change. It's even worse because that's what the government is doing. Maintaining surveillance in a private space, doing so while a demon-possessed entity engages in that conduct is even worse. So you're understanding what is terrorism, whilst invasion of privacy is underway by an entity acting in concert with impunity. Okay, obsessive stalking conduct into bathrooms. So anyway, this is prefacing what I captured in still images, and this is the pattern of conduct that is underway today while I'm at this venue, the city of Rancho Cucamonga, Paul A. Bayan Library, and this is a state facilitating venue. It is the city of Rancho Cucamonga. So it's 2:11 p.m. Just engaging in what is surveillance, sitting in the private space, sitting in relevant position to the private space, or sitting in directed light and operational communication devices and maintaining relevant positioning. So this is where I'm stepping out. I took images and video. I stepped out of the computer lab because I want you to see the environment where I'm capturing pictures of the entity that is group stalking. And this is surveillance while the entity engages in loitering. All right. So you're understanding. Let me point this out by loitering, because the government is engaging in what is surveillance, group stalking through a people. You do not have any right to, for example, clock into work. All right. This is speaking to what is the state's malice. And you're going to be prosecuted with that state. The entity is relying on the face of the people. So you're relying on what is your First Amendment individual basis of being present at any facilitating venue. You know, you're not at work. You're in a relevant position, and you don't have a right to do so. And they're also doing that while they're group stalking with audible activity, stalking with light, directed light inside of where it is that you're working, but you're relying on the fact that you're there to get a paycheck, but you're in directed light. No. And this is what I'm speaking to. You're loitering in relevant position, whatever it is that your form is. You are in the specific environment. This is where the government is present. You are no longer present. You don't have any First Amendment basis. This is what I'm speaking to. And so loitering in relevant position is speaking to what is surveillance. You're engaging in surveillance inside or outside and around a bathroom. You're engaging in, which is an entire sex offender, okay? And this is what the entity is doing for purposes of maintaining ongoing monitoring inside of that private space, around that private space, which is inside of a facilitating venue where that specific environment is also maintained. This is why I'm able to capture directed light. And they're literally sitting and working, walking through, which is pacing, patrolling and pacing around and while they are listening. So you need to understand the layers of the psychopath conduct, right, which is prosecuted as terrorism. And so that's what I'm speaking to with regard to loitering. You don't have a right to engage in group stalking on behalf of the state, which is the system underway. The system is underway such that the people of the state are supposed to be all around you, and you don't have any way of identifying the fact that they're stalking you, which would be the allegation of the ordinary target individual. All right, they are stalking, and you do not have any First Amendment basis, meaning you don't have any legal relevant argument. In other words, you are not in any way avoiding a federal prosecution as the people of the state while you are present in the venue that is the state of California, engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring via the people, okay, who then in and of themselves have demonstrated they're violent sex offenders. They are highly demented, obsessively engaged in group stalking conduct, which is demonic. All right, this is terrorism that they're engaged in, while they themselves demonstrate it, even though I've shown it through what is the group stalking conduct of the government. Okay, that's audible activity by a little demon-possessed minionite who's with their demon-possessed parent, crossing path in directed light. Okay, so anyway, the entity is engaging in this conduct as one while monitoring documentation. This is going to what is very intense federal legislation for terrorism, for which you will lose your freedom and go to federal prison. All right, but this is how the system works. This is how you're understanding what you don't have an argument. You're going to get your day in court. That's fine, but you don't have an argument, and there is no getting out of that prosecution. And it is a uniform one. The government is engaging in stalking in the state of California, group stalking. That is the people of the state engaging in that presence on behalf of the state, no matter what it is that you call yourself doing. That's the whole malice of the system. All right, and so I just want to make sure that I point that out again and again and again, because you're understanding what is loitering. You're loitering. You don't have any right to do that, and you're going to be prosecuted for it. And you're engaging in conduct on behalf of an entity that's acting directly and vicariously, and that whole entity is going to be prosecuted for that because the government is acting through the people. This individual that is a sex offender is acting on behalf of the people in concert with the people who are loitering, okay, in relevant position in that specific environment. So I just want to document that. It's currently 2:15 p.m., and this is P.O.C. at the Paul A. Bayan and City of Rancho Cucamonga Library, where the entity is keeping a fake sun today. Alrighty, and these are demons that are maintaining presence in that in relevant position at that venue. This is P.O.C.
It's okay. Ooh, you're so hot. You're hot.
This is activity creation, indirect light. And the entity entering in as I am engaged in what is private activity, genitalia exposed, and this is also directed light inside of the venue. This is the private space of the bathroom. Remember, children are relevant for what is activity creation, audible activity. And this is patrolling in the bathroom. It's 2:20 p.m. You're able to see what is light activity creation and operation of communication device in the in relevant position. In relevant position while monitoring. All right, it is 2:21 p.m. And this is again a minion, a third party using a child for activity creation. That is 2:21 p.m. Group stalking in the bathroom, indeed. Stalking with light. You're seeing this demonic conduct inside, and it's via a communication device. The loudmouth child is audible activity. Demons coming in and out is called patrolling, and this is indeed a sex offender. It's 2:21 p.m. I'm capturing still images. You'll see that. This is the presence of a demon in the bathroom with you, stalking, all right, and doing so in engineered light. This is what they're doing. It's ongoing surveillance inside of the venue, and it's surveillance in a bathroom, and that is understanding what is also a demon in the bathroom, okay, waiting for you to arrive so they can engage in their demonic conduct, which is monitoring also inside of the bathroom. And I captured a group stalker that's monitoring while this demon is manning the path, not acting by themselves. This is an entity that maintains presence in the bathroom, by the way. It's 4:57 p.m. All right, I did capture, first of all, several videos, and the entity maintained a fake sun over the Rancho Cucamonga library today as I arrived. And as I captured in still images and in video, and as the property calls for, the entity's stalking conduct with light, it's very limited with regard to where it can go with the fake sun that is necessarily remaining over my head. And so this is another glaring example of what is clearly stalking with the fake sun, as that fake sun remains directly over the entrance of that library through the duration of the day since I arrived here. It's currently 5:02, and so I intentionally remained inside of that library because I want you to see what is impossible to see from inside of the Chino Branch Library, from the city of Chino anyway, period. All right, what's not in Chino, it's directly in Rancho Cucamonga, directly over the venue, directly over me where I am inside of the venue, and also doing so which is out of conformity with what would be present anywhere in the city of Fontana at the Chamber of Commerce. Understanding this is where I've been going. Fontana is where I was going for the past month or so. And I'm also inside of the Upland Public Library at 5:02. That's not over the roof. It's not visible from inside of that venue. It's not visible from anywhere in Chino, California. And these are just, this is the plethora of examples that I've given you at the same time where the entity is stalking with a fake sun. And that entity engaged in keeping a fake sun in perfect alignment with me as I walked to the opposite side of the entrance. The entity was keeping it over the entrance. The entity then engaged in moving it to the west side of the entrance while it remained over the entrance. And then as I walk into the main library area, that is necessarily movement back toward what is the opposite side, opposite meaning the eastward side of that library. And then as I walk out, it's back on the west side of the library where you are seeing what is impossible. I wouldn't be able to see that through the window of that library. And that's not even the sun. You're talking about all manner of, identifying that this is Satan, all right, stalking with a fake sun, and then it remains there all day long, and then remains over me as I leave the venue. All right, that's the pattern of conduct. This is what I showed you in Fontana all day long. This is what I'm showing you in Upland. This is what I've shown you for an ongoing period of time. And you're seeing what is a family of demons stalking and monitoring me while my panties are down, while demons enter inside of the bathroom where there is directed light, which I also captured in that video. All right, it's ongoing facilitation while they are stalking together with ongoing knowledge. This is this is inherent to what is the demon possessed. Is that Satan knows what you're doing inside of the bathroom, and so you're understanding what is invasion of privacy by virtue of the condition that they're under. This is demon possession, and that level of invasion of privacy by a whole bunch of sickos. They're demons that are stalking around, and so as I show all that directed light that fills that venue, all they're doing is maintaining presence, pacing in and out. The entities maintaining high level of noise and engaging in what is nothing other than the environment where surveillance may be maintained on behalf of the state. That's the significance of keeping absolutely ridiculous light activity, which I showed inside of that library. Okay, my shadows appearing in a trajectory out of conformity with what is the placement of that light source that you can clearly see through the window above on the east side of the entrance, and then as I step out, it's back on the west side of the entrance, nonetheless remaining over the entrance, which is impossible, period. Okay, this is group stalking, and it's a demonic system. License 8VQW710, 7HRD486, 8WAB519, 8WYY390, 8ZIU260, 7UIV197, 6YSE221, 7HRD486. And so then the entity just keeps a fake sun, and these demons are just pacing back and forth, following from intersection to intersection, doing it at Victoria Gardens. 8XPR169, 5LOE678, 8MOU004. Seven MVL 329, 8 ZAC 376, 6 TSP 445, 8 LGV 738,
But I've seen them every night.
5 YTX 105, 5:10 p.m., 7 RET 944, CV 282 handicap. Oh, I think I read these already. License plate 8JYV229, 8JPC 875, that's USAA, 7SMW400, stalking in the path with light activity by the parking garage. 7YJF535 is 40919D3. 8XYB389, 7VCA 795. Let's see, 8HER 796, 7XHC 322, 8GYG 650, 8WEY 536, 8PDX 536, 8FAE 985, 8CHN 494, 8PUU 197, 8GIS 662, 8VMK 966, 8XRZ 408, 4SNR 476, 8SSS 988, 4YDW 497, 8UER 356, 8LRZ 229, 6KBR 110, SXS 668, that's Hawaii, 8YZK 485, 8LVE 889, 889, 6URG 771, and I think I read 6KBR 110, I think I read that one, 7KEH 192, 7MXC 7MXC 503, 8LBN 292, HRRERA 5, 8LKA 703, 7AVG 685, and license G999VO, and these demons stalking in the path with light activity. License 8UOG 517. That's audible activity. They're stalking with noise. And the entity is also filling this parking garage at the Victoria Gardens with directed light. That beeping is audible activity. They're stalking, following me with noise. License 6MQE198. And that is the employee working here. I'll show you. Capturing, that's Victoria Gardens group stalking. All right, it's already a venue. Let me be clear. The employee is engaging in that facilitating conduct. It's like capturing the fake son over Walmart, and the demons that work there are engaging in the same exact demonic activity. It's not different. This is occurring at what is Victoria Gardens. Demons the same. All right. I think I read that one already. Eight FPE 257, I believe. 2432OC3. 7WQZ 922. 8LKA 703. 8LBN 292. 8MMY 029. 8VOF 456. See, 8EPE 257 is, I think, is what that license plate is. All right, license 8VMH 313, 7HXZ 308, 8K41470, 6SOU 063, 8DHH 765, 8CTG 366, 8YQN 928, 8YZF 011, 7ZYX 963, 8SXV 933. 6WHC 090, 8TIG 938, 8SZG 306, 4LLL 759, 8TFX 085, IUEC 18, 58G 622, 8XOJ 691, 7FCP 319, 6TBG 395, 9AEB 176, 6021AJ1, that's Alabama, 63207 S2, 8HMY759, 8SLV509, 8UTP354, 9AIP182, 8ANH180, 8XLP880, 8YTT373, 5YKU939. All right, stalking in the path with light, license 19349T1. This is the AT&T vehicle. You see African-American male group stalking on the side of the staircase. They're molesting with directed light while they're group stalking in the parking garage. 8WCZ266, 8UOG517, and so is Victoria Gardens. All right, using the golf cart as a means of stalking in the path, maintaining light activity, and they're engaged in ongoing molestation. Directed light and possible light activity filling the parking garage while they're stalking together. Alrighty, this sex offender's license plate, molesting, 8KNN242, 8JUM120. Excuse me. License plate, 6UBT247, 8NGA668, 8YHA420. 8HKK229, 6AWK595, 8XKN371, 8WLV271, 7FNX987, 5LXX151, 8MMU275, 5SOZ481, 28804V1, 7FJK195. The entity flashing direct light across the walls. Let me show you where this is right here, where this employee of the mall is. Right where she is, that's the motor of the golf cart she's on, flashing light across the wall. And I took a picture of where she's at and where that light activity is also occurring, where she is also a demon creating flashing light. 5SOC, that is prosecution for being a sex offender. These demons are touching with directed light. All right, 7XPH626, 28804V1. 8ZWX887, and those are images captured at 5:17 p.m. 6XYR083, 5XCW661, 8WLB410, 7TBX677, 5ENA009, 8AHA391, 8JXW328, 8NQW574, 8KIR659, 8NDM461, 8XTV588, 8THB278, 8MCV277, CB54DO5, that's paper on a BMW SUV, it's an X5, CB64N52 paper, 7BOA714, 8YMY877, 6YTR518, 8YRY126, 7VOL079, 7HJZ175, demon slamming doors in directed light, group stalking amongst light activity, license 7HTD67L, and 8WPP384. Waiting until I cross path, slamming doors and starting their cars, demons stalking with light in that method. 7XZG813, 7NMY581, 8DEJ058, 7BTG793, 8ZVL181, 8VOF456, 8CEH379, JSO376, that's Colorado, 7SFM463, 6VXH034, 5BTS722, 1NFN59, that's Massachusetts, 7HDM811, 7SAG013, 74355, handicap. I think I read 5BTS722, because I didn't. 8UFY475, 7TCR477, 9AHW342, 6RTK959, 7XQS231, 7TPH125, 8ETA437, 0558OF3, 8JLC632, 6NEU146, 6TEG141, 8UJZ144, U989FO, 6XNG589, 6XBJ250, 8SMP100, and by the way, it's 5:19 p.m. 8TJK314, 7LJC133, 7APA198. And let me show you impossible light activity inside of the depths of the parking garage here. Alrighty, license plate 6TEG141 that I already read. You see them in video. You do see them in video. And I also documented their license plate on podcast already. Like I said, I don't have to meet them. The environment is speaking to what is a demon-possessed population. It exists because this is the condition of every single last person, and they're engaging in a criminal system corporately. And it is on behalf of a public entity, the state of California, and that's why I captured what is 3 minutes of absolutely impossible light activity, the mark of demon possession, which is relevant for what is prosecution as terrorism, while state surveillance on behalf of a government, the demon-possessed entity that is the people of the state, monitoring today again in Rancho Cucamonga at a library that I've never been to. Fake sun remains over there, directed light even inside of the depths of the library. Fake sun literally remains over the building. The moment that I leave, that's when the fake sun leaves. And inside of the depths of a parking garage, you're looking at what is flashing of light. You're looking at what is directed light that is spreading underneath the structure of a parking garage. And you're looking at what is occurring. The fake sun is right there over the side of that parking garage. And that's what I captured video of, and that presence of that light source is not going to create light onto the interior, spreading onto the floors inside of this parking structure on any floor. And it's also not going to create light above my head, multiple shadows. These are all of the methods of, and all of the hallmarks of what is light activity, which is serving what is also the demon-possessed who are engaging in criminal conduct, which is surveillance. So that's what I captured right now, and it's 5:24 p.m. I'm going to continue documenting. 8SMP100, 7LJC133, 7APA198, CC35T53, paper, 8XCE207, 6JZB098, 8GCPO65. Tennessee, this is HB2143. License, 7ZXT863, 8MJP810. Alrighty, license, 7NTP506. 7GRV546, 41720A1, 8LEH561, 7PQV897, 8ZLA939, 6VVD697, 6BNX867, 8UKM457, 5TUG628, 8LBG556, 7HKX111, 6VGE543, 86032K1, 8JMD145, 8KDW063, 8LOF575, 5VCB012, 8AKD227, 5FMK909, 7NEK533, 8JNK281, 8ADL191, 6FGN117. Group stalking with light in the parking garage. This is license plate 7TGU415. Oops. Miss Demon Crossing Path, 7NTP506. You hear that car horn honk as you hear me say whoops, because I stopped rolling my carrier. Stalking with activity, audible activity. That's a demon that is not looking at me. I don't see anybody, all right? Except for these demons that are sitting right in front of me in their vehicle. I read their license plate. That's not the vehicle that honked their horn. All right, this is full of demons, which is what the light activity also shows you, and they're all engaging in surveillance. They're focused on me. That's an unprecedented sex offender. Understand that. 8ZPM26L, LRL8993, Pennsylvania. 7FKV475, 7BWH812, 52776F3, 5ZKH844, 8VCW841, 8XUC037, 8YJK307, 8WDZ835, 8XSC399, 8CIC571, 8RYS391, 8HKM529, 8HYW141. I don't see a license plate on this. It looks like 441488D. Expires 5/5/22. Yeah, that's all I see on that. Excuse me, expires 5/15/22, and the number is 441488D as in dog, on a Ford Bronco. License 7TGU415, it's crossing path now. 8XEZ045, 8SQS514, 8HZF758, 4WKZ341, and it's 5:27 p.m. 7ZVW038, 7GNJ658, 6ZTS330. Crossing path CA15C06, directed light while they're group stalking in the parking garage. 5SPV705, and they're all molesting together. 8ZFH864, 7PKE993, 8HZF758, 8XGZ305, 7XYG181, 8ZIS638, 8PLE909, 4TUS626. 85036N2, 8SQM263, 8YVA381, 7XYG181, 7TKZ153, 8DJT574, 8RQ1174, 8GKS981, 8DJT574, 7NRA635, 7SSJ776, 8JLX980, 7DAY337, 8FOB497, 6TDE451, 7VPS680, 7RMA526, 8YSD357, 7LDP818, 7DVG321, 8DDA057, 8NDK073, 6JZX467, 8JXR134, 8YBV368, ARI Heart G35. 6SJT968, 8LZR907, 9AJK404, 6DLG417, 8DGW550, 8XPZ720, SFCO49R, 8SLC653, 7GMR359, 8FBC972, 7UDA029, 7REL735, 7XJK196, 8JL7932, 6GCM474, 88003V1, 8AAY206, 8BRS219, 7SIW287, 8YDJ599, 5BEK168, 6WHE696, 6LRS664, 8UQF442, 6ASW721, 8WPJ714, 5ZGV254. It is currently, by the way, 5:30 p.m. And Victoria Gardens crossing path that is Allied Universal, that they're creating light activity. The shadow of that demon on that golf cart, African-American male, appearing on the upward portion of the carport, just like I showed you in video. 8MNZ887, Allied Universal is monitoring. Allied Universal employs demons engaging in state surveillance. 7YOM785. Alrighty, they're all crossing paths in that same light activity where I'm showing you it looks like moving water, that flashing light, like reflection of water, on the inside of a parking garage. Oh, that's some fantastic documentation, okay? That's over for the prosecution of the people. 5ZGV254, 8WPJ714, I read those. 8LIG055, 8MAL769, 7MNP732, 8ZMK688, 00203E3, 8CKU384, 8BRM002, 7TJC071, 7VPW988, 6YOE207, 8SHM307. I think I read that one already. 8XIS199, 8ECG653, 8JL7932, 85147G2, BF60Y28 paper, 6FTG963, 8WLB928, 5EPY560, 7UDW 554, 8VEK 644, 8EXT 475, 4HSH 611, 8LHF 420, 8MVW 306, 8VXC 546, 8XLK 241, and 7PWV 924. Crossing path. License. 8GAJ 122. 8MVW 306. I read them. 7UDU 804. I read that one. 7YKB 279. 8WBX 288. 8ZTB 656. 8DCL 523. 7ELK 146. 7TIK 178. 5ZZA 124. CC34U98 paper. 7MIE 644. 8PIK 894. 8UMP 129. 8PPL 200. 4TUS 626. 8PLE 909. 8CIS 638. And 8YVA 381. 7XYG 181. All right, I read those. All right, in LI Universal, this demon is just on the golf cart going back and forth, molesting with what is light activity. All right, these are demons that manifest light. They hide behind headlights, right? But you're paying attention to your environment. Headlights don't create the engineered light that the entity is stalking with. These are demons that are stalking in the path of light, including Ally Universal, who's molesting. All right, 8MHM032. And 8FBC972, because I did not read that one already. I think I did. All right, just following me inside of the parking garage, 8MHM032. This is an African-American male, heavy facial hair, a beard, and a mustache. They're all following. Understand this group stalking, but this demon is just sitting there waiting for me to make a move. Okay, and then I start walking, and then he proceeds driving driving straight. License plate 7KJA920. C730W1, 8XHM401, 8NKS923, 8GAJ122, KCSLDIT, 8SCE749, 4HDD326, 8KRD117, 8SPC215, 8WUP585, and this is Allied Universal on the security vehicle license 8LUB939, directed light while they cross path, 8FBC972. And it's currently 5:34 p.m. That's in the parking garage, including the video that I captured. You'll see a spectacular light show. It's direct evidence of what is the prosecution of the people of the state. License 8YLJ661. And it is currently 5:34 p.m. 8RFP 863. Eight DST 951 159 1883, 7 SQG 775, 7 UGX 676, 8 SLC. Hold on, might have read this demon's license plate. 8 SLC 653, 7 UGX 676, 57KB2A. That's Missouri. 8 DST 951. What that one? All right. License. This is Rosenden. Rosenden.com. It says the truck number is 56A. The license plate is 1591883. That's a commercial vehicle. Okay. Rosenden. That's I surmise that's how you pronounce it. It's spelled ROSE Rose NDIN. Rosenden. License 8RBT450, 8GJJ748, KY Hand KEE, 5LUC650, 6UEF550, 8YMC722, 6GBU430, 7BWH812, 8GEN608, C796N1, 5PTJ031, 8MMU275, 8YMC722, 04426B2, CC48J27 paper, 7HEH749, 7B19154, 58552P2. This is Sequoia Consultants. And I'm at Coulter Center Drive and Monet Drive, where the fake sun's right here over me. License 8RYX705, 8ESF681, 8ESF681, I believe, yeah. 6BOR621, 7TYK171. License. This is so pathetic. You just got one demon after another. 7YWK974. Alrighty, it's 5:39 p.m. I'm at the intersection. I want to make sure that I noted this. I took a picture of what is Monet Drive and let's see, Coulter Center Drive. I took a picture of what is in perfect alignment with me where I'm standing here at the fake sun. Let me get this, 8TLK602. And so they are monitoring at this property where this fake sun is at. And so I will document this property. That's what I was stating. I want to make sure I get it on my podcast, because that's why the fake sun is here, because the pattern of conduct is underway. 6PBW619. License plate, this demon, 7CTH362, 8KGS421, 8SUH094, 97646A3. License 8MQM335. And again, this property where I captured video, it's at the intersection of Cultural Center and Monet Drive. And this is where directed light is on the grounds. They're monitoring, right, the people of the state. And this is just a property that I haven't been to. The people of the state are going to be subject to a uniform prosecution. My documentation is the grounds substantiating it, showing it that there is no exception to the pattern of conduct of the state of California. So it is in no way any injustice whatsoever. This is unprecedented crime, which you have never heard of, you understanding how the government is doing it, and its core, which is satanic, and it is a matter of justice based on what the pattern of conduct is. The people of the state shall be subject to that P.O.C. Shall be subject to that prosecution. And that's why you have what's an inexplicable light at a property that I've never been to, in conformity to the well-documented pattern of conduct, which has been for a term of years. I've been documenting it. No exception. Okay. This is... What's the name of this property? I don't see, but it's surrounded by Day Creek Drive, Cultural Center Drive, Arbor Lane, and Church Street. Let me take a picture of this map. Alrighty, and with regard to the pattern as well, you have even more of a buildup of traffic as I capture that video. They're monitoring on my phone. All right, so this is also what I'm capturing in video while the fake sun is over me on this street, on this random street where it's remaining over the Upland Public Library or the Fontana Lewis Library when I'm there, okay? 8EFH742, which again are just recent examples. This is a well-documented pattern of group stalking. License with a minor in the vehicle, license plate 7ZGV254, 8MHK440. And what you'll see in the video again is speaking to what you're understanding what is demonic activity, having nothing whatsoever to do with race or age or your socioeconomic status at all. They're stalking. They're stalking in what is the direct evidence of their stalking conduct. 8NAX708, 8FST318. And there are demons that engage in that same stalking conduct as a sex offender that you are engaging in such a location in bathrooms. All right, on behalf of a government that is engaging in that criminal surveillance. HMRHORN 7UOF154. 2V0937, excuse me, 2V09737. DPR Construction, CL number, maybe that means California license number, 1083716, and the license plate of DPR Construction is 18177B2. 8YYB752. 7AQW344. 8MAL769. 7DKW519. 5JBE927. 8CFT167, I believe. License 8GZL529. 6AMH002. 4SYS628. And this property where I'm reading license plates is the property where the entity is filling the property itself with directed light in between these tall buildings, which would be shaded. This is called stalking with light, and that's the conduct of Satan. All right, 7LZN182. Satan is also maintaining presence through what are the demon possessed, whose license plate I'm reading. 8BJD004, and whose property I'll be documenting the name of this apartment. It's representing what are the demon possessed who live in relevant position and are engaged in the system while their property is filled with directed light and a fake sun is over me while I'm walking on the sidewalk outside of it. 8SO2513. 4JES948. And we don't have a license plate here. BSH955. That looks like a Montana license plate. It's 5:47 p.m. For JES948. 8TPA308. 8WBX176. License 7RWS230. License plate 8BDZ064. And I'm at Cultural Center and Day Creek. License 8LPW917. 8FET880. License N971DO. And that is, I took an image of where I'm at and the fake sun right there in front of my face in alignment with me on the same Day Creek where I was this morning as I captured video at 11. License at 1058 specifically, 6UET922, 8G12833 paper. This is amplified audible activity. This is the demon and a sex offender. License BLKMGG, I believe. That's a white male driving a black Corvette. It's 5:49 p.m. GJE975. Eight ZOB126, 7JLT928, 7UWK511, 8D2P38 Nevada, 8UWR118, 6NSH422, 7WCM989, 7THE978, 6PNW118, 7RDB525 or 225, 7WBP595, 41458C3, 9A. Oh, let's see that one. That is 9AAX631. AAX631, yeah. This is like CP9573, that's Nevada. 8MUY175, 7UFC794, 8FTK647, 8GHJ421, 7SAT158, 8XBE657, 8KAR932. This is 24Y1150, that motorcycle that you hear. 75200F3, I believe. 6VSU861. 8NTS 990. 7EDJ 804. FUNC. I can't really see the rest of them. And it is currently 5:52 p.m. Heart VKSHN. Yeah, I think I read 8VQA774, 8TBR896, Heart VKSHN. Yeah, that's correct. License 8BGK990, 7YXC876, 8ZTC331, 6RVY735, CDTFDCT, I believe. BN10NA1, I believe. That's paper. 7VPF648. 8FBC452. Five KVW003, 8NLH 164, 6KUH392, 8PGD871, 7BCR257, 8YNG476. License plate 5VOL180, crossing path. License 9AGF752. That's African American, both of them African Americans. Driving, the last one is looks like a Mercedes SUV, like a small SUV truck. BS26UB1 paper. 8XFP541, 9AFS357. Eight VOJ 819. 7FRM 705. 8 VLB 503. 8 UQP 243. CC23 G30 paper. 8 JLR 448. 8 SNE 047. 6 WDX 183. DJOHNET 7JXF 967 67156G3 24328W2 8KUW 350 8WHT 959 D44 OB1 BTPV 047 8 UFE 536 8 AGT 794 7 DKW 820 8 TFH 794 license 6 BQV 482 5969282 8 AKR 259 8 R JH 235 and it's 5:55 p.m. 8 YGY 302. Eight JGE 220. 7 RFZ 787. 44832E2. License 8 WPZ 755, 8 CXX 225. 7 DKM 546, 8 AKP 090, 8 WTU 437, 8 JOG 361, 5HMW804, 8BXN762, 7TNJ159, 8YSD483, 5MJF934, 8TRY710, 8RJM456, 8VHG968, 7GOE357, 8LVM748, 8FHJ713, 8TOH078, 7FEE, 7FFF935, excuse me. License 7HPU331. License. All those Negroes in that vehicle, no license plate. License 8MNC673. License 8LUF403. 7TOP357. 5WJF366. 8SAU662. 7WPD216. 6GTB266. By the way, that's the entity that's engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring shall be prosecuted for what is inherent to the P.O.C. That is the refusal to alteration and or removal of publicly available identifying information. That's what that is with all those Negroes with no license plate. 8NNE527, 8EXG453 will be prosecuted for it. They're monitoring together. All right, and it's the government that's engaging in that sort of obstruction of justice while you're monitoring documentation. That is the entity that's trying to conceal identity, which is also futile because you're going to be prosecuted as an entity engaging in conduct on behalf of the state. But nonetheless, it's a federal charge. 8WFH757, 6WWK700, 6GPK 579, excuse me, 8LOD830, 5CPD545, 8SBE624, INTRNT 8AYD 963, IERIV 6C19959, 8TBR 432, 8VGR 516, 8RKD 118, 8LKR 248, 8VJM 421, BN50C26 paper, V7J81, GVU16, I can't really see the rest of them, that's an out of state. 8NUE761, 8TPA116, 6WKG173, 6YAF639, 8DBV697, 8WUA169, 9ALD711. And I'm on the Day Creek side of Victoria Gardens, so JCPenney, just with regard to where I'm at, the PF Chang's, the Cheesecake Factory, the 6RBV750, and this is where these demons are concentrating, crossing and path conduct, 8WRL538, 6RBV750, they're doing so with directed light, 8JRP109, license 8WYT692, 8UUL963, remember, this is understand the pattern of conduct. You have demons that circulate around me to maintain activity levels. This is ongoing monitoring. You're understanding what is facilitation. Minions are maintaining presence inside of the mall, walking around monitoring. This is ongoing massive surveillance. You have demons that are maintaining presence around in the immediate environment, keeping monitoring up, keeping the elements of monitoring underway. All right, so you can't just leave the target individual isolated. You surround them at all times, 78WB336 with activity, light, all right, and audible activity for VQT826. But this is serving for what is massive monitoring that's occurring inside, as I'm reminding about where I'm at. But it's not just JCPenney. Macy's on the other side of the venue, okay? You have the entire entity that is monitoring 8SUG586, BF46S11 paper at 8SAV304, 7CYY322. So understand that. You don't have everybody at the Victoria Gardens getting in their car and necessarily coming to cross path, all right? You have, the entity is highly resourceful. You're talking about the people of the state. You got minions that are coming and going, maintaining presence around me specifically, okay? And it's 6:01 p.m. 7NDA412, 37136W1, I believe, 8HHW454. I'm not really sure if that one was correct, but this one is. I'll get this one. License plate, 8ZCJ215. It's 6:01 p.m. License plate. I did capture video at 6:02 p.m. You're going to remember my presence not only at the Chino Branch Library, but also documented outside of what is the Fontana Police Department, the Fontana Lewis Library. The entity's keeping a fake sun as of late while I was going to the Fontana Lewis Library. All that documentation remains relevant while I'm showing you again what is a fake sun. 7MVE692, and because you are stalking with that, which is not possibly the sun, 5XXV09A, I go to the same location I was at 10:59 in the morning. That is over 7 hours ago, okay? I'm just making sure, it is over 7 hours ago. The light source is over me at the same street. All right, and not only that, as I captured in video, the entity follows me as I leave the Rancho Cucamonga court. Excuse me, not the Rancho Cucamonga court. That's the kidnapper that I documented this morning while that fake sun was over me at 8:35 in the morning. But the Rancho Cucamonga Library, the Paul Bayan Library, the entity kept a fake sun over that library. I've never been there before. And I use the same timestamps because I'm showing you what is impossible to be the case. That light source that's remaining over me, as I've used those times before as examples, just a random time, and then I'll just go to a different county or different city, and I'll show you what is the maintenance of that light source is not possibly the sun at the same time. This is documentation of what is federal group stalking and monitoring. The entity is group stalking in an environment that is following you around, which is absolutely demonic, and they're all demons doing that. This is the government practicing a satanic targeting system. 8SZB181, where they're monitoring you with communication devices. And you're understanding what is the terrorist. You're understanding what is the sex offender. You're understanding what is the obsessive stalker. 6KEH637, irrespective of race, age, economic status, political affiliation, their claim of some religion. It doesn't matter. They're demons engaging in what is demonic activity. And their conduct betrays them. You can say whatever you want. It's audible activity, relevant position, R32GTO. And that's why I'm at the same address outside of Victoria Gardens, in between Victoria Arbors and Victoria Gardens, where I was at 10:59 a.m. and I captured video right now starting at 6:01 p.m. What is a difference of 7 hours after coming from the library where the entity kept a fake sun over me at that library where I've never been before, and I use the same timestamps as an example of showing you what is an impossible occurrence. All of which is showing in multiple ways at the same time what is stalking with the fake sun. But like I said, that is, you know this when you're looking at the light activity in the depths of a parking garage. 8LVX091, that's a concession by these demons. 5NVX272, to their own demise, because I will prosecute demons in the corners of Northern California for that very criminal conduct. License plate, 7LSA775. The people of the state, this is what the entity is doing wherever it is that you're going. It's not unique to Southern California. It's not in San Bernardino County. You're talking about what is stalking within an environment in the state of California. You're also aware of that because the entity is keeping a fake sun over everybody else in the rest of the country. All right, just generally speaking, you're talking about how is there any sun over anybody in the state of Texas or in the state of Nevada or in the state of Florida, where I have been to, also the state of Georgia, been there. That's not the sun, and it's not possibly the sun, and you cannot reasonably, I'll say that, a minion cannot reasonably suggest, oh, that's the sun that I'm looking at that's hovering over Victoria Arbors, where it was directly over my head 7 hours earlier, and it's also over the state of Georgia at any point in the day. So I'm just speaking to what is impossible to be the case. That's what stalking with light is. Stalking with light is revealing what is demonic. It's revealing what is surrounding you with the demonic, which is terrorism. And that's the conduct of the government. The same government that I'm also showing you is stalking incessantly by plane and helicopter. Stalking me obsessively. Those demons that you saw patrolling in and out of the bathroom, sitting all around in the bathroom, entering and exiting and all around at the Rancho Cucamonga Library, it's the same entity. That's why the environment follows me there. All right, they are stalking together. And that 8XXP741, that demon-possessed entity that stalks me in helicopter is serving for the prosecution, again, of the people of the state who live in any corner in Northern California. The entirety of the state shall be prosecuted as they are, an entity engaging in what is federal group stalking and monitoring, a criminal system that is operated by a government, and it's entirely out of the pit of hell. All right? But that is captured in evidence. 5HJS524. They're all driving under what is a fake sun and in directed light, following me literally from intersection to intersection, because that's what group stalking is, and that's why they're in that environment where a fake sun remains over me, and they do so with knowledge. That's also why you have the directed light conduct. All right, so you're talking about what is 6:09 p.m. 93750C1, 7WKN024, 5LTF870. This demon loitering at the corner while demons cross paths with directed light. 8ZEX081 is his license plate. License 8EIK096. 6VRC982. 8YRW786. 6 NPJ 406. 8 HRM 617. 8 WYJ 885. Alright, get that one. 6XNB 368. 8EXG 944, I believe. I read that one. 8SZW 583. 8ZYV 376. 8FMW 560. 8GLH 873. 8UQD 248. 8RXL 634. 8TWJ 680. 7XLL 847. DVA Heart J. License 125 HRBD. 6 PPG 215. 7 PIC 385. 8 WJR 025. 8 KQG 023, I believe. 3 GA 548, that's Arizona. I think that is 8 KQG 023, yeah. 8 YOB. I can't really see the rest of that one. 8 VOE 816. 7 LIS 385. 8 WWA 440. 7 ZLE 359. 6 PDW 904. CDD 5785, Arizona. F443JO. And it is currently 6:12 p.m. License 6WVT 978. 8CPZ 089. 7M XR 910. 8SUG 638. 8YZB 307. 7WVP 975. 9ALF 115. 7VVF 972. 8CPZ 089. 7XKE 077. It's 6:13 p.m. Eight NPR 263. 8 ZQZ 312. 8 KMV 517. Excuse me, 7K63 864. License 21938T1. BK 84. I can't see that one. 7 UTW 458. 8 NMH 984. 8 JJD 642. 7 ENL 335. 6 EKV 370. BZ 710. 9 6448 Z2. 7 PVB 684. 6 PIX 909. 7 TAU 595. 8 CTV 265. 8 CLD 241. 7 LKR 459. 7 AOG 922. 8 PBV 064. 8 PAE 527. 8 DCL 520. Reyes Tree Service 8M 12825. 7 RMF 986. 8 YVX 394. 7 ALF 994. 99933. That's a white BMW. 8 KLP 197. 5 DRZ 550. 7 CWK 711. And it is 6:15 p.m. RVWR ZAMLKWY 6CWS 596 8TLE 697 8NMH 537 8ETF 579 7AYU 875 8TTG 510 8YCT 753 and it's 6:16 p.m. 8XNL 697 8SAV 238 5ENV 492 6XNW 600 8SQX 205 8CLE 765 License 8VFX 698, 8PHN 845 42866D3 8WCW 018 7SML 936 4SFB 001 7MEW 624 41625L3 24675G2 CB 54D05 paper 8LMD154 8RYP196 63418V2 8WVY777 7MGK416 7RGH989 8RMJ 895 8RZF217 can't really see that one 5CLG 963 94840P2 8YFK190 I think I read that one already 5XEF 648 8DCJ 257 5VLZ 337 6T OB 346 yeah, I read that one 8RQE 227 8JPM 131 40676C2 8MAJ 239 6MOC 617 8BRU 099 6SMV 587 Directed light across the hair obsession while this demon approaches. With the handicap tag in the front of the vehicle, it's a Latina female, heavy, red sweater, older Latina female on the passenger side, 8YIM 596, demons alike, okay? It does not matter what their race is. Demonic activity is shared amongst this entity. And they're doing it under a fake sun, doing so while they are lining the path with light. That's a demon doing so. Instead of using flashers, directed light swiping all across the building, they're all demons doing the same thing, stalking. 8LHF420, 8SMJ997, 8LOD961, 8EWP489, 449, 4492, 44492L2, 7ZBZ461, 8HOJ 097, 03191J2, 8AYW594, 8MMD207, 8XTX214, 8ZLH509, 8CEJ315, 8SLS813, 8NDG037, 5XLE538, CB34S16 paper, 5UGG433, 8EPT995, 8MIY668, 169LKJ, Oregon, license 7SLH938, BF65Z74 paper on a white Tesla, license 7ZAJ113, license 7LSR821, 8XOL330, monitoring with minions, underage children, 7AZA904. It's 6:20 p.m. License 8V13A06, I believe that's paper. 8JXT226. Heart HLYGOD. Demon. License 6ERV739. 8AMT 126. 6PMG 481. TJAYE 8URX 415. 02428482. 8RNX 072. 8ZTG 780. 7UGN 780. 6LAX 635. 5KQG 829. TIFNYC 8JKZ 947. 8DHH 495. 25599F2. 8KLZ. I can't really see the rest one. 21183J3. 30424N1. 8VZJ. Can't really see the rest one. 6XBB275. 8BYH278. 7ADV978. Minor children in the vehicle, 8WIM153, excuse me, 8HLU584, 8NGL117. Minor children in the back, group stalking, 6GKA590, 8ANY146, 8FGY010. License 7WZH550, 8XAG211, 8WZD038. 7XMV597, 8KVF251, 6KZU746, 7DVF780. ZX749, 8ANY146, 6SWM309, 8JTD, I can't really say that one. 96587K1, 8TAG507, 7N28440, 5ZJT357, 8SFS097, 705DZC, that's out of state. 8RSX369, 8NMT172, 8TMT056, 8PGD038. This minion's just loitering while these other minions are crossing paths. 8RFE702, 943ZW handicap. FZ009 handicap. 5RNV106, 7FYL335, 8MDT300, excuse me. 7KYV725. And this minion's license plate, again, that's loitering in a relevant position while other minions patrol. 8TAG507. Again, they're engaging in concerted conduct. They're not separate. They're monitoring together in one environment and also engaging in what is unified conduct, directed light. It is 6:23 p.m. I'm on the, what would be the Foothill Boulevard side of Victoria Gardens. Group stalking in the McDonald's drive-thru. FZ911, that's handicap. And showing you the demon that is, again, this demon with the license plate, FZ911 handicap. That's impossible light that's on the building of McDonald's, okay? They're group stalking in the parking lot, in the drive-thru of the entirety of that property, which I documented Victoria Gardens, but I'm showing you what is that P.O.C. The fake sun that remains over the Fontana Lewis Library remains over me while I'm on Omnitrans going back to Ontario from the Metrolink train station to Fontana one. There's no vantage point where, first of all, would the light source be over this McDonald's in alignment with me where I'm standing, which I took a picture of at 6:24 p.m. Nor is that light activity that's going to ricochet off of your car. That's engineered light. This is a demon that's also manifesting light onto the building. They're group stalking in the path. All right, and they're all doing that, and that's a documentation of what is McDonald's engaged in P.O.C. All right, they're monitoring together. Minions working at McDonald's. Minions coming and shopping, purchasing from McDonald's. License 8VPL567, 8UGC517. This is P.O.C. It is currently 6:25 p.m. And you'll see that directed light. You'll see it in still images that I just captured right now. It's 6:25 p.m. So approximately maybe 6:23, 6:24. License 8PGC366 076VHO. 7XVN 960. 6UUPO57. 8TCH 807. 7UUW 878. That's audible activity. License 8VFA 424. GKF 751. 8WWL 272. DRPELON 8VDH 093. 8LWN 576. 8PLM 169. 7VEB 288. 5RPJ 935. 58778E3. CAE 5940, that's Arizona, on a Mercedes, a dark gray Mercedes. 7UFN 764, excuse me, a light gray Mercedes. 7NLS 989. 6RBV 637. 6UAT 405. 8YXP 711. 8DJM 517. 8P, I can't list that one. 8BYA 493. 7RMD 975. 7DRT 449. 8HXB 167. 8XUB 946. 8PG, I can't see that one. 8PSY 758. 7TLF 445. 8VYY 368. 8HVV 702. 6RWS 379. 7VPG 245, I believe. 7NEC 557, 8NGW 441, 8GYU 392. And it is 6:28 p.m. 74261, 5XDL 939. 8RJM 456. 75496P1. 6UQN 884. 8MQX 468. And it's 6:29 p.m. Six DAC 502. 8WJE 192. 8FME 044. 6BYG 115. 7X 81499. 8BHH 928. 165670, that's a red Mustang. 8VBV 788. 5BPS 927. DUNAL 19. 8URY 411. 6938OT2. 23500G3. 8D32068. 7WKG323. 8ZLD 867. 55612K2. 6GOS 139. 97610A3. 5TLG 540. 28255Y2. 8X 8YXB091, 5CKW907, 8WV, I can't really see that one, 07306L3, 8VXE667. 8VGF297, 8ZAC252, 8A, I can't really see that one, 26125T2, 46366C1, 8DTM108, 8FQY739, 60467C3, 7BZK742. It's 6:32 p.m. I'm on Foothill Boulevard still. License 8F987. You can't see the rest of them. License 8ULB949, 8ZPN879, 41488V1, 7XLA395, UNAVARO, 50182G3, 8, I can't see that one, 7TTS825, CC68H44 paper, 7HFM260, 8WAS916, 8FQN976, 7NND341, 8XJG255, 5PDG673, 7ZYS, I can't see the rest of it, you can scratch that one, 5JA3WO, I believe that's Arizona. That looks like a Latino male driving that vehicle. License 3A02NTI, an African American female driving that vehicle. That's an out-of-state license plate. 7X81499, 8JNH586, 5WPT860, 6GSN732, 7TKC823, 8BKV945, 8NBK751, 8UDX737, 8AVB510, 9AOG927, crossing path at 6:34 p.m. 8SYV296, 8XX, I can't see that one, 8RYW377, 7GMP052, 8ZJJ315, 8APG037, 8RSK302, 7MHY981, 8VIR208, CC38A88 paper, 8XTU657, 6P83227, 7PWW749, 7AXS399, 97694R2, 8VDS359, 8HIE721, NANC317, 8VMW390, 7BLE563, 7XKS114, I believe, 8SNB612, 8FBC452, 6:35 p.m. 7UWN 722. 7455 OJ3. 8JLN 055. 8YLC 774. 7AD. I can't really see that one. Can't see that one either. 8YZC 912. 8VQV 851. 8SGW 078. 7FZP 282. 20952Y2. 8WDJ 698. You have a group stalker at the bus stop, sitting in direct light, doing so on foot. These are minions group stalking in vehicles. F308LD out of state, 8GNT008, 7PGK297, DO28RO, 13954, and on the back, 3VBU241, old Lexus, 8YJH672, yeah, 5XYL852, 7DHT500, 8LDE662. 7CKV084, 8MWC009, 8ZGA515, 7ETM951, 8GZN670. License plate 6YJL575. Capturing video at 6:37 p.m. Remind you about where I was at 10:47 a.m. 10:46, which was the same street, on the opposite side of the same street. 8RTU119. I'm standing in front of Carino's Italiano, where they're monitoring, and the fake sun is in perfect alignment with me in the city of Rancho Cucamonga, where I arrived as of Rancho Cucamonga on the same street. First of all, I was at Panera Bread, 8:35 in the morning. This is also understanding what is the fake sun. That's not going to be the sun that's going to be over me. This is the same strip of street. I was on Route 66. So not only that, I'm literally across the street, that corner where you can see the Longhorn Steakhouse at 10:47 a.m. And this is the same block where the entity is literally following me street for street and turn for turn as I walk. And that's what the entity is doing with while I get on public transportation. And that is a documentation of the people of the state, Omnitrans, that's engaging in state surveillance. And that's why the light source is there. That's why directed light is present. That's why the entity engages in what is facilitating conduct that is serving that ongoing terrorism. They don't coincidentally engage in what is molesting with that which is not even naturally occurring, i.e. directed light. They're demons engaging in concerted conduct with the state. 8SQY376. And that's exactly what you saw inside of that parking garage. That's exactly what you saw inside of that library. That's exactly what you see right now where I captured this video while I'm at the intersection of Foothill and Day Creek at Victoria Gardens, outside of what is Johnny's Carino's. An impossible occurrence. It's not beside the Bonds on Foothill at 80 West Foothill Boulevard in Upland, California. It is not aiming inside of some 7-Eleven where I'm there at 6:36 p.m. molesting me with light inside of that 7-Eleven. That's the sex offender that's stalking with light. It's P.O.C. It's 6:43 p.m. Alrighty, I did board Route 66 at approximately 6:43 p.m. After capturing this video that I caught at the Johnny's Carino's Italiano on Foothill Boulevard, which is on the same exact block where I was this morning at 10:46 a.m. And the light source remains in alignment with me. And while the bus, Route 66, proceeds now westbound on Foothill Boulevard, the light source keeps in front of the bus in the direction westbound, just moving over the properties in the same way that you see it during the day when it's directly over my head on the bus and it's moving in the direction that the bus is going. This is what the entity is doing right now with this light source. So it is currently 6:46 p.m. and this is P.O.C. 1545838. That's Omnitrans on another bus, a second bus in front of this one at the same bus stop, stalking in the path with light at the Terra Vista Shopping Center that's along Foothill Boulevard. And so again, I took a picture of what you see is directed light that's through the walkway of the bus where these demons are stalking with noise. So by stalking with noise, this is with the most minor movement that I take. That is a new movement. This demon with a Rogers jersey on, sitting in relevant position, while the entity is aiming directed light into the walkway, the center walkway of the bus, keeping the fake sun in front of the bus, which is again not moving south down Euclid Avenue all right? Not in alignment with what is the Upland Public Library that's on Euclid Avenue, not along Foothill Boulevard. Understand the direction that the fake sun is moving. And the entity is engaging in what is stalking with audible activity. That's why I took images of this minion wearing this green jersey. And also omnitrans is stalking with light activity in the path. So this is, it's 6:50 p.m. and so I'm referencing not only the images that I just took. This is the minion that's stalking with activity. This is terrorism. This is the identical behavioral pattern. And the entity is literally going down the same street that I was on this morning. This is Foothill, the fake sun over my head. Now it's in front of the bus. This is stalking in the path the same at what is 6:50 p.m. going in the opposite direction on Foothill Boulevard. Just remaining in front of the bus as opposed to being directly above the bus that is directly above my head, and as opposed to what is being directly in front or behind. In other words, Foothill runs east and west. Euclid Avenue runs north and south. All right, this is P.O.C. 8KXW 897, 7GQZ 567, 8SZH 897. We are at, by the way, Foothill and Vineyard and Rancho Cucamonga at the Arco, where I've captured. The Arco is located at 8919 Foothill Boulevard. The fake sun is right here in front of the bus at 6:56 p.m. Alrighty, that is license plate 1545862, Omnitrans bus 2348. The fake sun is I captured in two separate videos where you can see the entity that is keeping the light source. This is, and when I'm referencing the entity, I'm speaking about what is literally, this is a demon-possessed entity, and this is engaging in an ongoing effort to obstruct justice, but also at the same time, and by obstruct justice, does on the one hand wants to conceal what I've already revealed, which is what is not possible with the sun, the presence of Satan itself, and the identity of demon-possessed people. This is demon possession that is made manifest while I'm documenting this demonic environment. That which is a scientific fact, it is impossible to occur. All right, that is the explanation for it. It's demonic activity. It's serving a criminal system also, which is a matter of public corruption. While I'm on Foothill Boulevard, again, more than one example, while I'm at the Arco, I capture video of, again, the entity is engaging in what is, seconds before I started recording, the entity was aiming directed light onto the bus in the way that I have documented hundreds of times. This is exactly what the entity is doing, aiming directed light onto the bus. Immediately as I start recording, that directed light vanishes, which I'm showing you the entity does that inside of venues as well, the Upland Public Library, okay? Based on what is literally paying attention to me doing while you're stalking and you're engaging in ongoing obstruction of justice, but this is an obsessed stalker. And as the bus continues, you're talking about what is coming from above, what is looking like it's coming from above the mountains, coming right back down toward to be in alignment with the street, aiming directed light back onto the depths of the bus, into the depths of the windshield, meaning this is creating what is shadows that are appearing on the bus. This is while the bus is driving on the same street, Foothill Boulevard, in the direction west. This is the direction west that I was going when I went in the morning to the Montclair Transit Center, where I started out in the city of Upland. Today I'm coming from Rancho Cucamonga, a city east of Upland, going on Route 66, the same route, going in the direction west, where I was going in the direction west in the morning. And I returned to what is Upland Public Library. Today I went to Rancho Cucamonga, the city of Rancho Cucamonga, where the entity kept a fake sun. It did so all day. As upon my arrival, I got there essentially in the 11 o'clock hour, after capturing video at 11 o'clock in the morning and at 10:46 in the morning. The entity kept a fake sun nowhere near the Montclair Transit Center, nowhere near the Route 66 as I got back on that bus and went to the Upland Public Library, walking to that venue, showing you the fake sun upon my arrival. None of this is possible while I showed you what is the fake sun. And while I'm on the bus, I'm reminding you of what is, I'm capturing video, in other words, at venues where I'm capturing documentation at an earlier hour. For example, coming from Chino, and I came, and coming from, Pomona, I think I got on the Route 61 back to Fontana. But nonetheless, I returned to Fontana. I went eastbound. And in doing so, getting on Route 66, I'm capturing what is the Arco, the same Arco where I started video. Immediately directed light that's aimed onto the bus, as you see at the latter part of that video, that's exactly what the entity was doing. It returns to doing that. It is impossible light because the sun is not going to be over the same street going in the direction west. That is maintaining perpetually present. That will be a perpetually present for all day long. that which is supposedly the sun? How many times is it going to be over Foothill and Euclid Avenue in a day? How many times have I captured that which is supposed to be the sun? It's not the sun over that same bus stop at Euclid and Holt Boulevard. It's over my head at that bus stop at 7:30 in the morning. It's over my head at that bus stop at 8:30 in the morning when I get on the bus and it follows, that light source follows in the window to Upland. I did that at 8:30 in the morning as well. It's over my head at 10:30 in the morning. Getting on the bus, it follows en route to Upland Public Library. It follows at 12:30 in the afternoon, the same exact bus stop. You're talking about this documented pattern of what is suggesting the impossible, some perpetually present, even though it's appearing to maintain movement. That's necessarily what you're doing while the bus is driving up a street. The bus is moving from one location to another. And then you're present over a venue where I remain. That's the Upland Public Library. But yet, as I go to that same bus stop, it's over my head in that same position, following me on that same route to the same destination at a later time. So what I'm capturing on Route 66 coming from Arco and capturing again at what is Campus and Foothill Boulevard, all of this, understand the big picture. April 16th, for example, when I'm coming from Fontana Lewis Library, the fake sun, I'm going westbound on Route 66 on this day. 12:29 p.m., the fake sun is over me and I go and I remain at the Upland Public Library. This is not the case when after 6 p.m. I'm on Route 66 going in the same direction, 12:29 p.m. versus what is 7 p.m. as I'm capturing this video, crossing Campus Avenue, is speaking to what is stalking with the fake sun. It's in alignment with the bus, aiming light into the depths of that bus. This is what I'm showing you while I'm aiming it through. While I'm aiming the camera, that's what I mean by it. Aiming my camera out the window, and you see the light source that is in front of the bus, moving as the bus is moving, maintaining perfect alignment over the same street that the bus is driving on Route 66, takes the same route every day. Okay, on an ongoing a timetable of the same route, and I'm showing you on this same route, different times of the day, an impossible occurrence, the light source remaining in alignment with me. Whereas on one day where for example, today I went from Rancho Cucamonga, getting on Route 66, coming to the same destination actually, where I actually boarded Route 66 where I just got off now after 7 p.m. at 8:30 in the morning. It's approximately 8:35 in the morning where I got on Route 66, went to the Montclair Transit Center, returned to the same city, Upland, at 11:18. I'm showing you video where I'm at this intersection where right now this light source is remaining in front of this bus at 7 p.m. That's the same street. It's remaining in perfect alignment. This is stalking with light. All right, and so I'm just pointing out what I captured in video, and it is speaking to the ongoing impossibility. Now, the entity is engaging in what is literally the directed light that's covering the bus, immediately filling the inside of the bus by that's what I mean by covering the bus, immediately vanishes as I start recording video. All right, I go to the front of the bus. You're looking at what appears to be, again, this is just more subtle. The entity is always stalking with engineered light. This is what I mean, engaged in obstruction of justice, but the obsession with stalking is stronger than the intent to obstruct justice. The entity is always engaging what is the provision of evidence, while at the same time it also wants to avoid being identified. The entity does both, okay? The entity attempts to, directed light immediately vanishes. At no point, as I'm explaining to you the scenario, this is the same Route 61 that I'm on in the morning, that I am going westbound in the morning in a city coming, that is west of where I was in Rancho Cucamonga. That's not possibly the sun that will be through that vantage point, let alone aiming through the depths of that bus with that engineered light, okay? That is speaking to what is engineered light, but nonetheless, the entity engaging in what is direct light immediately vanishes as I start recording. And it returns as I continue capturing video, okay? And that is the entity that's going to continue stalking. So you're talking about what is just for a second. All I got to do is wait a second because it's not going to go for long. This is not the sun at any time. You can engage in covering up your fake sun for a moment because I'm walking towards somewhere, or for half of the day. The fact that you have captured the demonic remains that. It remains the record, and that is establishing the P.O.C, by the way. Because at no point is nature ever providing for the actual sun to be over one address, to move over one specific street, which is exactly what I documented as I came from Ontario to Upland and then took Route 66 for the duration of the day. That's exactly what I documented. All right, so that is impossible, and that is not speaking to what is nature, while I'm capturing what is supposed to be the sun, what is supposed to be, again, assuming your ignorance about the environment, sunlight. That's not possibly sunlight. That's aiming through the windows of that library. And then as I walk out of that entrance, where I'm coming from the east side of that library, it's back to the west side of that entrance door. That's the demonic, okay? 8DTT676. And while I am on Foothill Boulevard, you are understanding what is not along Euclid Avenue, which the actual sun is not going to be along Euclid Avenue 10 hours later from my presence on Euclid Avenue, where the fake sun is over my head at 7 and 8 o'clock in the morning. Okay, that's not the sun anyway, but I'm capturing the same pattern. Today it did so in Rancho Cucamonga, where it's running in an opposite direction, by the way. Rancho Cucamonga, Foothill Boulevard, Route 66 runs east and west. Route 83 runs north and south. The entity engaging in a pattern and keeping that fake sun over one street. Over the building that I'm inside of all day long. Today that was the Rancho Cucamonga Paul Bryan Library. And where I remain in Upland, it's the Upland Public Library, keeping it over my head en route to that venue, keeping it over my head as I leave that venue, which is remaining over one street all day long. Okay, replete with the entity stalking both directly and vicariously and with directed light. All right, so that's the pattern of conduct, and that's capturing that, which is entirely demonic. And that is exactly what I captured coming from the same block where I was at 10:46 in the morning. The entity essentially, this is the bottom line, kept a fake sun that is necessarily not the actual sun. This is this deliberately maintained environment where demons surround and they're monitoring, asking questions that they know the answer to. That is capturing what is a psychopath. All right, they are literally documenting themselves. It is in no way persuasive whatsoever. You are covered in directed light, asking questions. You're shown to be the psychopath that acts with impunity. You're a sex offender that's surrounded by insurmountable evidence. You are not separate from that light show that I just captured in the depths of a parking garage. And you hear those demons talking about, what's she doing, shooting a documentary? Let me be clear on that. First of all, it's audible activity. They're monitoring. But I just like to address also what is the asinine and failure. They're demons and they've shown their demon possession, and there's no mistake about it. But I like for you to listen to what they're saying in the video, because this is the conduct of those that are engaging in the pattern of conduct. They're violent sex offenders, they're obsessed stalkers, they are demon possessed group stalkers in the state of California, engaging in that sort of conduct, engaging in that sort of activity creation. All right, like if it was me, well, I can't even put myself in that position, but I can't even fathom that. But like I said, you're better off engaging in what is creating nonsense and talking to somebody else than showing how much of a psychopath you are, asking a question. You're stalking. You're talking about Satan is surrounded with evidence, and you're talking about, understand what that is. You're asking a question that you know the answer to while you're trying to monitor someone. 5GBF 844. And it's audible activity, it's relevant positioning, it's indirected light, showing the fake sun through the windshield of the bus while I'm on the same street that I was on this morning, 7 o'clock in the morning. All right, and talking about, what is she doing? Capturing a documentary? And I'm documenting the entity is engaged in ongoing hostility to my documentation, which it is very much aware of. That's why the entity is completing every night stalking me with helicopters. All right, while they are engaging in molestation with directed light, they know exactly where I am, where they're manifesting light onto buses, into the second floor of the Fontana Lewis Library. These demons know exactly what I'm doing and know exactly where I'm at. And those are psychopaths that you hear asking questions while they're group stalking on the bus. All right, that's the one that's going to be prosecuted. They're all psychopaths. 01979N2 5YUM132. It is currently 7:15 p.m. Chase Bank, covered with what is directed light. It's a facilitating venue. This is the same Chase Bank where the fake sun was over my head this morning as I captured while the entity was engaging in harassment. In doing so, while she's also engaging in what is criminal defamation and sexual molestation of my body in concert with the minion that works at Chase Bank, which is, again, I'm just identifying those that engaged in it as I'm documenting it. This is conduct on behalf of the entity. And this is the same venue where now the entity is aiming what is directed light on the Chase Bank building, as though the sun is going to be present over this same venue, and it's 7:16 p.m. Okay, and it's not. This is, again, Chase Bank at 31 West Foothill Boulevard in Upland, California. And that is capturing what is directed light that's covering the building. That's the same thing I captured as I got off the bus the other day. I've captured it more than just the other day. But like I said, I took another example of that. This is an entity that is stalking with all different methods of maintaining engineered light, touching surfaces with light. This is what the objective is, while they are group stalking through the drive-through of the Chase Bank, including 01979N2. Okay, they are in that drive-through. Directed light covers the Chase Bank. And it is in perfect alignment with where I'm standing. This is the same Chase Bank where I was this morning, where I took a picture of what is the fake sun directly over me as I stood on the sidewalk in the property inside of that parking lot of the same exact Chase Bank. All right, this is the P.O.C. with regard to understanding what is group stalking. Group stalking is about being in the path, being around, okay? Being around in what is position, that is positioning yourself what relevant to the one who is remaining subject to surveillance, monitoring with communication devices. So you remain in the proximity of the location, all around in the path. That's what group stalking is, and it's in a specific environment, an environment that follows you everywhere that you go. and it's an unnatural one. It is a matter of public corruption because it's supposed to be an environment that you are assuming is a natural environment, and it's not. It's a demonic environment, and the demon-possessed remain present in it. License 8SGA 658. License 7PCX 380. TENAT. And as I remain in Rancho Cucamonga today beside Corinos Italianos across the street, the same block where I captured video at 10:46 in the morning, that is the light source that is not visible through any windows inside of the Chino Branch Library or any other building in Chino, California, let alone where I was, where the entity engaged in what is keeping in perfect alignment the pattern with a light source that is not possibly the sun at the same time. All right, at 6:38 p.m. Chino, California. That's the video that I captured. That is not going to be seen over, and it is not anywhere in the Foothill Town Plaza of the where I'm showing you at 6:36 p.m. The fake sun is remaining over the Vons, and you're witnessing that demonic picture, directed light appearing underneath the structure of that Vons, and that's also how you know that that's not the sun, and those are demons that surround while they engage in the conduct, demonstrating their own condition. 8DMHRY. So this is speaking to what is the absence of that light source while I remain in Rancho Cucamonga, out of conformity with what would be the sun, and the sun is not going to remain over one strip of street for the duration of the day. It's not directly above the top of a building in the morning and then remaining on the side of that same building in the evening. All right, that's not the sun. And that's exactly what the entity is doing. And that's what I did when I'm at Chase Bank this morning, and I return in the evening. It's after 7 p.m. and the entity is touching the building of Chase Bank, which is the identification of a facilitating venue, the identification of demons, irrespective of whatever they are doing. They're all demons, and they are in that environment touching the building of Chase Bank as though that is sunlight that is still touching hours later as I return back to the city of Upland. Okay, that is P.O.C. It's 7:19 p.m. 8 TPA 171, 8 VOL 178, 6 SVX 726, and also what you're going to be mindful of, the ongoing big picture. While the entity is touching Chase Bank, as though that's sunlight, that's in perfect alignment with the sun, at the same venue where it was directly over my head this morning before I got on Route 66 and went to Rancho Cucamonga. It did not go any further. I remained in the city, and then I went I walked north on Day Creek, where the fake sun is never going on Day Creek as I'm on Route 66, and I don't ever get off the bus to go to Victoria Gardens. The entity today engaging, you're looking at and understanding what is stalking with light as the entity is necessarily deviating from what I routinely do. There's no point where the sun is over some library that I have never gone to before and remain there today, ever. Nor would the actual sun remain in front of that entrance for an excess of 5 to 6 hours. All right, so while that is the case, you're remembering what is speaking to the maintenance of this light source that is nowhere near in alignment with what is the Upland Public Library upon my exit, which I've documented. As I walk out, where's that fake sun? Right in alignment with me. As I go down to 7-Eleven, as I wait for the bus, as I go down back to Ontario on Route 83. So while the entity is engaging in, again, stalking, obsessive stalking with light, it is speaking to what is an ongoing admission of the fact that you're stalking with light, because that is not over anywhere in Ontario. It's over the same venue where I was at in the morning, by the way. And the entity is following with that light, that method of stalking with light, while I am today remaining on Foothill Boulevard. All right, and so 7NTE694, 7SMZ003, 8TYK104, 8UQP087, 5ZHW011, 7BGP669, 8EAM438, 7EIB135, SALCERO, I believe. It's 7:21 p.m. 1010683, 7XWX605, 21541B1, CC21806. That's a white Range Rover. I think that's a paper plate. 8YJZ597, 9AUL518. That's Kemper Insurance, commercial vehicle. It is 7:22 p.m. I'm just remaining here documenting third-party license plates and making sure I go through all of those points and speaking to the significance of the video that I captured while I remained on Foothill Boulevard and got on the bus and then came down westward on Foothill Boulevard, which I did early in the morning, going to Montclair Transit Center. So, and as is the pattern, the fake sun remains right here at this bus stop area. That's why it's aiming onto Chase Bank. Understand, if I went to the Montclair Transit Center at this late hour in the day, that's exactly where the entity is following with that fake sun, which would again show another incident of stalking with light, because I'm at the Montclair Transit Center in the morning. Again, the actual sun is not remaining over an address. It's not maintaining perpetual presence over an address. In doing so, as you are returning, for example, to one address during the beginning of the day, and then you're back at the end of the day, that wouldn't be the sun. All right, so that's understanding what is stalking with light. And that's exactly what the entity did coming from Rancho Cucamonga. That's exactly what the entity would do if I were to stay on Route 66 and go all the way to the end of the line to Montclair Transit Center, because that's the pattern of conduct which I've already documented before. Fontana Metrolink train station. All right, it is 7:23 p.m. This is P.O.C. 66780R2. You got group stalkers that are on surveillance cameras entering into the Vons right now. Red and black checkered jacket. Looks like a little kid with a pink and black jacket. They're getting out of this vehicle. They're group stalking. They're maintaining surveillance. And this minion that is driving sends her kids into the vehicle. They are getting out and going in as I start walking toward the parking lot. And I want to be clear, this is for purposes of what is crossing path conduct. And it's also activity creation. And this license plate, 7LIF474, she's engaged in surveillance in the parking lot, monitoring. 6FMZ057, 493JA handicap. 6DLD 988. 25787J2, 8YDP 721, 8BZM 025. And it's 7:24 p.m. All right, engaging in bathroom monitoring. This is at Vons, and molesting is license 8HIL698. Flashing light outside of the bathroom in relevant position to the bathroom. And as I start recording this right now at what is 7:39 p.m., I'm molested with what is directed light, okay? License PLAYQD. These are demons that are indeed monitoring while my panties are down, engaging in surveillance. That's sexually violent conduct by these same demons that are stalking with the state on behalf of the state. 8BCM661. This is the entity that's creating flashing a light while all of the entity knows. This is understanding the factual backdrop. They're aware of where I'm at. They're surrounding me where I'm inside of the bathroom, creating light activity while they're monitoring with communication devices. And then I'm molested with directed light because the minion was already driving with headlights. That's not headlights that is engaging in what is simultaneous. This is pursuant to the demonic behavioral pattern as I'm in operation on my phone, and also suddenly substantially vibrant light touching all over my body. That's the molestation, 7KJ8439. And that is, again, third party 8HIL698. They're also engaged in bathroom monitoring at Upland Pizza Company, Who's Tea. This is directly next to the Vons. This is the entity that's acting as one, all right, the people of the state acting as one on behalf of the state. Okay, it is currently 7:40 p.m. 8JPD156, a sex offender, engaging in surveillance of someone in a bathroom. All right, engaging in that ongoing invasion of privacy as an entity. All right, and it includes this license plate as well. 7EQC507. 8PMA363, they're all engaged in a molestation as well. They're all molesting me together while then I start documenting it. 7SLY187. Doing it with simultaneity to my beginning to record, monitoring me, okay? Monitoring what I'm doing on my phone. Demon stalking with activity. All right, this is how that demonic activity in that criminal monitoring system operates. It's 7YER183, 8NFP734, 8DNW299, EZP301, 4CYS259, 8DZS073, 6WRM943, CC62S83 paper, 8SWU911, 8SCL296, 8EFF507, CC64W06 paper, 6WUE537. I think I read that. 6WUF537. And it is 7:41 p.m. That is, again, monitoring. And this is federal stalking by an entity in the bathroom. And then you're walking out and the entity is surrounding you with this light activity. Again, I'm just speaking to understanding the levels of harm that the entity is inflicting to the ordinary target individual who is subject to this group stalking, where you are aware as they are engaging in that pattern of conduct, the level of invasion that you're subject to while they are engaging in that conduct while you're physically indisposed, engaging in private activity inside of a private space. and they are surrounding you. This is the same entity where I'm showing you at 6:36 p.m. and you see these demons dragging around shopping carts, because that's their method of noise creation in order to look normal while they're group stalking at a grocery store. And you see what does not look normal while they attempt to it. They're not normal under what is a fake sun that I capture at 6:36 p.m. and what is directed light that's appearing underneath the structure of the building. Okay, this is that same venue. They're monitoring the bathroom. They're stalking with light in relevant position to me inside of the bathroom. And then they're molesting with directed light as I start documenting it. Okay, that's the demon possessed. That's the perpetual sex offender. 6YEK443, directed light on the ground while this demon crosses path. Lines of directed light, and it is dark. It's nightfall. Okay, that's not their headlights creating light on lines of light on the ground. It's the same directed light I show you during the day, which is also not sunlight. License 8LWB852. It's 7:43 p.m. BBL 782, I believe. License plate 7ZER967 5KTZ927, and these are sex offenders engaging in monitoring in a bathroom. It doesn't stop because I'm outside of the bathroom. They're monitoring as one. Molesting is one. The same parking lot I'm walking on the sidewalk, the same entity. 8WAY086, a sex offender. 8PUV720, molesting as well. 7GTP361, the same demon possession. 8EZW910. AJJJ704, the same directed light. It does not stop. You're talking about what is a perpetual sex offender that are the people of the state engaging in the ongoing ceaseless pattern of conduct on behalf of the state of California. The state is still stalking from place to place. It is doing it through the people of the state. They are engaging in sexual violence as an entity. That's P.O.C. There, I'm documenting what are names that are engaging in what is monitoring me in a bathroom. That's the people of the state that are violent sex offenders. 8WFH910, 7YCU760. And they're all molesting. 8XOE044. 8JHH046. Stephen Morales on the side of this vehicle. License 8WUH447. 5KHS914. 26778E3. 7ZER967. 8D40798, 8ZPA752, molesting, 8NWT401, molesting, 6LXD000, molesting, 6GTJ551, molesting. It is 7:45 p.m. 94090E3, molesting while I'm walking on the sidewalk. I'm walking on the sidewalk on what is Euclid Avenue and molesting me with directed light while they're driving on the street and I'm on the sidewalk. That's P.O.C. at 7:46 p.m. That is a molestation at what is third-party facilitating venue Uptown and Country, the Bank of America at 40 West Foothill Boulevard in Upland, California. This is where they're molesting. Alrighty, it is still 7:46. I'm just speaking to where I'm at. Where the entity is molesting, it is facilitation, and those in relevant position are molesting as well while they're monitoring together. Omnitrans is license plate 1545805, bus number 2362. This is the bus that I'm preparing to board to go southbound on Euclid Avenue back to Ontario. And Omnitrans is creating light activity while the bus is here loitering in relevant position. A part of the same molestation, a part of the same bathroom monitoring. All right, I just walked across the street. This is the P.O.C. that's underway. And it's 7:48 p.m. Using the bus to engage in what is facilitation. Okay, the flashing lights on the bus is facilitation. Directed light is touching all over me, not only while I'm walking, but on the environment. Multiple shadows on the ground. All right, it is 7:48 p.m. at Uptown Country Shopping Center in Upland, California. Stalking with activity and getting on the bus at 8:01 p.m. as soon as I turn on my camera. You're looking at what is a group stalker that is maintaining presence in directed light. You see his fat ham hock leg. You see the directed light moving through the middle of the bus. This is group stalking. It's 8:02 p.m. and I captured that in still images, series of images. You'll see what is this, literally the shape. What the engineered light touches, it creates that very shape in the light, and it's moving forward, the same direction, meaning forward, meaning it is moving south as the bus is driving south on Euclid Avenue, and you can see the direct light through the center of the bus. It's the windshield. It's appearing what is this engineered light. It's impossible light activity. It's moving south as the bus is driving south. This is appearing in the middle of the bus. This is the pattern of conduct, and I capture that in still images. That's my point. You'll see that one image after another. It looks like a burst shot series of images, and X-ray if you look at all of them, and like what do they do, like a slideshow. It'll be like a video because you'll see the light moving, and you see his leg. That's like, for example, driving in directed light, sitting there, maintaining presence in the path in the directed light. All right, this is P.O.C. It's currently 8:03 p.m. All right, getting off the bus at 8:04 p.m. And this is employee number 3145 who is molesting. Employee 3145 with Omnitrans, the people of the state, also stalking in the path while the entity is keeping directed light on that bus, as I documented. This is license plate 1545805, bus number 2362. And as I'm walking on the sidewalk, getting off of the bus, being molested with what is engineered light. These are the people of the state. They're engaged in ongoing sex offense. 6LBY529, 65472J3, and employee 3145 is a part of that sex offense. This is a male that's operating that bus. And also the image of the minion with the ham hock leg. This is the demon that is routinely stalking during the week, getting on the bus that I get on at 6:50 p.m. Understand he's group stalking, but let me also point out that this group stalker gets on the bus, first of all, stalking with activity. As I change to the function of the camera on my phone, literally the bus stops, this meeting gets on. This is how they are acting in concert. The form for stalking with activity is that somebody is at the bus stop, and that's why you're stopping. That creates light activity. This creates ongoing activity creation. CANDY 20, 8MLM 755, 6JPU628. They're all molesting. 52784M1. That's Canseco cabinets. They're molesting. And the entity is engaging in using this same third party who was at the bus stop. I just want to document, usually an hour earlier, with regard to my leaving the Upland Public Library, and he's engaging in group stalking. This is an impermissible threat by the people of the state who are systematically stalking, and this is documentation of that third party that has been engaged in documenting, for example, when I'm leaving Upland Public Library earlier. I just want to point that out. This is the same third party that's group stalking on the bus when I'm on the bus an hour earlier, and it's not a coincidence. They're monitoring, it's group stalking, but you also have what is engaging what is traditional stalking. With regard to traditional stalking is when you're engaging in stalking as an individual on more than one occasion. You're following around. Group stalking is the luxury where the entity is acting as a group, and the false premise is that you're not supposed to be able to identify that somebody's stalking you because they're not. It's not even the same person. All right, they're all maintaining presence all around you together. All right, and so you're not supposed to be able to identify the fact that you're being stalked, that you are being followed around by minions. Well, we probably wouldn't describe them as minions, but they're demons that engage in this, that you're being followed around by strangers, people that you don't know. And so I just want to point that out. License 7WEM029, 40952F3, 7UUG677, 6TXT953, and they're all molesting. And so this third party is one that is ready to engage in what is getting on the bus, which is stalking with activity. They're acting in concert together. And this minion engages in what is this stalking, ready to engage in that P.O.C. As I get on the Route 83. In the same way that I'm documenting the people of the state that are group stalking at the museum, and immediately the entity is already ready. They're stalking. You're already present, stalking, hovering in a plane. That's how you're able to, at the same time, cross path and create amplified audible activity while you are crossing path right over me at the property of the museum. You are already stalking in the path, meaning you're right there already. You're stalking, you're hovering, you're waiting, and aware of what I'm doing as you are mirroring my activity, which is a ongoing, it's a documented pattern by demons who are monitoring you. 9 AEB 949, 7 NRV 499, 5 UIC 315. So I just want to point that out, that particular third party who you see his leg, he's stalking in the path, he's sitting in directed light, driving in directed light, flying in directed light, flying under the fake sun. That's over me. All right, it's the P.O.C. All right, it's group stalking in that environment. It's 8:08 p.m. I'm at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. All right, documenting several videos of the entity that is always stalking. So this is the entity that is choosing to engage in stalking. The method is via helicopter. And this is an intent to terrorize and to harass and intimidate while you're engaging in what is federal stalking, and doing so to an American citizen that is in the process of documenting the public entity. That is the impermissible threat. And that is, again, what is the just grounds of which shall be the grounds of what is federal prison for government actors. And not only the government itself that's engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring, but also the people of the state. And as I captioned several videos and as I'm referencing, you have the entity that is engaging in repeatedly crossing path and just doing so visibly. The entity's not going anywhere. That's why they're not going anywhere. They're just flying off as I'm capturing video and remaining. And the amplified audible activity is literally the act of the demonic. As you hear it again, this is demonic activity. That's literally what you would ordinarily describe as being on a microphone, except that the demonic does not need such mechanisms. It's literally demonic surrounding me with what is the sound of a helicopter while a demon is flying over me repeatedly, pacing back and forth in what is engineered like the specific environment. This is the same P.O.C. that I documented all day long while that specific environment, directed light, a light source remaining over my head, which is not possibly the sun. Today, while I went and remained in Rancho Cucamonga, is the exact same P.O.C. So that is 10:04 p.m. when you're listening to what is, again, evidence for the federal, what shall be federal prison for the people of the state that are monitoring with this government that is stalking as well. I'm not only documenting the government that is stalking directly, I'm documenting the government that is stalking vicariously through the people of the state. And that's exactly what's occurring at state facilitating venues such as Paul Bayan Library in Rancho Cucamonga. That's exactly what I documented. And that is the state that is stalking vicariously in a bathroom to engage in this ongoing monitoring conduct, which is underway. Directed light is in that bathroom. The fake sun is over that library. That's not possibly the sun, as I documented it, and it remained until after 5 p.m. That's the pattern. And it's not possibly the sun. It is also not the sun with regard to what is not sunlight, as I'm showing you what is the engineered light and the pacing conduct in that engineered light, the maintenance of what is loud noise in that engineered light while demons are maintaining presence in that entirety and outside that library. It's massive surveillance and monitoring that's underway. And that environment followed me to Rancho Cucamonga and remained in Rancho Cucamonga out of conformity with anything that I've documented, meaning it is speaking to what is not possibly the sun, because at no time am I ever stopping in Rancho Cucamonga, especially as I'm on ordinarily Route 66, and that fake sun stays over the passenger side of that bus. On Foothill, it stays on the passenger side of that bus while it's driving on Foothill Boulevard toward the Fontana Lewis Library. It is never on Day Creek. You've never seen going to or from Fontana the light source that's any vantage point from Day Creek, which is north, runs north and south. While I'm on the bus. That fake sun remains right over my head. And the entity is keeping this fake sun today over the library on the grounds of the Victoria Gardens while it is in front of the entrance doors directly above my head, where it remained for a series of hours, even until my exit, okay? It is even outside of the parking garage directly in alignment with me over my head, that is, while I go into the parking garage and document tons of license plates. And then it's also followed with a light show. This is what the government is doing right now. I'm documenting the government that is group stalking. It is engaging in demonic activity directly. The government is the one that's engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring. The government is the stalker. I am identifying thousands that are the people of the state that are group stalking on behalf of that very government. It is the evidence of what shall be additional documentation of federal group stalking and monitoring by the people of the state. All right, who are demon possessed, just like this demon possessed group stalker in a helicopter. That's demonic activity. This is a demon having access to a helicopter, engaging and stalking me, okay? And doing so in the same exact specific environment. It's engineered light that surrounds me, that's molesting me. Doing so pursuant to what is amplified audible activity. The demonic does not rely on what are maximizing mechanisms with regard to maximizing the sounds of things. I use words such as amplification in order that you understand what the entity is doing with the acoustics, with the environment around, with regard to what you can hear. It's audible activity. But the entity this is demonic. The entity does not need a microphone. That's not what's going on. The entity, this is demonic. This is Satan that is creating this directed light that you see inside of parking garages and flashing light all over. And that is literally the work of spirits that you cannot see. These are demons. This is demonic. The demon possessed surround. The demon possessed are engaged in following me around in their vehicles, following me around at whatever venue that I arrive at. And the entity itself, which is, again, the work of Satan with an entire fake sun that remains over my head for the duration of the day. That demon-possessed entity is stalking in a helicopter, which is literally punctuating the evidence of another complete day of speaking to the grounds of prosecution for the entirety of the state of California, because this is what the whole state is doing. Okay, while the entity is keeping an environment over an American citizen, it is speaking to what the entity is engaging in anywhere and everywhere that you're going at all times. Directed light during the day and during nightfall, while an entity is stalking with directed light. And even in this video, the entity is molesting me while they are at a distance. This is a demon that's manifesting light as opposed to driving by in a vehicle with headlights on. These are demons that are manifesting light while they're driving on Euclid Avenue and Hope Boulevard. And the demon that is flying this helicopter is group stalking in the path. Understand that. Everything that is ongoing, this is all demonic conduct. It is nothing normal. It is nothing innocuous whatsoever, and I've already demonstrated that. But you're understanding and remaining cognizant of what the entity is doing. Those are demons that are manifesting light while they're in vehicles crossing path repeatedly. Those are not headlights. All right, so what I'm speaking to by those are not headlights, headlights do not create concentrated light at such a far distance, which I am on the grounds of the museum, such that I can feel that light touching me. That's impossible light activity. That's a demon that's touching with directed light, the act of the demonic, the sex offender that is always molesting, that is stalking in doing so. That impossible light activity is occurring because they are intentionally in the past at the same time while you are being touched with that light, which is serving to monitor, while the government, a demon, is flying around me repeatedly by helicopter. This is indeed, as I stated in my video, what is the grounds for federal prison, as I've documented the, multiple police departments that are of this condition, demon-possessed, engaging in what is criminal conduct, which is federal group stalking and monitoring. It is currently referred to as what is federal stalking, interstate stalking under existing federal law, Title 18, Section 2261A, subsections 1 and 2. But this goes beyond what is ordinarily referred to as interstate stalking. This is a demon-possessed entity. That is the state of California, that are government actors and the people of the state, demon possession, which is seeking to maintain surveillance in the state of California, monitoring, criminal monitoring, and doing it on behalf of the government. That's what the people of the state are doing. And it is relevant to what is prosecution for terrorism, while a government is not only stalking you, but is a demon-possessed entity stalking you in concert with the people while keeping you under surveillance and doing so in every aspect of your life. That is the sex offender. That is the stalker. That is the one that is placing you, that is monitoring you and engaged in what is maintaining presence ubiquitously through every single last person, and doing so through an environment as I've shown it, which is entirely, you're able to show that environment because it's entirely impossible. It's a scientific impossibility that this is, first of all, ordinary light, and second of all, during the day, as I'm showing the sun. Scientific impossibilities, all right? Speaking to what is a deliberately maintained environment that is conducive to what is criminal monitoring by an entity, which is entirely demonic. And this is what I'm capturing in these series of videos while the entity is demonstrating what I've already shown over the years, stalking by helicopter. That's how important I am, and they are gassing up helicopters, following me everywhere 24 hours a day. That is not only how important I am, that's how much of a threat I am, because I went to Rancho Cucamonga and I established again, substantiating what is the prosecution of every single last person in the state of California. Every single last one. This is demon possession that is not limited to where I'm at. I'm showing you everywhere that I go what is an ongoing ceaseless system, which is in no way unhindered, which is no way hindered anywhere. If I were to, in other words, get on a plane and go to Northern California, this same exact pattern of conduct is underway, and that is exactly what follows logically, and upon engaging in what is legal reasoning and what is reasonable based on what is an established pattern, documented as a matter of evidence, that's exactly the case. All right. And this is speaking to what is the grounds for prosecuting the entire state of California for what is interstate stalking, federal group stalking, and monitoring. This is the government that's monitoring through the people, and they are of the same identical condition. It is demonic activity, and it shall be the criminalization of such demonic activity, which is serving to the demise of the target individual to violate your constitutional and human rights while you are placed under surveillance by this demon-possessed entity. And today, as I referenced in my videos, while the entity provided me that evidence, and which you heard on my podcast again moments later, I had just captured video, and as I start recording this podcast, you heard the entity that is crossing path again. Let me be clear. Crossing path is the criminal act. They are present in engineered light. The entity is requiring necessary ongoing activity in this engineered light. It is the objective to move around in this engineered light. That's why the entity molests me with this light. As I exist, as I move around, as I talk, as I do whatever I'm doing, it's activity creation that these demons are monitoring me to. It is relevant for what is serving to your own demise while you are subject to what is, just like every other touching, it shall be prosecuted as a sexual molestation. You're touching my breast with directed light. You're touching my legs and my thighs. You're touching my genitalia area. You're touching my buttocks area with directed light, and you don't have any consent to touch me with anything whatsoever, especially to engage in what is a criminal system of federal group stalking and monitoring. You don't have the consent to do that, and it is no less of a sexual violation of the person while Satan itself is touching you in methods that you have never heard of before. It is no less criminal. It's even more terrorizing and creepy, and it's going to be prosecuted as the same exact sexual touching that any ordinary person would not have the consent to do with their actual hands. Okay, because Satan is using minions, because Satan is doing it in methods that I have literally had to provide a nomenclature for it so that you understand, so that we can communicate about what Satan is doing amongst the people in a government. That's serving for what is the creation of federal law. It's not going to be treated any differently. You're going to understand how you're going to prosecute, how anyone is capable of prosecuting the criminal activity of the demon-possessed population that's keeping American citizens under surveillance. Okay, unbeknownst to them, but now it's not unbeknownst. You are capable of knowing not only one's condition, but once you know one's condition, I want to let you know everyone's condition, because it's not just one or two, it's just them and it's not them because they go to that church and they have Bible study. No, let me tell you something. That fake sun is over that church. Let me say demonic activity underway inside of that building that they call a church. While they're saying the name of Jesus, it's audible activity. They're all in engineered light. There are sex offenders, violent sex offenders hiding under that guise of religiosity. Been there, done that. Okay. There is no difference. And I'm also documenting for your own education and showing what I'm going to rip through every single type of minion amongst this population. The religious minions. Okay, those that are engaging in the professional minions, whoever they call themselves being educated, they are all engaging in the same conduct. As today, I went to Victoria Gardens, which you, an ignorant observer, might differentiate that neighborhood from somewhere in downtown San Bernardino, and I'm telling you that it's not. They're demon-possessed alike. They're psychopaths alike. They are entirely demented alike. They have the same spirit of Satan on them, and that makes a freak, okay? That makes a freak. That is the weirdo. That is the cockroach of humanity. And they are psychopaths that are highly hostile to the fact that I'm revealing it. And this is how you're actually witnessing it, because you're talking about what are closeted psychopaths. Maintaining what is a sense of in their own you're a psychopath though, so you have some twisted, demented, everything that you think is normal is based on what you and the rest of the minions have established as normal. Okay, they're in an alternate universe, literally. The fake sun rises and sets on me, okay, while they're stalking me, and they're engaging in what is a sense of quote unquote normalcy based on their own demented standards. This is Satan. All right. And so you have what is, the more that I document, the more that I'm revealing it, that's where that real psychopath is exposed. OK. And all you do, I just sit back and let the camera roll. I sit back, let the microphone catch all that audible activity, because you're learning about the personality of Satan. You're talking about what is documentation of what is harassment. Every syllable coming out of that minion's mouth while they're threatening your life. You'll go to federal prison for it. You go to federal prison. So you can yuck it up. Talk all you want, run your mouth, minion, because first of all, you are on the wrong side of the law, and you are in every way racking up additional charges, and you're doing it on behalf of an entity. The people of the state are going to be prosecuted because you speak on behalf of that state that you hear stalking me by helicopter right now. Okay. Well, not right now, the second, but what you heard. Okay. And what I captured several videos of. Okay. So this is the same entity that's acting as one. And while I am at Rancho Cucamonga Library today, this is what I reference in these series of videos, and this is the government that is a violent sex offender and engages in sexual violence, even utilizing children, which is not the first time I've actually captured this. You are engaging in criminal monitoring. You're monitoring documentation. So in other words, you are aware of, and don't forget about the light activity. Okay, so when I'm going through this, like I said, there is no question that the pattern of conduct, as I have told you what the pattern of conduct is, I didn't just tell you, I documented it, and I'm pointing out that is the pattern of conduct. Okay, I'm not just making allegations and I didn't substantiate it. No, this is monitoring. And it's monitoring by demon-possessed people. And so before I go through this, let me be clear. This is criminal monitoring. There is no reasonable question about it. They are monitoring, and they're also monitoring while I'm documenting. So in other words, these creepy stalkers know that they are being documented, especially as they engage in continuously stalking me in a bathroom. So this is a sex offender that is engaging in what is sexually violating me while they are also at the same time sexually exploiting a child. You are entering in the bathroom with the intention to engage in monitoring another in the private space. You are the perpetual sex offender. You do so while you are in the custody of a minor child. You intend to engage in that sexual violence, including those under the age of majority, in that sexually violent pattern of conduct of surveilling another American citizen while that is also being documented. This is multiple levels for prosecution. That's an impermissible threat. That is sexually violent conduct. That is also serving for the obstruction, the sexual exploitation of a child. You are placing them essentially in front of a camera to be captured. You are placing them before a microphone to be captured on podcast. You are monitoring documentation. And this is indeed the P.O.C. The fake sun through the window of that library, the fake sun remaining over that library for the duration of the day. I arrive at 11 o'clock in the morning. After 5 p.m., it's still there in front of the same doors. And doing so as I walk out, because it's on the east side, necessarily so to be in through the children's portion of that window, of that window. And I'm showing you what is directed light filling the venue, and the parking garage, that whole scene of absolutely impossible light activity, directed light. These minions are monitoring. There is no reasonable question. So you're talking about what is the mind state, what is the criminal motive, what is to be prosecuted as the sexual, predatory, and demented conduct that it is, posing a threat not only to the targeted individual, myself who's documenting it, but also the child that you are sexually exploiting. So this is what I'm capturing while I'm documenting, which the entity that is stalking anticipates, intentionally enters. This is speaking to an unfathomable level. You go to federal prison for this, okay? This is the unprecedented level of malice, and I mean, this is entirely sick and depraved. You enter the bathroom with a child and you intend to, first of all, why would you engage in they're monitoring, okay? Why would you engage in entering the bathroom with a child and then getting in front of the camera with a nude child? Why would you do that? While you're monitoring documentation, in other words, you're aware of the fact, you know all the methods of which that I document as well. They know that I'm publishing a podcast. Why do you think the entity is flying over me as many times as it does? This entity is furious at the fact that all the ways in which I'm documenting and exposing what it's engaging in. Yes, they know. Okay, the entity is aware of the fact that I capture images and video. They know that this documentation is published and the ways in which it's published. Why would you place a naked child in front of the camera where I'm in the bathroom and you're stalking and monitoring? Let that audible activity go ahead. I'll give you time. I'll wait. You can listen to P.O.C. First of all, there's more than one reason. First of all, you're doing that to obstruct justice. You perhaps think placing a naked child in front of my camera lens, which is intentional conduct, it's in directed light. I captured video, directed light in the bathroom. This is indeed the pattern of conduct. No light that you are buying, no light fixtures create multiple shadows. These are demons in a bathroom stalking, with knowledge of the fact that their stalking activity is being documented. You enter in and strip a child naked and place that child in front of my camera lens. Why would you do that? First of all, you do that because you are thinking perhaps I'm not going to be able to use your face, your image, because a naked child is in front of you, which you placed. All right, and you're going to be prosecuted for that. These are the tendencies of the people of the state. That's not just that particular demon at that particular venue. That's the state of California that you see flying over my head in these multiple videos that I just captured. That is the conduct of the sex offender that engages in additional sexual violence while they are sexually violating me. Understand all the grounds upon which you're going to prosecute. All right, you're going to, in every single way, like I stated, you're going to annihilate this entity. That is one that is speaking to, intending on, and demonstrating a willingness to, it literally engaged in the conduct of sexually exploiting that child while monitoring me. Okay, yes, that's a threat. That is a danger to that child. But I want to be clear. This is also demonic activity. So you're talking about, again, and this is the reality. And so I'm just going to break this down to you. The reality is that demon possession is not limited to the age of majority. And these children that I am encountering, they engage in they're very knowledgeable about what they are doing with regard to the demonic. I'm not saying that they can read at 12th grade level or anything like that. I'm talking about based on their age. Okay. So I'm saying a little 6-year-old child is not necessarily an academic genius to exercise what is maturity in what is wicked. Okay, you're dealing with demonic activity, and these children act with knowledge. This is entirely demonic. They're with their demon-possessed parents. They act together. Okay, and I've witnessed this on more than one occasion. But not even that. You have what is so peculiar about this sexual violence, and understand again. This is what is so. Unprecedented. This is sexual violence that I am being subjected to by the use of a child. Okay? While you are documenting, you're going to document. The government is stalking you in the bathroom. Yeah, you're going to document that. You're going to document it because you're going to prosecute for being a sex offender. That's what the government is. It's placing you under surveillance. It's engaging in surveillance in a bathroom. Yeah, you don't have any privacy. The government is engaging in what any ordinary individual placing any such mechanisms or engaging in stalking you in a bathroom, following you into a bathroom while they're stalking you. You're going to be prosecuted for that. The government is doing it through the people of the state. The government is strolling up in the bathroom, placing directed light in the bathroom, the direct evidence of ongoing surveillance, while those demons, they're also demons that are in a bathroom next to you. That is terrorizing as well. And they're strolling in there while they're also monitoring your documentation. That is terrorizing as well. That's the entity that is stalking you in your face. And then entering into the bathroom, stalking you in your face. Okay, creeping you out, being in the stall right next to you, strolling in and out of the bathroom, indirect the light. That's grounds of federal prison. Understand that. This sex offender enters with a child, strips that child butt naked, and brings that child right in front of my camera lens. Yeah, you're monitoring. They're in directed light. I captured that. It is the P.O.C. Why would you do that? First of all, because you're under some false impression that you won't be identified because I'm not going to use that image because a naked child is in that image, under the false impression of that. And second of all, because under some demented tactic, it somehow would portray me as a sex offender. I'm seeking out these images of naked children. All right. Doing so while, first of all, I am standing where I'm at is speaking to being in the general area of the bathroom. I'm not aiming anything into any sort of bathroom stalls. I'm standing by the sink. You have what is necessarily coming out into the general area of the bathroom. Not only does this woman brings out the child that's not fully dressed, not only and this is the demonic aspect. Well, the demonic aspect is that the fake son is over the library. The fake son is following me as I walk around in that library. Wherever I go, the fake son remains over the building and moves in real time. And as I walk out of the entrance doors, that's why it's right there over the entrance doors, because that's where I'm at. If I walk any direction in the library, the fake son moves over me. That's demonic, okay? It's also demonic, the direct light inside of the venue and in the bathroom. That's demonic. The demonic aspect as well as I'm observing this sexual violence that's being perpetrated against me while you're using a minor child and stripping her naked. Also to be a distraction, all right? That's also to be startling to me. There's multiple reasons why you engage in this. And also because you are a sex offender and you are sexually harming that child, even whether that child knows it or not. It is exploiting that child while you are doing so in front of a camera that you know is in operation, because I'm documenting the fact that you are group stalking in a bathroom on behalf of the state of California, which you're fully aware of. All right, that's a violent sex offender. That is one that is sexually harming the very child that they're with, demonstrating again an intent to harm that child and an intent to engage in what is monitoring and group stalking and threatening and terrorizing one that is the target individual to any degree, to any extent, which is again a threat posed to that child as well. Okay, but the demonic aspect is that even as this is underway, I'm looking to capture what is this demon, this Caucasian female. You see, she looks like a teenager. She looks half dead. She looks as dead in the flesh as she is in the spirit. She's a living dead. She's a minion. She is clutching her communication device, and the entire time, this is literally a demon that is stalking in the path with light in the bathroom. And she just keeps light illuminated while she's holding a cell phone. So let me be clear. Let me break this down. In the same way that headlights are not reaching across the distance where I'm at on the grounds of the museum, while the demon is turning from Hope Boulevard on Euclid Avenue and touching me with headlights. That's not what that is. You're going to break that down. That is a demon that, first of all, knows exactly where I am, is stalking in the path, and is molesting with directed light, because your headlights are not reaching. They're not going to create any sort of impact with regard to light at this distance at the museum. It's not going to touch the grass. It's not going to touch the sidewalk. That's not the ordinary headlights. That's not headlights. That's creating that light activity. That is a demon that is group stalking and engaging in a molestation. That's a demon that's manifesting light. The demon possessed engage in this conduct of what is manifesting light. That's what you saw inside of the parking garage. Okay? You witnessed demonic activity and you saw it via light. The light conduct. Demonstrating what is, first of all, the presence of darkness. Evil. All right, this is evil that is engaging in what is criminal conduct. It's not enough to just be evil with regard to prosecution. It's not enough to just be evil. All right, it's not about name calling. It's about engaging in criminal conduct and the nature of that criminal conduct. Then we're getting to what's relevant legally. And this is terrorism. This is wicked. This is demented. This is relevant to what is an entity engaging in what is wicked and demented. This is terrorism. Manifesting light inside of that parking garage. That was a scene, a terrorizing scene, and showing what the entity is doing at all times, stalking me with light, terrorizing me with light, molesting me with light in ways that are absolutely impossible to naturally occur. It is the conduct of the demonic. Demons filling that parking garage, hopping in their car right around where I'm at. That's not a coincidence. They're going in their car. They're remaining in their vehicle. They're group stalking in the parking garage, following everywhere. So in this bathroom, this is a demon that is manifesting light. This is the pattern. That's actually not a cell phone that's keeping her illuminated while she's in the bathroom. She is manifesting light. This is a demon-possessed person. And she looks like a teenager, perhaps with her mother. I don't know, but she looks very disturbed, actually, if you look at the images I captured. And all of the demon-possessed they're all disturbed. But there are those that literally reveal it through their physical appearance. All right, versus those who act like they're normal and hold it together. And I want to be clear, like I said, that's like drawing a contrast between downtown San Bernardino, or like how more people would be familiar with, if you're not familiar with downtown San Bernardino, which this is a reference to what is a rough neighborhood. Compton, okay, what you would identify as, not the best type of neighborhood that you want to be in. If you are trying to make some sort of comparison between it, there is no difference. A demon that is wearing a tuxedo, carrying a briefcase, wearing a tie, walking in a Chase Bank. A demon molesting me with directed light while they're walking into their job inside of Chase Bank, wearing a suit, wearing slacks, okay, wearing some Stacy. It doesn't matter what those demons are wearing. Demons were driving Corvettes today, stalking me, molesting me with directed light. They are demons alike. There is no difference whatsoever. There is no hierarchy. There is no classification of status. You're talking about demons that are cockroaches, all of them the same. And it doesn't matter what they're driving, and it doesn't matter the zip code that they live in. And that's also what I'm teaching, or what I'm showing. But nonetheless, they are criminals. They're engaging in the same exact P.O.C. on behalf of the same exact public entity, the state of California, that is at this museum stalking by helicopter at nightfall. This is the same state of California that was stalking all day long while I was documenting its vicarious act of the people of the state, who are still monitoring right now while the entity flies about by helicopter. Right? And so this is a demon inside of the women's bathroom that is manifesting light. That's what she's doing. She's stalking in the path with light. And this is a demon that is doing this. She's doing so inside of that bathroom. She's leaned up against the wall. And I captured images. This is what I'm focused on. She's group stalking in the bathroom. And she's also stalking in the path with light. All right. This is this. She looks half past dead. All right. And you also see, again, I'm not holding up my phone like, say cheese, Satan. I'm not addressing them. I'm holding my phone and I'm looking at the screen. I'm not looking up at them. I'm not holding it up and looking square. I'm looking down at my phone. And again, documenting, but I'm not addressing. I don't look up at them. I don't need to do that in order to capture whatever it is that I'm capturing on my phone. But you see how they are focused on me. They stare at me while I'm looking down at my phone. All right, document. These demons know exactly what I'm doing. You also know that from the pattern of conduct, but that's just additional evidence where they are literally aware. Satan is aware as I'm snapping pictures, okay? And with this same knowledge, I also want to be clear. This is what I'm capturing. This demon, this half-dead looking teenager, is engaging in sexual violence. And it is facilitated by the parents that the parent that she's with. I'm assuming this is her parent or guardian, whatever. And they're both standing in directed light. You can see the shadow extending in front of this demon while she's standing at the sink, a dark shadow and another shadow, which is to the side. This is impossible light activity in the bathroom. They're stalking, and this is the demon that is manifesting light while she is keeping a phone in her hand as though that's her phone screen. Understand, it's the same way demons that are manifesting light hiding behind headlights. Those aren't headlights, okay? Headlights don't engage in this substantial light activity creation. They're demons that are manifesting light, just like you saw inside of the parking garage. Another show of what is demonic. This is what demons are doing. They're following me around everywhere, manifesting light all over the place. All right, it's literally the act of, this is what the demon possessed do. This is the obsession, this engineered light. This is the grounds of, again, understanding what shall be the perpetual sex offender, because this is the objective. The entity is always surrounding and terrorizing and touching with this engineered light, okay? And so this little sex offender who looks dead, she's staring dead at me. I'm not looking at her. I'm looking at my phone and I see her looking at me, but I'm not looking up at her. And you have what is focused on me while you see her illuminating. This is a demon that's stalking in the bathroom. You're looking at, first of all, what's demonic. Not just the fact that she looks dead. Ignore the fact that she looks pale and she looks as dead as she is on the inside, okay? But the fact that she is, she's a demon and she is stalking with light, okay? That's what she's doing. That's the significance of what you're looking at. And she's doing it in a bathroom. All right, this is monitoring that's occurring in a bathroom. This is a sex offender. And as I am, so I just want to take a backtrack. This is what I'm capturing images of. 5 seconds later, and it's very quick. It's going very quickly in the bathroom. I'm looking at my timestamps, and so I see that it's 5 seconds later, but it's literally like 1 second after another is how quickly it's happening. But 5 seconds, I guess, is not a long time. But anyway, as soon as I capture that, this little demon moves out of the way, which you'll see. The next image is this. She appears to be an African-American woman. She steps out into the hallway when she's supposed to be tending to a baby, having this baby use the bathroom. She steps out into the hallway visible. All right, for me to capture. And so I'm focused on getting her image, all right, while this other demon moves out of the way, aware of the fact that she's being documented. That's what that is. And she moves out of the way. She's still in relevant position, though, immediately replacing that placement, immediately replacing that position, in other words, is this African-American female with this little girl. She comes out of the bathroom stall. All right. And she is kneeling down, and I'm seeking to get her face, document her image. And it's kind of blurry, but I'm nonetheless capturing what is the people of the state group stalking in the bathroom. So this is equally credible and powerful evidence of what is the prosecution for the perpetual sex offender, which the people of the state shall be prosecuted as, and the state of California. And so immediately replacing one position, another demon, it's the same entity. Okay, they're engaging in positioning in the bathroom. And this is what you see, and it's 5 seconds later. And so she steps out, and I'm capturing this African-American female's image. And as I capture, literally, it's seconds later. And again, it's like second by second by second, but I'm looking at the timestamps, and so it looks like it's like 5 seconds later, and then 5 seconds later, and 5 seconds later. But as I'm taking images, it's like, it doesn't seem like it's 5 seconds. It seems like it's 1 second, 1 second, or 1 second. But I'm trying to capture images of what is their group stalking conduct in the bathroom. And so this demon, she steps out, and she's with a young child, and she comes out of the bathroom. She comes out of the bathroom door. Now, why would you do that if you're not even done? If she's not even done using the bathroom? I'm just breaking down common sense. You're coming out and you're exposing the child. You're doing so with simultaneity to my documenting this minion, this half-past dead minion who's stalking in the bathroom with light. She moves out of the way. She steps, and then this African-American steps out of the bathroom stall when she's not done. This little girl's not done using the bathroom. Apparently, she has all her clothes off. All right, and as I capture image of this African-American female who is kneeled down on the ground, then the little girl who doesn't have any clothes on, she steps out. And this is the demonic aspect. It's the woman looks up at me. And again, I'm not looking at them. I'm looking down at my phone. They are always looking directly at me, okay? They're looking directly up at me in the bathroom. All right, I'm capturing an image of her. Seconds later, the little girl steps out. She's She's totally nude, okay? And this is intentional conduct by an entity that's monitoring me and knows that they're being documented. This is sexual exploitation of a child. This is the state of California. This is the people of the state. And it's also demon possession. And I want to be clear, you're also witnessing this wicked conduct by their conduct of looking straight at me while they engage in this sexual exploitation of a child. And what's so weird, what's so creepy about it is what in my camera, what I see is the woman looks at me after I capture her image, then the child that is absolutely nude steps out, and even the child looks up at me. I'm not saying a word. I'm not looking at them. I'm holding my phone for all they know. I could be sending a text message. I could be doing anything. But for being a group stalker, you don't know what I'm doing on my phone. But the reality is that they're demons. They know exactly what I'm doing on my phone. And I want to be clear. This little child is aware of my presence. She's coming out naked on time. By on time, I mean she's engaging in what is the motive at that moment, which is to obstruct justice. Capturing a nude child. First of all, is going to supposedly, this is an attempt to startle, to disturb me, to distract from what I'm doing, which is documenting the P.O.C. Also, to engage in what is to falsely depict one that's documenting as a sex offender. They've tried that before. This is while this demon that's with this little girl also knows that I'm capturing her image, perhaps thinking that I won't use the image, won't be able to use the image because a naked child is in it. All of this is relevant, and it is immediately following what is my capturing group stalking by a demon in the bathroom. She's stalking with light in the bathroom. This is a demon, okay? That's what that is. And she immediately moves out of the way, and then the African-American woman comes out. And then while she comes out while the little girl is clearly not done, so why are you stepping out of the bathroom stall? And then the little girl is stepping out, and you can see the woman, she's like kneeling down behind the girl, while the girl then steps out in front of my camera lens. It's very, very direct what they're doing. They focus their attention on me, and there is no conversation. I'm not looking up at them. I'm not holding my camera up either. Like, you know how you would take a picture ordinarily, you hold your camera up to them and you're like, say cheese, or you could just hold your camera up and it's clearly evident that you're taking a picture. I don't have to do that. I'm looking down at my screen, holding my phone, looking down at my screen. I'm not looking up at them. And they are focused on me. And this little girl comes out and she is focused on me as well. This is demonic. And I want to be clear on that. But with regard to what is the prosecution of the people of the state, this is demonic activity. And yes, those under the age of majority, even young children, are subject to what is this demon possession. And that is an example of it, okay? And this is an adult. For purposes of prosecution, this is an adult that is sexually exploiting a child while engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring. And it is on behalf of this government that I referenced in this video, stalking repeatedly by helicopter, which is the long documented pattern of conduct. Union Pacific is a part of that sexually violent system as well. Okay, so it is 10:39 p.m. and so that's what I stated in my videos that I was going to expound upon. This is the pattern of conduct by an entity. It is a sex offender. It engages in sexual violence to any I mean, there is no limit. And that's not the first time that I have documented the people of the state literally exposing your own children. Why would you want your children? Because that's what you want. You're group stalking. So it is logically following. You are seeking to expose your own child, all right, to being published on the venue of the internet. It's not suggesting that you're not monitoring. You're in direct light. You're under the fake sun. This is the P.O.C. This is what I'm saying. You're pushing not a golf cart. You're pushing a shopping cart in the parking lot, and you want to establish that you're some normal. I'm saying that you want to establish it because this is the form that this system takes. It doesn't have any form. I've stripped it down. These demons are shown in the raw form that they are. They're psychopaths, okay? Psychopaths stalking me incessantly, everywhere and at all times, and on behalf of the state. Demons of the state of California, the government, puppets of Satan, okay? So you want to, and I'm just giving you a scenario, you're just having an ordinary, normal day at Victoria Gardens at the mall, or you're at the grocery store just having a normal day. You're just a normal person pushing a shopping cart in the parking lot, returning that shopping cart while you happen to be passing me. You don't know me. It's totally innocuous conduct, okay? Nothing going on there, nothing much to see here, folks. Yeah, except for the fact that you are in an environment that is an absolute impossibility with regard to it being a natural one. And you have what is all manner of what is that directed light, showing you what is the evidence of a demon that is creating any sort of activity in that demonic environment. It is the same thing at the Victoria Gardens Mall today, in that parking garage, and you're getting what is a raw form of what is every single last one of those demons' identification, because that's what they are. That's why that parking garage is filled with absolutely impossible light activity, not only based on the presence of that light source that's outside of that parking garage, all right, which is not possibly the sun, because also I'm documenting while I'm in entirely different cities. It's not on the side of that parking garage. And even if the sun was in a position, which it's not, I've documented it, but I can even let that go. Even if the sun was, even if documentation did not already suggest that it's a scientific impossibility that that's the sun, over the parking garage at Victoria Gardens on Monet Drive, the light that is inside of that parking garage, that is an entirely distinct method of stalking with light. It is absolutely impossible. It is not in conformity whatsoever with what the entity would like to claim. Oh, that's the sun. And oh yeah, that's sunlight. No, it's not. And you saw my shadow, multiple shadows above my head, a shadow that's on the ground, and then multiple shadows that are that are appearing on the roof, separated, and strolling back into the depths of that parking garage, flashing directed light. All right. And the entity is driving through that directed light. It's occurring while they are arriving, going into their cars, moving their cars, while they're opening their car doors, directed light moving onto the roof inside of that parking garage. The people of the state are a bunch of demons. They're a bunch of demons who engage in sexually exploiting children to engage in the pattern of conduct of monitoring me. Understand what that is as well. This is understanding all the ways in which unprecedented criminal activity is underway. You are sexually violating and offending the targeted individual, even through the use of children. Ordinarily, how do you look at that? Ordinarily, children are the ones that are being sexually violated. And this child is being sexually violated. She's being sexually exploited by the group stalker that she's with. But understand that these are demons, including this child. This child has a demon on them. And this child, with this recognition of my presence in the bathroom, is walking out and focused on me, just like the older minion in the bathroom that she's with. They're focused on me. She's looking up at me while the child walks out of the bathroom and then turns and looks at me while she's naked, while I am documenting, not a coincidence, in directed light under the fake sun. Okay, this is the P.O.C. And this is demon possession over a child, demon possession over the adult that she's with. And this child is subject to what is sexual exploitation, which is serving to obstruct justice. It's serving for all the ways in which, again, it's futile because I'm going to prosecute, but it's also understand what is necessary as well. You're going to annihilate that entity. And you annihilate this entity by, again, this is one that is seeking, this is the pattern of showing what is a threat to that child that you are literally exploiting to engage in monitoring me. You are sexually violating me while you are sexually exploiting that child. And that is what is so unprecedented about it. All right. And this is the links to which they go to, but you're talking about what is a whole fake universe. And by fake, I mean it's fake. These are scientific facts that we supposedly have that exist with regard to our universe, this environment. And there are no scientific facts whatsoever that are in any way relevant to what I'm documenting. And it is a whole cartoon environment. That's what that directed light shows. A bunch of goofy looking demons. And by goofy, I don't mean funny, meaning they look entirely stupid when I drag them in court. And by stupid, I mean you look like the baboons, the cockroaches of humanity that you are, the despicable criminals, the sick, disgusting, and predatory sex offenders, and the psychopath obsessive stalkers. Because that's exactly what they are. That's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what they are. And so that's what I stated that I was going to expound upon. And this is the people of the state engaging again, and the state of California engaging in the sexual exploitation of a child while they are together monitoring me. Okay. And so it's 10:45 a.m. and I wanted to expound upon that. This is evidence of that sexual exploitation, which I have. But again, I'm not going to publish that on my Google Drive. It is evidence that I will maintain custody of, but I'm not going to publish it on my Google Drive. I am not going to exploit a child, even though, let me break something down for you though. Because my goal is, I am advocating on behalf of the ordinary target individual. And so just my knowledge of what is prudent and what is imprudent what and also I've already, I'm not establishing the P.O.C. The P.O.C. is already established. The government is clearly stalking. Okay, I'm not sitting here trying to prove, and I don't have to prove that. I'm speaking to what is going to be the legislation to bind Satan. Satan that is working through the state of California, Satan that's working through the people of the state. In California, this is demonic activity that's underway in this state, and that's what I'm prosecuting under what's going to be federal law. Okay, I am not struggling trying to establish any sort of pattern of conduct. The pattern of conduct is pretty clear when the government's stalking day in and day out by helicopter everywhere that I go. Okay, and also maintaining what is not possibly the sun, as I mean down to the minute and down to the hour while I'm in 2 different counties over my head at the same time. Impossible. Remaining over a single address from the beginning of the day to the end of the day. Impossible. All right, I've shown every which way you can flip it. This is the P.O.C. It is demonic. And what I'm showing is the entity that's engaging in this pattern of conduct is doing so on behalf of the state. And so I just want to be clear. I don't need it, not only because I'm just not interested in publishing something disgusting like that, but I'm going to use it to prosecute the people because they are disgusting. And I'm going to use that very evidence against them. Okay, so I have it, but I'm not going to publish it. And I also don't even need it. But with regard to the ordinary targeted individual, it shall never be misconstrued that the targeted individual that is documenting the sexual violence that they are subject to, that they are somehow some sex offender. That is the malice that is employed. Understand that. That's the malice at work while an entity engages in that sort of conduct. And I want to make sure I am very clear with that. You're going to prosecute for that. All right, this is a level of evil that is so despicable it makes me want to spit. Okay, but instead of spitting, I'm going to prosecute. I'm going to engage in what is a dragation. I'm making up a word there because that's how severely I'm going to prosecute in federal court. All right, because that malice, that's an unprecedented level of malice. That is malice which I do not know that existing federal law has ever contemplated. It's malice by the government. It's malice by the government that is engaging in criminal conduct in concert with the people. That has not yet been contemplated under federal law. That is what is exercised. That's what the entity is engaging in when you are stripping down children and you want to falsely depict the targeted individual who is subject to sexual violence while you're monitoring and stalking and terrorizing them in the bathroom. And you want to engage in what is the appearance that it is the exact opposite, which is the conduct of Satan. That's exactly Satan's personality. That's exactly what Satan is into. That's the business of Satan. Let me be clear. You were talking about what is absolute loss of custody of such children. You're talking about what is the grounds of federal prison. You are talking about what, if anything, if that ever, but you're understanding what's the P.O.C. But even if that were to have any sort of traction, which it should not, it's occurring within a context of what is documenting this pattern of conduct. But you have what is criminal defamation if it were to get any traction, but it should not, because what the target individual is documenting is relevant to the criminal system by the government. And I'm showing you the extent to which that entity goes to monitor you, to obstruct justice, to falsely depict you, to distract you, to startle you, to terrorize you, whatever it is. This is what the entity is doing while the government that's monitoring you is monitoring your documentation. So that's a whole sex offender bringing a child, stripping that child naked and throwing him in front of the camera while you know that I'm documenting. What sort of sick pedophile engages in that? The people of the state. Okay? The people of the state of California. Like I stated, on behalf of the ordinary target individual who is documenting the pattern of conduct, it is not to be misconstrued if there is a little bit of lack of prudence on their part. For example, say they publish an image of what are children, that the entity is placing this child in front of the camera. The entity is monitoring your documentation. The entity is stalking you in the bathroom. And it's not to be misconstrued with that. And so, like I said, at every turn, the entity is the criminal, and it shall never, ever, ever be missed. You should not miss that. Okay, it is not to be misconstrued. It is not to be confused. And the entity is counting on that. And it is like, this is what I'm saying. I have to literally give the legal argument at every step of the way. So you do not forget what is the focus, what the entity is doing, what's the significance of that, with the knowledge that the entity has, the criminal system that the entity is operating, and then the ways in which it's using a people to engage in that conduct. And these are whole psychopaths. I mean, you cannot, a normal person, a sane person, you can't sit with a straight face and try to act like you're normal. Come on now. You can't. You can't, but they do. They do. This is speaking to what is understanding the psychopath, because you're not in any way suggesting that you're innocent. That's not a suggestion that's suggesting you are a very highly delusional psychopath. That's what it's suggesting. That's what it reveals. Okay. It's the pattern of conduct. You're surrounded by that weight of evidence. You are not suggesting that you're normal. You're any suggestion of some exclusion, which doesn't exist in federal group stalking and monitoring. There is no exception in the system. You're talking about what is surrounding in an environment. It's every single last one of them. And I've also gone to the extent of showing you that. Okay. But like I said, you're witnessing the personality of Satan. You're witnessing the level of desperation. You're stalking me in helicopters. You're stripping children butt naked and putting them in front of my camera while you know that you're being documented. You are the pedophile. You're the sex offender. You're sexually exploiting children. And I'll document you for that. I will prosecute you for that. And that is that which is worthy of, again, another additional grounds of what is the ways in which the entity is unfit. While they're engaging in the pattern of conduct in any way in custody of children, you're threatening the life of that American citizen. You're threatening the life of those children. You don't know what the ordinary target individual, where they're at mentally, while one with perhaps not so much intestinal fortitude, could be particularly vulnerable, and lashes out. Okay. And then the entity would call, oh, they're crazy. They lost their mind. They've been crazy for a long time. No, the government was monitoring them, terrorizing them, and they had no way to do anything about it. All right. And so, like I said, there's a whole factual backdrop, which, again, when you are unaware of what is the system, that's very real. And it is an injustice, a profoundly sickening injustice that is the way that it would be. That's exactly how it would be portrayed. All right. But like I said, the reality is you're threatening the life of those children because you don't know what's going on in the mind state of that target individual as much as you are a hovering demon possessed minion who is consumed with, but you don't know how you don't know what the target individual is subject to do. You are a threat to them, and you are threatening the lives of those minor children while you're engaging in terrorizing one who may very well be on the edge. Like, you've seen that before. And like I said, I'm not stating that this is always going to be the case, but I am advocating on behalf of the ordinary targeted individual who shall not be criminally defamed while they are engaging in what is documentation, and they are subject to what is unprecedented harassment by an entity. They are subject to what is terrorism by a demon-possessed entity, the work of Satan itself, okay? And this is demonic activity in the year 2022. This is how the demon-possessed are engaging in what is terrorism in the U.S., all right, they're monitoring you with communication devices. All right, they seek to falsely depict you as being some nut and seeking to have you thrown off into a mental ward or in prison, or however, the facts are such that you are losing your freedom while they are violating you. That's essentially the pattern of conduct. But more likely than not, again, the intent is to more than likely criminally defame you because the target individual would like to allege where, they might not have the ability to effectively articulate what Satan is doing amongst the people. It's freaking weird. To put it in normal terms, it is weird what Satan is doing. It's absolutely demented. It is sick. Okay. And so you might not be able to put that in words. And how do you calculate? And you're talking about what is a malicious system anyway. Who are you going to tell? These demon-possessed mental workers? They're going to twist everything you say. Guess what directed light is going to be misconstrued as? Guess what amplified audible activity? Oh, you're hallucinating. You're hallucinating. Oh, you're seeing things. Let me be clear. That's exactly what these demon-possessed mental health workers are there for. They are minions. All right. And they are engaging in what would ordinarily be an injustice serving for the criminal defamation of the targeted individual who was alleging group stalking without evidence, without federal law to help them enforce their rights. All right. And so that's why I'm saying it's more likely than not seeking to criminally defame, place into a ward than to just merely take your freedom and put you in a jail or a prison. All right. That's not far enough. The entity wants to defame you such that your allegations are never to be heard, never to be believed, written off as what is just crazy. All right. That's the pattern of conduct. So anyway, this is but for documentation. Oh, there's no hallucination, honey. They're all a whole bunch of demon-possessed psychopaths. All right. And they are surrounded with evidence that they can in no way address. What do you notice about those demons that are in directed light? You see them all looking the opposite direction. They don't look at me. They get in their car where that light activity is all over the place. They drive off, looking the opposite direction while they are sure enough engaging in the P.O.C. though. They're demons. They engage in it. They don't stop. That they're acting with impunity, but they look in every other way. They're not going to address what is entirely demented and demonic conduct. It's a concession. You are literally a demon-possessed group stalker while you are present in that environment. And they look every other which way while I'm documenting that. That's exactly what you see inside of the parking garage today at Victoria Gardens. This is always the case while I'm on the bus and I'm showing you directed light. Those demons sitting on the bus, pressing the stop request to get off the bus. What are you going to do? Look at the light yourself and say, whoa, what is that? No, you're going to sit and act like you don't see it. Okay, you're going to act oblivious to my documenting you in it. All right, because there is no way to address that. It's insurmountable evidence. And it is the evidence of their demon possession. And that is the conduct that is ordinarily, but for evidence, but for documentation, is the very ammunition that demon possessed, because I want to be clear, they're not just criminals. All right, they're not just those that seek to do harm, because that is exactly what it is when you are giving misdiagnoses and falsely depicting. The entity knows that group stalking is real. The entity is engaged in public corruption and seeks to conceal it. And mental health workers, the medical profession, the very demons that I'm documenting, okay, they engage in what is obstruction of justice. All right, so this is speaking to what is an absolute injustice, while they would otherwise, but for documentation, seek to depict the target individual as hallucinating. All right, you're a paranoid schizophrenic. You think everybody's stalking you. You're hallucinating. You're seeing light and you're hearing stuff that's not really occurring, right? But for documentation, the entity amplifies audible activity, stalks with audible activity, and does so in manners that are absolutely unrealistic and impossible to naturally occur. That's the demonic. All right, so with regard to a malicious pattern of conduct, the entity is engaging in what is indeed impossible to occur, but the demonic is engaging in a very real criminal system. And that is flipped as it is entirely an unjust system with regard to what is seeking to essentially blame the target individual for what is demonic activity that you're subject to. Well, they're surrounding you with the sound of train activity inside of the library, and you're hallucinating. No, it's demonic conduct. It's demonic activity. All right. And so, like I said, but for documentation, this is the criminalization of that demonic activity. It's serving criminal monitoring, and it is serving what is an ongoing pattern of conduct. And this P.O.C, this pattern of conduct, it is ripples into what is the medical field. Okay, like I've documented with regard to these fictitious prosecutions that the entity has engaged in, the medical, I don't like to call them medical professionals because I don't have any respect for them. They're criminals, and I've witnessed their demon possession. The entity was keeping a fake sun, directed light. I've gone through that already. This is literally Satan that has gotten into education or gotten his little certificate in the medical industry and literally serving Satan in that field and sought to engage in what is criminal defamation and kidnapping while literally artificially engineering information to back up their information, which was just lies. Satan just lying. Making up information about me while the entity sought to kidnap me over and over and over again, while we never had any single conversation whatsoever, because they kidnapped me to place me in jail and then kidnapped me to put me in a ward when we never had any conversation. You didn't even have a right to have any custody over me. And isn't it interesting how they sought to criminally defame me as a paranoid schizophrenic when I never made any allegations about the P.O.C, never said anything to them. Like I said, the entity is already aware of what I'm documenting. The pattern of conduct is to falsely depict you as one, as suffering some mental incapacity, and the entity engaged in what was conduct that was premature. I didn't even allege anything about it. And that's what I'm saying. It's not a coincidence with regard to, first of all, it's criminal, but it's also not a coincidence when I'm showing you what is the pattern of conduct, that the entity engaged in that specific crime against me of criminal defamation, seeking to establish some sort of mental incapacity on my part, where they literally made it up. I mean, pulled it out of the sky, made it up. And they're going to federal prison, every single last one of them. All right. But like I said, that's the P.O.C. That is the P.O.C. That is the design of the whole system. And it is not a coincidence that the entity engaged in that and even did so prematurely, because I'm not going to talk to them about, I didn't talk to them about anything. First of all, I already knew that they were a bunch of demons. And I know my rights. I know the law. You didn't even have a right to kidnap me. So I'm going to just sit up and wait till you take me to court. Oh, you're not going to take me to court. Oh, and then when you do finally take me to court, it's a whole circus. It's fake. That's why you try to engage in that conduct over and over and over again. And while they engaged in that conduct over and over and over again, repeatedly kidnapping me, they were repeatedly trying to create a trail of what is a history of, which does not exist and never has existed, of me consulting with medical workers. They're diagnosing me, creating prescriptions, diagnosing me with suicidal ideation. I mean, just making it, I mean, literally just made it all up. I mean, it was just appalling. I could believe it because what I'm dealing with, but it's just the level of which, I mean, stripping a child butt naked and then putting them in front of my camera, literally artificially engineering information. And I mean, demons in a court, judges sitting on a bench, that same state facilitating venue, the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, where you saw the fake sun at 8:35 in the morning, fake sun over that venue while they were engaging in kidnapping at that very same venue. Okay. So like I said, it is the P.O.C. And that is not a coincidence that the entity sought that route for kidnapping into a ward, because that is the pattern of conduct. All right, and it is serving for what is obstruction to silence the targeted individual, and it is an injustice because this demonic activity is very much real. But for documentation, all you're going on is what is, again, what the entity is relying on: legitimacy. And federal group stalking and monitoring, absolute removal of legitimacy. All right, you don't have it. It is 11:02 p.m. and this is P.O.C.